Well, here we are once again. Floating somewhere between Earth and space. Just trying to figure it all out. Got a hell of a lot to talk about here tonight, Space Fams. this morning, whatever time it is, who the fuck knows. Let's get to it. As always, do not forget to buckle up those seatbelts, as always. Otherwise, you might go floating off into that deep, dark void. Nobody wants that. Alright, Space Fams, good to see you here this morning, day, night, whatever time it is for you. Strange time. We find ourselves talking. Got a hell of a lot to talk about, and it's one thing and one thing only. The sudden and unannounced invasion, strike on Venezuela, and the capture of Nicolas Maduro and his wife. It's all very weird, Space Fams. It's very weird. But here we are, nonetheless. God, I'm not gonna go through it all right now. Well, alright, I'll try. So I woke up 2.5 hours ago, a little bit later maybe, and the first thing that I saw on my phone was, oh my god, the United States has done airstrikes in Venezuela, in Caracas. And then I started listening to the live stream. More and more news breaking. Nicolas Maduro and his wife captured. Multiple statements, one from not from Nicolas Maduro, from Marco Rubio. Little Marco coming out and saying that Nicolas Maduro will face trial in the United States. Venezuela demanding proof of life. And much, much more. And we gotta feed a puppy over here, thanks to Twitch, Dark Sparkle. Okay. And now I'm managing 3 different streams, by the way, Space Fams. We're doing vertical stream on YouTube, we're doing a horizontal stream on YouTube, and we're still doing Twitch as well. All over the internets now. Okay, let's just get to this. I'm just going to go straight to the live here on BBC.
But we are getting some videos and pictures of how things are in different places, and it's absolute devastation. Because the Venezuelan government or authorities declared a state of commotion, which is basically a state of emergency when where all civil rights are let's say paused. We have not been able to really go to the streets yet to confirm what happened and where it happened. We're going to do that immediately after we know everything's safe for us to start reporting from the ground.
Oh, yes, because I was going to ask, you mentioned it there, the state of commotion, which is in effect a state of emergency declared. What restrictions has that brought in? How are residents affected by this?
Well, basically, people cannot leave their houses. They cannot do the regular activities. And obviously, after the night that we just witnessed and experienced, no one really wants to leave. But for example, people in need of food, water, or medicine.
Portrait stream is ahead of vertical stream? Wait, portrait stream is ahead. Wait, those are the same things, aren't they? Also, I think vertical stream is actually the thing that's ahead of horizontal stream. Which makes me feel like I'm not sure why. Oh, I think I know that. Oh, I think it's due to latency settings on the horizontal stream. I could probably solve that now. We had it on a more latent setting. So we were having technical issues at one point. We could probably put it back to normal.
if they're going to be able to get to their places right now. Everyone, according to all the statements and to reports online, everyone should stay in their houses, because the defense ministry said that the military took the streets of Venezuela. We don't really understand what that means. We don't know if the militarization of, for example, of Caracas is going to affect, people going back and forth, for example, to hospitals, or if they are going to get some kind of permit. So right now, everything is really tense. I think the government didn't really see this coming. People weren't prepared. So, it's only beginning. The day that started very early. Right now, it's only the sun is just shining upon Caracas again. And I think we need a couple of more hours to understand what we're dealing with.
Yes, it is, of course, early days,
This is wild.
Anna, but one thing that would be quite useful to know, because we have been getting international reaction to this, but what has been the reaction on the ground from within Venezuela, from residents, to the news that President Maduro has been captured?
Well, this is very interesting. So, in the past, whenever something happened, for example, when the crisis of 2019, where an interim government was created after after Maduro was not recognized as a legitimate president, people were actually cheering and celebrating on the streets very quickly. But now we hear nothing. We hear silence. But internally, over phone calls, text messages.
Is he really captured? That's what it would seem to be the case, that he's really captured. United States Secretary of State, little Marco Rubio, he came out, he said that Nicolas was going to stand trial in the United States. It's insane. It's insane. They've done a bunch of illegal actions here.
So we know that they are safe and okay, but we don't know what part they're going to play in this new reality that we're facing. That we're just
it's literally a coup.
Right now, after this historic moment, so people are
Full-on regime change is happening. But really, will it? That's the question. I think they're assuming. One thing that seems to be the case is that the United States is assuming that if they remove Nicolas Maduro from Venezuela, that someone will be able to, I guess they're assuming that Machado will come back and seize power, right? But there is no guarantee of that. And there's already been a statement from the vice president of Venezuela saying that they will continue to fight.
At least for 200 years, we haven't had this kind of large-scale conflict. So people don't really know how to react. They're trying to accommodate to what they just experienced.
Yes, completely understandable, Anna. The nation has changed completely overnight. Yeah. Well, thank you so much for speaking to us. That's our reporter, Ana Vanessa Herrero from Caracas.
Thank you.
Well, as we've been hearing, Colombia has been reacting to events in neighbouring Venezuela.
He did it because he needed people to stop talking about the Epstein files.
About Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years.
The president has said his country's forces were being deployed to the border. Gustavo Petro said on social media, the United Nations Security Council must be convened immediately, establish the international legality of the aggression against Venezuela. He then went on to say the UCP, which means Unarmed Civilian Peacekeeping, is activated and the operational plan is in place at the border. Well, let's speak now to Vanessa Neumann. She's a former advisor to the opposition leader Juan Guaido, who now runs political risk research firm Asymmetrica. Thank you so much for joining us, Vanessa.
She's a Guaido person? Great. Yeah, let's get a Guaido person in here to explain all this. Yeah. The first failed coup. Let's try. Yes, we need this. Thank you so much, BBC.
In which this regime change seemingly has taken place.
Well, Thank you for having me on. Really, it's the restoration of democracy because Maduro was due to have left the presidential palace on the 10th of January of 2025, having lost a 3-1 landslide in the elections, despite the rigging, despite the disqualification of Maria Corina Machado, then her next replacement, and then her stand-in, and Edmundo Gonzalez won because Venezuelans want out from under this tyranny. So what happens next in Venezuela is really on the heads of what the people who of the Chavistas who remain, namely Delcy Rodriguez, Jorge Rodriguez, who's a sort of this chief strategist. Delcy Rodriguez is the chief financial officer, shall we say, of the regime. The head torturer and strategist is her brother Jorge, and Diosdado Cabello and Granco. And if those people leave peacefully, as they were supposed to have done of January of last year, we really should not have civilian casualties in Venezuela. Now, the longer they try to cling to power, and when the democratic forces of Venezuela have voted them out, then this will continue to escalate and get messier. So the deaths of Venezuelans is on the heads of the Maduro's enclave.
Vanessa, you mentioned this is a...
What in the hell did I wake up to? By the way, most of the people that have been coming on to BBC have been like pro-coup, like pro-regime change. Everyone's like, actually, he lost the election, so a coup is totally justified.
It is not
Thank you very much.
It's not forced by violence. First of all, this was very much a capture operation, and it has played out exactly as I have said over at least my last 10 television interviews. They have taken out the command and control, the power to respond and attack United States forces without civilian casualties, or and doing everything possible to disrupt the illicit financial flows of illicit oil, narcotics, and to a lesser extent gold, and to respond. They have not attacked U.S. civilians, and Venezuelans have been pleading.
Me personally, I think that Elena Corina Machado, or whatever her fucking name is, like she had about the same level of claims as a Jan Sixers, the Stop the Steelers. And I wonder if anybody believes genuinely that some other nation should have invaded the United States and seized Joe Biden. Like, you get what I'm saying?
To try
it's the same
and get
thing.
This criminal organization out, and that's exactly what they have done. They have captured a criminal, the head of the criminal organization, which is Maduro, and his wife, who are indicted, and their nephews have been tried in the United States for drug trafficking, and also they're wanted there's an arrest warrant for crimes against humanity, and as well for torture, and in the UN. They're very damning. There's 18,000 political prisoners currently being tortured just since 2018, and so they have captured a capo and taken him out. What happens with the rest of the enclave, as he should have done himself. So what happens to the rest of the enclave depends on them. There is a Venezuelan
oh my God, shut up.
structure that was voted by the Venezuelan people, ready to step into the presidential palace, which is what the Venezuelan people voted for in a 3-1 landslide. So it's there. There's a president, there's a vice president, there's a ministerial cabinet, there are aides, and all sorts of things.
Hey,
and
I love how this woman is just like railroading. She was like, hey, we got breaking news. Like, fuck you. I'm going to keep talking about how actually this coup is totally justified. Sorry, did you want to speak? No, I'm in the middle of justifying a coup.
Up until Chavez, the longest running democracy in Latin America.
And realistically,
and we hope that will be.
Okay, shut up. Can we get the breaking news? Get this bitch to shut up.
The US has a responsibility to be involved and to help.
Oh, I think the causal responsibility. I think the responsibility lies specifically on Venezuela.
Thank you for the follow, White Cat.
I think the international community had a long responsibility to help back when we pleaded with them in 2017, and we had millions of people in the streets, and
It's crazy that our Twitch follower numbers are catching up to our YouTube subscriber numbers. They're not quite there, like a few hundred behind it, but at one point it was like less than 50%. Twitch is catching up quick.
Had armored personnel carriers running over people and shooting children up close range with a, in the chest. The international community did nothing. The international community did nothing when they lost the election in 2018.
Just subscribed for 4 months. Here for the breaking news.
Thanks for the resub, Columbia Rican.
The community did nothing when Maduro clung to power despite the landslide win. I think that this is very much not just on the United States, but on everybody who did business and supported Maduro, thinking that they could make a buck off the backs of the suffering of millions of Venezuelans.
United States was supporting Nicolas Maduro. What is this woman? What fever dream is this woman living through right now? She's in like some alternate reality where the United States wasn't literally sanctioning Venezuela more than any other country on the planet for years. She's like, that's actually supporting the Maduro regime. You don't understand. The United States is complicit for not being hard enough on Venezuela. They should have done this strike long, long ago. Wow. Wow, 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 wow. I don't even know where to start on that one.
How do you think the US airstrikes that were carried out in the early hours of the morning, how do you think they would have affected support within Venezuela?
Well, Venezuelans, I know I have friends and family within Venezuela still. Everybody is hunkered down, and some have bunkers or have found bunker-like locations into which to remain. There was some anticipation that something like this would happen. Venezuelans, by and large, want to be free. If this results, and as I have said before, in a swifter transition, which is up to Delcy and Jorge Rodriguez, Diosdado Cabello, and Coronel Granco, if it's up to them, if this happens quickly, the Venezuelans will be very happy to be liberated and have their country back. You can see that, and and save from the economic collapse, and have a country where you don't just have the most expensive restaurants in Latin America and Ferrari dealerships for people who can pay with their dollars from narcotics. Well, 80% of the country survives on less than 1 meal a day.
I need my freaking tinfoil
which is the
hat.
current situation in Venezuela. So any opportunity to rise up and get more than 1 meal a day, and not be tortured for speaking out against the Ferrari buyers, I think is a good.
What in the hell is this woman going on about right
people
now?
Will need a lot of help.
Why are you rambling? Stop rambling.
And a lot of support. Hopefully now the international community will step up in the reconstruction of Venezuela, in peacekeeping, in stabilization operations. Stabilization operations, by the way, usually happen with doctors, police officers, and nurses to immediately on the ground employ people and keep people from joining armed groups. This is something I used to do. I worked DDR in neighboring Colombia for years, which is the off-ramping of terrorists, right?
Oh my God! She's like, what we need to do? We need to inject billions of dollars into Venezuela and prevent people from fighting back against this illegal imperialist action. This is the best way. If we just flood them with money, that will prevent a revolution.
And then we will have we can have that peaceful stabilization operations and rebuilding of Venezuela.
Vanessa Neumann, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
So that's Vanessa Neumann, former advisor to opposition leader Juan Guaido, who runs political risk research firm Asymmetrica. Well, our correspondent in Washington, Will Grant, gave us this update.
Huge news for Venezuelans, for Latin America, for Washington's relationship with the Americas and the Caribbean. One thinks of Panama in 1989 when the US invasion removed
Christopher DeBlante, thank you for the super chat. TLDR, according to her, Venezuelans are a monolith hive mind that supports everything America does.
Noriega from power, who was also accused by Washington of being a drug trafficking president. This is at that level. If this indeed has gone the way that Donald Trump is saying it has gone,
how do I solve this?
Then the capture and removal from power of Nicolas Maduro and his wife, the First Lady Celia Flores, is nothing short of historic in terms of modern Latin American history. Nicolas Maduro was the anointed successor of Hugo Chavez, the Venezuelan, the leader of the socialist revolution in Venezuela, who was thorn in Washington's side throughout his time and who came to a very early death through cancer. He chose his then Foreign Minister, Nicolas Maduro, to be his successor, who has proved himself to be very, very resilient in the face of pressure from Washington.
That lady was associated with Juan Guaido. How fake can you get? Yeah, well, that's what I was saying from the beginning. They introduced her as being a Juan Guaido acolyte. I was like, oh, good. Oh, good. This is gonna go great places, I'm sure.
This point. And so it is extremely significant. Obviously, there is still more detail to come from that presser in Mar-a-Lago later today. But if this is, as Donald Trump has laid out on social media, that ultimately those strikes by Washington, by US military on Venezuelan military sites were part of a coordinated moment that involved the removal of Nicolas Maduro and his wife from power, then it really is a very, very significant moment for Donald Trump's administration, for the support that he will be able to bank on and his party will be able to bank on in Florida for years to come among the Venezuelan American community, the Cuban American community, and it could have major ramifications for.
Did the stream just start recently? Yes, more than Keycap. It did. It did. I mean, I was like, I don't know if you saw my message in the Discord, but last night I didn't do the stream like I normally do on Fridays. Because I was feeling really shitty last night. I still have a terrible headache right now. Beyond that, I'm okay. But like I woke up like this, like I don't even know what it is, but like I literally woke up from an extended nap. I was just trying to like nap the sickness away, and I woke up like as this was all unfolding. I was like, okay, well I guess this is a sign that I still need to do a stream today. So I figured I would do this. And we're multi-streaming Twitch, YouTube Shorts. It's been a long time since we were doing the try stream, but it's
countries like Cuba that
Jackbox History,
so
thank you for the follow.
On Venezuela's oil to keep their revolution up and running.
Yes, this changes everything, doesn't it, Will? And particularly that line within the statement that was posted by President Trump on social media, the line that President Maduro, along with his wife, has been captured and flown out of the country. And it suggests that it was more than airstrikes, because, of course, until now, all we knew was that it seemed to be 7 locations where airstrikes were carried out. But this suggests that it was a far more complex operation than it seemed.
Absolutely. We can't know the full scale or the details of how it was done, what kind of planning would have gone on behind the scenes involving military chiefs talking to Washington, because one wonders how this may have happened, having just said that the man was very well protected by not just a sort of internal security ring, but also by his military. It has been true to this point that has kept him in power for this amount of time. In power and essentially unharmed. There have been attempts against his life, very murky ones, things of that nature. There have been major protests in which unarmed protesters have been killed by the Venezuelan armed forces. None of it has removed him from power. But Donald Trump is saying that now not only has he been captured, he has been taken out of Venezuelan territory and is essentially in the hands of US law enforcement. Extraordinary development that I don't think anyone in Venezuela thought would happen in this way or this quickly.
You're watching BBC News. I'm Marianne Mashiri. Let's recap the breaking news this hour. President Trump says the United States has carried out large-scale strikes against Venezuela and has captured President Nicolas Maduro. In a social media post, Mr. Trump said the Venezuelan leader and his wife have been flown out of the country. Mr. Maduro's capture has not been confirmed by Venezuela. This all began in the early hours of the morning when large explosions hit Caracas and other cities across the country. Military installations in the capital were among the sites hit and helicopters were seen in the sky. The Venezuelan government has condemned the attacks as a colonial war aimed at regime change and said it was doomed to fail. It's urged all Venezuelans to mobilise to defend the nation. Well, the Venezuelan defence minister has been reacting to those attacks, making this announcement.
In the face of this cowardly attack, which threatens the peace and stability of the region, we ask the international community and multilateral organisations to condemn the US government for this flagrant violation of international rights. Venezuela is free, independent and sovereign, and strongly rejects the presence of foreign forces that have left death, sadness and destruction.
Well, the Venezuelan government doesn't know the whereabouts of President Maduro or his wife, Cilia Flores, and that's according to the vice president. This is an audio segment from that interview with Delcy Rodriguez that was played on state television. Take a listen.
In the face of this brutal situation and in the face of this brutal attack, we have no knowledge of the whereabouts of the President Nicolas Maduro and the First Lady Cilia Flores. We demand from the Donald Trump government immediate proof of life for President Maduro and the First Lady. We demand our international rights be respected. We condemn this brutal, savage aggression against our country that has taken the lives of military officials who will now become martyrs of our country, and that have taken the lives of innocent civilian Venezuelans in all the different attack locations.
Let's cross live now and speak to Alejandro Pena Esclusa, a Venezuelan political analyst and former opposition politician who led demonstrations against the Chavez regime. It's good to talk to you. Thanks so much for joining us on BBC News. And can I ask you, first of all, for your reaction to the events that we know have happened so far?
My reaction, well, first of all, thank you for the invitation. My reaction is that of millions of Venezuelans that are happy and grateful because what we have with Maduro is not a government. He lost the elections last year. It's a regime that has kidnapped the country and involved too many crimes and committed many crimes against humanity. And we've come to this point that it was necessary the use of the force to liberate our country. So the people is celebrating, maybe waiting a few hours till the outcome of this is ready. But yes, people is happy for this Trump operation to liberate Venezuela and to capture this criminal who is Nicolas Maduro.
You say liberate Venezuela, but what happens next? It's very unclear, isn't it, what's going to happen to what's left of the government and where the country will go from here. What do you hope will happen next?
Well, what should happen next in a country that is basically has the same language, the same culture, and the same Christian religion, there are no divisions, and there are no economic divisions. It's not a country like, say...
This dude's sounding super MAGA right now. In the Christian nation of Venezuela. Everyone will agree on
like
the future.
The Middle East. It's a Western
Make Venezuela
Christian
great
country,
again.
And what should happen is that the law should be obeyed. And the person who won the election last year in July of 2024, Edmundo González Urrutia, he should become president. And the vice president designated already by the president Edmundo González, Maria Corina Machado, who, as you know, is a Nobel Prize winner, she will be the vice president.
Give me a joke.
Tomorrow,
Yeah.
or the day after. But that is what should happen in the next few days.
I mean,
Yes.
the opposition government, though, a lot of the opposition government have been exiled. There are opposition members in prison. How likely is it that a fractured opposition is going to get its act together in a matter of days?
This is ridiculous.
Well, it is possible because most of the population, I'm talking about more than 90% of the population, didn't want anymore the regime of Maduro, having created the greatest economic and humanitarian catastrophe
Wow.
in the history of Latin
Where did that
America.
number come from?
So they didn't want him anymore.
90%.
Is
Wow.
voted
First time I've heard that number. 90% of Venezuelans want Maduro gone.
Probably
That's much
what will
higher
happen also
than I've ever heard before.
in the meantime
So
is
sudden.
a fracture
It
or
lines up
division
perfectly with this
within
moment.
the
It's shocking.
Venezuelan
This
armed
crazy
forces.
number just comes out of nowhere.
And,
91%
I
of
believe that there's
Venezuelans, they just want him
enough
gone. Okay.
political and popular power to install the new government, the government that won the election on July 2024.
Is there a worry, do you think, about a violent power struggle now within the country?
No, I don't have.
Oh, it was 900%. Oh, that actually makes even much more sense. Oh, yeah, but then, of course, the coup is then justified, of course. 900%. Wow. What a number. All coups and regime changes hereby. Totally cool. No big deal.
Because in order to have, let's say, a violent struggle or a civil war, you need a country that is divided in two parts. And that's not the case. The case in Venezuela is a few criminals that hold the arms and have been committing violations of human rights during all these years. And there's a great majority of the population who has a democratic tradition who wants a return to democracy. I don't see a violence for, let's say, for a long period of time. Maybe for a few days, but that's it.
How worried are you about the American intervention and what it means going forward? Remember, President Trump has very recently talked about Venezuelan oil and lands and about wanting it back. How worried are you that in the future, the price to pay for regime change, potential regime change, could be more US involvement in the country and more US involvement in the country's oil industry, which of course we know was nationalized in 1976?
Well, in fact, the United States and Venezuela have always had an alliance, especially in the oil business, for many decades, that was interrupted first by Hugo Chavez and then by Nicolas Maduro. So I'm sure that Venezuela and the United States will return to the alliance, business alliance in oil.
The alliance with the United States, when Western oil companies were ransacking Venezuela's oil reserves, that was the alliance. That was an alliance, you say? Wow,
We've
what a
always
fantasy!
Had, with benefits for both countries, for Venezuela and for the United States.
What do you think
the
should
worst
happen?
thing would have been to continue with a criminal government like the one led by Nicolas Maduro, who is also linked to the Hezbollah, to Hamas, to terrorism, and other dangerous groups that not only threaten Latin America, but also the United States and Europe.
You talked earlier on about there not being any violence, about regime change, but what about the military? I mean, does it not have a vested interest in the regime remaining in power, especially the higher up parts of the military who are intertwined with the Maduro regime?
Well, this is not an ideological armed forces. This is a corrupt military group that was corrupted first by Chavez and then by Maduro. They are not loyal to Maduro. There are many corrupt people inside the armed forces, but in the levels of majors and lieutenants and lower ranks, people just want to return to democracy and do not agree with turning the...
Nobody agrees with Maduro, actually. What do you say? 91% of all Venezuela just... They're cool with this, I guess. Who the fuck is this guy? Where did he come from? And what the hell? What the hell is this guy? I'm moving past
with
this
the
guy.
support of the population, I'm sure
he's still talking.
It can be
God
done.
damn it.
When you talk about the people and the support of
This guy
the
reminds
population,
me
I
of
wanted to
Alan
ask you
Dershowitz. Yes.
specifically about
He does feel like, he does give a
think of
Dershy
government, what would be the most
vibe.
difficult to bring back?
Well, the two most difficult branches will be first the armed forces, because there are some people loyal to Maduro, very few, that have arms. And with arms, it's more difficult, but I think they will also be defeated. And then the other branch that has been taken over by the regime is the judicial branch. Many judges, many people in the let's say in the judicial branch that work for Maduro and for the cartel of the Suns. So maybe some of them will flee, will escape even today, but some others will try to stay and use the Justice Department for their objectives. But again, after what happened and being Maduro captured by the U.S., they have it very difficult to remain in power.
There's been criticism and a bit of worry from foreign, countries. We've had, for example,
anybody with the brain
in the EU. We've had a call, Maria Callas calling for restraint and safety of EU citizens in Venezuela. How easy is it, do you think, to guarantee that there will be restraint in Venezuela? I know I asked you about violence, but situations like this can be very difficult to control.
Well, I believe the foreign people in Venezuela are much safer now than under Maduro, because Maduro was putting in jail foreign people just to use them as bargaining chips. And now that freedom will return, maybe not today, but in the few days, Venezuelans and foreign nationals will be safer. That we will see it in the next few days.
Okay. Alejandro Pena Esclusa, good to talk to you. Thank you very much indeed for joining us and answering our questions. And just to bring those of you who are watching a few more lines, we've heard now from Cuba. Cuba has said a zone of peace has been brutally assaulted and it denounces state terrorism against the Venezuelan people.
Yeah. I mean, it is wild, but practically every single guest that has come on BBC has been like, actually, regime change is really good in this particular instance. And everybody wants it.
That is a statement that has come from the Cuban presidency, and we're getting that from the Reuters news agency. As I mentioned earlier to Alejandro, there has been a lot of comment from various quarters. We've had, as I just mentioned, Cuba denouncing what has happened, understandably. The Venezuelan and Cuban regimes are very close. We've also had reaction from Europe. I mentioned there Maria Callas talking about the need now for restraint and safety within the country, within Venezuela. So it's pretty unclear now what the next moves are going to be. We've also had comments from other Latin American countries. We'll bring those to you momentarily. But President Trump has said that the US has captured President Nicolas Maduro from Venezuela after carrying out those large-scale strikes on the country. A little earlier, we spoke to our South America correspondent, Ione Wells, and she told us exactly what we know so far.
Well, as far as we know, there are no other significant figures yet that have been removed from the country, for example, or captured by US forces other than Nicolas Maduro, the president, and his wife. We've had a statement from the Defense Minister, Vladimir Padrino, who has said that Venezuela will defend itself and has also said that the government is working on trying to essentially count and collaborate figures for the dead and the damage that has been done by the strikes this morning. Now, that message from the Venezuelan government, at least publicly, is that they plan to fight this, that they plan to defend themselves. The big question, though, that remains unanswered, I think, is really whether they will be able to do that very effectively or not, because we don't yet know quite the level of damage that has been done to this defence infrastructure in the country, to its military infrastructure, what kinds of casualties we might be talking about, and, as you say, who else may be still.
Yeah, while the vast majority of the strikes seem to have been on military targets, there's also been claims of strikes on civilian areas, apartment blocks, things like
Colombia Arican_9505 just cheered 100 bits. These people are not understanding that they just made Maduro a martyr. Plus the US has unified both Colombia and Venezuela, which were enemies for a long time. Plus this will not end here. There will be blowback in both war and trade with other countries. The US already has been condemned by Mexico, Colombia, Russia, and Iran. This is very bad for us.
Thank you, Columbia Regan, for the biddies and the message.
Remaining in the country, not
you.
sort of hunkering down. One thing that I think is very significant about this is certainly this capture of Nicolas Maduro is something that will be welcomed by the much more hawkish figures in the US government, some of whom have very much openly called for regime change in Venezuela over the years. Some, though, in the country, even those who have been heavily critical of Nicolas Maduro, had been concerned, I think, about the possible implications of US military intervention. Certainly its proponents feel that this would pave the way for regime change, for the opposition to take power, led by the Nobel Peace Prize winner, Maria Corina Machado, or perhaps the opposition's candidate in the 2024 elections, Edmundo Gonzalez. However, there are some who are critical of Maduro, critical of the Venezuelan government, desperate for a change in government, but we're still very nervous about the idea of direct US military intervention because of the potential further destabilization that may cause in the country. Part of the reason, I think, for some of that concern, even among Maduro's critics, is that he still has allies in the country. He still has government ministers who have, until this point at least, as far as we know, remained very loyal to him. The military, the heavily armed paramilitaries in the country have all remained heavily loyal to Maduro so far. And so there is certainly concern about what will those figures now be thinking? Will they want to now try and defend themselves? How could that go? And I think certainly there will be many of his close allies and inner circle very worried about their own futures right now, having seen what has happened to Nicolas Maduro.
Well, that was Ione Wells talking to us a little bit earlier. Let's cross live and speak to Dr. Pablo Uchoa now. He's an expert in Venezuelan military scenario planning at UCL. It's good to talk to you. Thanks for joining us. It seems pretty clear, doesn't it, that to capture the president of a country would mean that there would need to be some complicity from within Venezuelan security forces or armed forces. Do you agree with that assessment?
I think that's the extent of the damage, if you will. Well, thanks for having me in the show, by the way. But yeah, I think that's the extent of the damage now that we're trying to kind of ascertain. Obviously, decapitating the regime, removing Maduro from power doesn't mean that it's fallen, but we want to know about the next people who are in the hierarchy chain, right? For example, Diosdado Cabello, haven't heard from him. We have heard from the vice president. We have heard from Padrino Lopez. But who else in the regime? I think the Venezuelan military had been under control, under severe control, since at least 2000 for the past 5 years or so. But this shows or indicates there could be a serious leak within that regime. Again, it doesn't mean that it's collapsing, but it just means there are some serious leaks that the government would have to try and find out where they are and try to counter them.
And also, I suppose the next question to ask is, will this mean that the military could start running the show?
I think it's unlikely. If anything, I think it's more likely that the military runs the show even more. I think the military in Venezuela, I've heard your guests saying that it's not an ideological military, that it's a corrupt military and so on. But one thing I think is very strong in every military is nationalism. And to have a country come into your country and remove the president and fly him out it's really damaging. I think the military is more likely to remain cohesive around the regime. And I think the emphasis on security will mean that perhaps the politics of the revolution, politics of socialism, if you will have to be in the second place in terms of importance. More important will be to ensure that the country is secure, and that means more militarization.
And what I don't understand is President Trump has been flagging this for quite a while now. I suppose people would be asking themselves, why was the military and the security forces not better prepared? Why was President Maduro not better protected?
I think the military of Venezuela is convinced, has been preparing for this for 20 years, but it's been preparing for a sort of an asymmetric war, what they are focusing on is the resistance. So
Shit,
when
I was muted.
when they
Thank
talk
you for the
about
follow.
citizen
Who was
security
that?
and so on, they're talking about militia groups that exists in the various neighborhoods.
Boss Nerd, thank you for the follow.
Sure that any support for US attack or for the opposition doesn't grow. So that's what they're talking about. I think they probably were a little bit complacent because we've seen Maduro appear in public in the past few days. I don't think that a bombing was unexpected. I think the direction of the escalation had been quite clear, but such a swift action from the United States to remove Maduro, that was quite surprising. And maybe they just made a mistake there.
I mean, we know the CIA has been working and operating in Venezuela for several months, as President Trump said so in public. They presumably played a role in all of this. Do you think they turned key figures inside the military? Would that be possible?
It could be possible. It's something that we haven't seen in the past 5 years or so. Especially there was a period between 2017, 2019, where you would see every couple of months you'd have a sort of insurgency or rebellion inside barracks. The counterintelligence services are very active inside the Venezuelan military. There's a lot of surveillance, but and they managed to control, especially when the pandemic arrived, they had it under control. So this one, first of all, when Maria Corina fled the country, and now this operation to remove Maduro from the country, this shows that the security is not as tight as we thought.
Let's talk a little bit about the military land targets, because we've seen obviously pictures of explosions in and around Caracas. What were the military land targets? Do we know any more about them? Do we know any more about civilian casualties? And also, do we know exactly what the targeting means in terms of the future of the military? Because they were quite important targets, I believe.
Utterly, yes, very important. So the air base of La Carlota and also Fuerte Tiuna, that's where you have the Ministry of Defense, that's where you have the main barracks. In Caracas, that's where you have also the university, the military Bolivarian Military Academy, and so on. So these were key targets. And also on the coast, you have military bases, you have the port. So it seems like the target was to prevent any military response from the Venezuelan armed forces. I don't think people realize how close those military installations are to civilian areas, because Fuerte Tiuna is something like 10 minutes down from the center of Caracas. La Carlota base is also quite central. If there was an attack against the on the barracks that where Chavez's remains are, and that's the Cuartel de la Montaña, so the La Montaña barracks, that's just surrounded by a sort of poor area, poor neighborhood in center.
Yeah, this is what I was saying earlier. While there has definitely been reports of these mostly hitting military targets, supposedly, there's also been reports that these strikes have hit civilian areas, apartment blocks, things like that. And they just don't. Nobody seems to be that worried about it. We don't hear. You know, that's a war crime, if this even is a war.
Caracas. So you could see how these areas are also civilian areas. However, we haven't had any information yet about civilian casualties. And I think the people I've been talking to in Caracas, they've also not been referring to civilian casualties so far.
Really? So what have they been saying to you, the people you've been talking to?
Well, so far, there's this calm in Caracas. So you had towards this around 2 in the morning, 3 in the morning, explosions, initial shock, but now there's been this sort of quiet in Caracas. And this information comes from other parts of the country, of other attacks, but it seems to be much quieter now, although you can imagine that it's very eerie at the moment.
I just wanted to hold you there for a moment, Dr. Ulloa, if I can, because we've had some news in the last few minutes, and that is that we've heard from the Russian Foreign Ministry. I want to bring you these lines and bring Dr. Ulloa back if I can. We are extremely alarmed by reports that Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro and his wife were forcibly removed from the country in the course of today's US aggressive action. We call for the immediate clarification of the situation. Actions of this kind, if they did indeed occur, constitute an unacceptable infringement on the sovereignty of an independent state, respect for which constitutes a key principle of international law. And in a statement earlier, the ministry also condemned the US armed aggression. I mean, if I can bring you back, Dr. Ochoa, clearly it's obvious what the Russians are saying and the view from Russia. But it's an interesting point, isn't it? I mean, in terms of Venezuela, whatever you might think about the regime, whatever you might think about those elections in 2024, it is, a sovereign independent state.
I think this is a very important point. Precisely the two sides that you said, regardless of the criticism that you might have towards the regime. And I would like just to open up this and come out of Venezuela, since we've already done with your statement from Russia. But a lot of the countries in the region are going to be looking at this and being quite concerned with the level of US assertiveness in the region. And this is not just South America, but perhaps even more in the Caribbean, because Venezuela has obviously the biggest proven oil reserves in the world. Next to it, there is another massive one, which is the ones that are in the Essequibo region, which is a contested region. It's part of Guyana, but it's claimed by Venezuela as well. It's a country that has lots of minerals, sitting on trillions and trillions of resources in minerals. And the region is looking at this and saying, well, now the United States has decided to abandon any shame, really, and just going and grabbing that stuff. Because Trump announced already in 2003, Trump was talking about Venezuela nearly being on its knees and nearly collapsing during his first term, but he couldn't finish the job.
Hold on, I'm just gonna look at some of these clips that I found over here.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
This is ridiculous!
No, mira, yo vivo aquí en Chacao y hace como aproximadamente hora y media comenzaron a sentirse aviones volando y explosiones. Y varias explosiones, por lo menos como unas 8 o 10. Y bueno, y salí ahora a dar una vuelta. Aquí lo que podemos conseguir es el humo, ¿ves ese humo que hay ahí que huele como a creolina? Eso es lo que es. Pero parece que las explosiones fueron aquí en La Carlota.
Let's go to Shihab Ratansi. Shihab, what are we hearing now from the US president?
Explosive Truth Social post from Donald J. Trump. I shall read it out. The United States of America has successfully carried out a large-scale strike against Venezuela and its leader, President Nicolas Maduro, who has been, along with his wife, captured and flown out of the country. This operation was done in conjunction with U.S. law enforcement. Details to follow. There will be a news conference today at 11 a.m. at Mar-a-Lago. Thank you for your attention to this matter, President Donald J. Trump.
Thank you for your
Shihab,
attention to
that
this
is
matter.
Quite a statement. I want to make sure we heard it and understood correctly. This is the US president saying that US forces have captured the president of Venezuela and his wife and taken them physically out the country. Is that right?
That's exactly what he has just said. The United States of America has successfully carried out a large-scale strike against Venezuela and its leader, President Nicolas Maduro, who has been, along with his wife, captured and flown out of the country. This operation was done in conjunction with U.S. law enforcement. Details to follow. There will be a news conference today at 11 a.m. at Mar-a-Lago. Thank you for your attention to this matter, President Donald J. Trump. That is the Truth Social post.
Oh, wow, we've got a Mar-a-Lago press conference in 4 hours. Oh, so exciting. Oh, my God.
You posted just a minute ago.
I imagine, Shihab, I know the answer to the question of, I guess they're not saying where he's been flown to and what is to happen to him.
It's interesting, though, that he talks about it having been done in conjunction with U.S. law enforcement. So they're still sticking, I would think, then, to this narrative of the cartel of the Suns, this rather bogus construction, which actually, in fact, was a CIA operation years ago with the Venezuelan government before Hugo Chavez. But if he's putting it in the context of law enforcement, clearly this is being put into that narrative of Nicolas Maduro being the drug dealer par excellence of Venezuela.
Colombia
Maduro gave us
9505
days
just
ago, maybe
shared
a week or two
100 bits. In a Trump's voice, I have illegally attacked another country because I don't want the truth coming out that I am in the Epstein files. Thank you for the attention to this matter.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein?
He said, look, I have the biggest proven reserves of oil, I have gold, why would I be a drug dealer? But clearly the U.S. administration is still running with this narrative, even though their own Drug Enforcement Administration says that simply isn't true.
At this point, does that indicate, again, don't want to ask you questions that I think I know the answer to, but is that the end of it? Any signal that this is the end of the U.S. military operation then?
Well, what's replacing Maduro is the question. Do they have then? I mean, this is what they hoped.
I was afraid to ask you that question as well. I was going to save it for Lucia Newman, but go ahead, Shihab.
Yeah, I mean, clearly what they'd hoped, and actually Maria Corina Machado had, and the reports came out actually at the beginning of the year, had said, look, we have a plan. We can replace him immediately. Just put the stranglehold on, and we'll get everyone to
immediately,
defect,
if not sooner.
Everything will be fine. Perhaps they believe this. We simply don't know. But if they have removed, if this is a decapitation strategy of removing Maduro, then one would think that they have a plan to follow up, or there is someone to replace him. But you're right. Maybe you should go to Lucia.
Let me ask the question from this angle, which I think it makes sense to talk to you there in the US about. Have we had any indications, or are there any indications that the US is mobilizing some kind of effort to, shall we say, install someone or to facilitate the way for Machado or for an alternative to Maduro? Have you seen anything from your end?
Just what we've all seen, the Nobel Prize going to Machado, there's been this coordinated effort to present her as some viable alternative, again, despite a lot of the evidence that we see on the ground. There must be a great deal of confidence that they have a plan, that one would think then, if they have removed Maduro. But all the intelligence that we've had and all the people you've been speaking to over the last few hours I find it very difficult to find any evidence of any coordinated, credible alternative to Maduro. Even elements of the opposition have been against any kind of U.S. regime change operation because, frankly, it immediately almost disqualifies any new government from appearing to represent the Venezuelan people and not a very resource-hungry neighbor.
I don't think Donald Trump is actually concerned about the will of the Venezuelan people, but it is a fair point. It is a fair point. You do a regime change, and then the future government, is called into question
immediately, if not sooner.
¡Ay, no! Mira eso.
Page Larson _12_1989 just subscribed for 4 months. The US is always the terrorists. Let's not forget that.
Yes, let's not forget that. Thank you, Paige Larson, for the resub over there on Twitch.
For more on this story, we can bring in Eduardo Rios, director of Gnosis Advisory, a member of the Série Sciences Po Political Observatory of.
Remember when people were talking about Donald Trump being the anti-war president? This is like I mean, if you don't count all of the war, I mean, and we should be counting them. This is like, if you count all of the fucking strikes in the Caribbean, this is like strike number 40 or something this year. Right? Because there was the Iran strikes, there was the Yemen strikes, there's all the Caribbean strikes and the strikes in the Pacific as well.
Latin America and the Caribbean. Thank you so much for being with us today. So, as we've been discussing, U.S. President Trump on social media says these strikes were carried out by the U.S. They were successful, and they have President Maduro in custody. This is a rather significant escalation of what's been happening, if this is all true. Is this now an opportunity in Venezuela for the opposition?
Thank you very much for that question. So, first of all, this is the most significant political event in Venezuela in at least the last 12 years, if not the last 20. In the morning, the U.S. attacked military targets and then took Maduro away. So now that means two things, and you need to evaluate two scenarios. First of all, how does the pro-Maduro or pro-Chavez camp react, and how does the opposition, on what space does that leave to the opposition? So right now, the reaction from the pro-Maduro camp has been very muted. That will change in the next few hours, but there is not a clear successor to Maduro, and there is a real risk of division within the pro-Chavez camp. There is very little.
Actually, there is a clear successor to Maduro. I don't know what this guy is talking about. The Venezuelan vice president is already claimed. I mean, basically, has taken the the role of president, essentially, with Maduro gone. So I don't know what that's supposed to mean. There's no clear successor. There's a vice president. So I don't. That seems to be just sort of anti.
It's early in the morning. Popular reaction to this, either for or against. So that means that the government has not pushed its troops or its followers to go outside, to go on the streets and fight this. That might change. So right now we are very much beholden to what is going to happen on the Chavez side. Now, on the opposition side, what could happen is if and when there is a crumbling of the current power that Maria Corina takes over, if the current power stays there, then we don't know. This is a very fluid situation. I wouldn't say that this changes the political dynamic in a way that it hasn't been changed in the past 25 years. This, however, does not give clarity, just gives fluidity. What is going to happen next, nobody knows, and I think that's very important to point that out at this second.
Eduardo, thank you. I do want you to stay with us. We're going to head now to Caracas and bring in a journalist.
All right, moving past France 24.
This is a CBS News special report. I'm Carissa Lawson. President Trump just announced on social media that Venezuelan president, Nicolas Maduro, has been captured and flown out of the country. This comes a few hours after the U.S. hit Venezuelan military targets in Caracas, the country's capital. Here is the social post in full. The United States of America has successfully carried out a large-scale strike against Venezuela and its leader, President Nicolas Maduro, who has been, along with his wife, captured and flown out of the country. This operation was done in conjunction with U.S. law enforcement. Details to follow. There will be a news conference today at 11 a.m. at Mar-a-Lago. Thank you for your attention to this matter, President Donald J. Trump. Our Washington correspondent, Ed O'Keefe, is joining us now by phone to tell us more about this. What are you hearing from the Trump administration right now?
Well, what we've heard is essentially what we've read. The statement from the president just a little while ago, quite stunning, that the United States has removed another country's leader and his wife, presumably forcibly against his will. Can't recall this ever happening, at least in modern history. The president, they're interestingly saying this operation was done in conjunction with U.S. law enforcement. But just in the last few minutes, CBS News has learned Maduro was captured by Delta Force, the U.S. military's top special military or mission unit.
Yeah, also, what the hell does that even mean? U.S. law enforcement. What U.S. law enforcement body has jurisdiction outside of the United States? Hint. None.
This is the same unit that was responsible for killing al-Baghdadi, the ISIS leader, back in 2019. This is an elite unit of the U.S. Army that was involved in this strike or this operation here overnight. This began a few hours ago with apparent explosions over the skies of Caracas and other parts of Venezuela. And the president had given the U.S. military the green light to conduct land strikes inside Venezuela days before this actual operation. Two U.S. officials telling CBS News that they had discussed conducting the mission on Christmas Day, but U.S. airstrikes in Nigeria against ISIS targets took precedence that day. The days following Christmas opened up more potential strike windows to the U.S. military, but the operation's been held up for several days due to weather conditions over.
Yeah, it's fucking insane. We've done strikes in Nigeria, in Syria, in the Caribbean, in the Pacific, in Venezuela, in Iran. I mean, anti-war president here, just, you know, doing more war without getting any sort of congressional approval for it. Once again, illegally kidnapping a foreign leader.
Venezuela, the U.S. Or the officials tell CBS News that the military had wanted weather conditions advantageous to mission success. And for those of us who had been anticipating something might occur and wondering why they were so hung up on the weather, perhaps now we understand if this element of capturing and removing Maduro and his wife was in fact part of the operation all along. Already overnight, we've seen some pretty swift and fierce political opposition to this from Republicans, notably, and Democrats, among them the Utah Senator Mike Lee, who's been saying that there are questions now about sort of the constitutionality of this and why Congress wasn't consulted. We know, for example, the Senate Armed Services Committee.
Wow, based Mike Lee has questions about whether or not they're... Wow, even Mike Lee is like, why wouldn't we consulted about this? Fascinating. Okay, I'll be right back. My head is just pounding right now. I need like Advil or something. I'll be right back. Oh my God, why does it hurt so much?
Nobody on that committee was informed about this beforehand. So there'll be all sorts of questions about why the Trump administration wanted to do this, why it felt compelled to do it now. And it comes amid swift or widespread public opposition to these operations. CBS News has polled this in recent weeks and suggested as many as 3 in 4 Americans believe Congress needs to authorize any kind of military operation like this. Widespread misunderstanding or a belief that the Trump administration hasn't explained why this is necessary. And so the fact that the president now is holding a news conference at 11 a.m. this morning at his Florida home perhaps will start filling in some of the details. But certainly there are big questions politically here in the United States, and certainly there will be around the world. We should point out the Venezuelans, the Cuban government, the Colombian government this morning calling on the United Nations and the Organization of American States, which is a hemisphere-wide body that deals with these kinds of political and military issues, should convene in emergency sessions to condemn this. And there are going to be widespread concerns around the world about the idea that the United States would go into another country, forcibly remove the person in charge, and whereabouts unknown at this point.
Now, this was a very swift military operation, Ed, with Maduro now being taken out of the country, as you've been talking about. What is the future of Venezuela at this point?
Well, that's a big part of this, and a big part of the concern certainly that policymakers in Washington will have and the rest of the world will have, is if you remove him, Maduro, someone who had flouted election results that were held in recent years in Venezuela, and you leave a vacuum there, either for the opposition government to be formed or for military leaders to lead it in the meantime, then it has the potential to create incredible economic, political, and security instability across that region. Remember, it's one of the largest oil producers in the world. It has been the source of waves of illegal immigration towards the United States in recent years, and there's been a real concern that further disruption of the government, of the economy, an economy that's already in shambles, could cause, mass migration out. Already overnight, we're hearing the Colombian government, for example, mobilizing military forces along its borders, concerned about the potential of an exodus of Venezuelans yet again. And there will be great question about who took Maduro or where he is. Is he here in the United States facing charges? Is he headed to a third country? There have been talk in recent weeks that perhaps Turkey, for example, would provide him safe haven. He's close with President Erdogan of Turkey. Will he, if U.S. law enforcement, as the president says, is involved, was he removed to face charges in the United States? If that's the case.
Oh my God, I'm like listening to this over here while I'm trying to get freaking Advil in my body because my head hurts so much, but wow. Just wow. CBS is over here trying to retcon the fucking coup after the fact. They're like, this is totally justifiable. I mean, their economy was in shambles. Forget the fact the United States is the reason for why the Venezuelan economy is in shambles. And maybe a coup's a good idea. You never know. Fucking hell. What
Give me a joke.
Okay, I'm gonna keep going through these. Screw yourself, CBS.
The United States hit Venezuela with a large-scale strike early Saturday and said its president, Nicolas Maduro, had been captured and flown out of the country. Here's what to know. Multiple explosions and low-flying aircraft were seen in Caracas in the early hours of Saturday morning. Maduro's government immediately accused the US of an imperialist attack on civilian and military installations. US President Donald Trump posted on Truth Social that Maduro had been, along with his wife, captured and flown out of the country. He added that the operation was done in conjunction with US law enforcement. The apparent attack itself lasted less than 30 minutes. Trump said in his social media post that the strike was carried out successfully. It comes after the Trump administration has escalated pressure on Maduro, who has decried US military operations against alleged drug traffickers as a thinly veiled effort to oust him from power. It was not immediately clear who was running the country, and Maduro's whereabouts were not immediately known.
Looking at statements from Vladimir Padrino Lopez. Let's listen to the statements at this moment. For now, the barbaric of these forces that have profane localities of Fuerte Tuna in Caracas, Aragua, and La Guaira, also targeting with missiles that were targeted from the helicopters, combat helicopters. We are going over the information in the face of the we elevate the most firm denounce before the international community so that the government of the United States is condemned in flagrant violation of the UN Charter and international law. The community is rejecting the presence of these international troops that are sowing death, grief, and destruction. This is responding to the greed for our natural resources. They have spread false lies about narc terrorism, and they are seeking a regime change at the hands of U.S. imperialism. We are calling for our inalienable right to self-defense. We are called to defend with dignity. That is why at this hour, we are calling to the tradition of our liberators. We've been attacked, but they will not win over us. We will have a block of resistance. Our calling is peace. We are extending our unity in defense of what is ours. We will find the strength to resist. And this imperial attack is opening us to a situation to maintain calm, because desperation is an ally to the invader. We will not succumb to the panic that the enemy is trying to sow. We'll demonstrate to the world what we are made of. We'll be resilient. We'll maintain our calm in the face of obstacles, and we are putting in force all our plans of defense. And in accordance to the Constitution of Venezuela, the law of exception, we also are backing the decree of the state of commotion in all the territory, and we are abiding by the mandate of the President of Venezuela, Nicolas Maduro, and our Commander-in-Chief.
Okay. Yeah, so like we were saying before, Vice President probably going to just continue leading the country, even though people keep talking about this.
With
like
the
no
homeland, with Venezuela,
sort of
and we
successor to Maduro. There is an obvious successor, if you know.
Situation right now, as the people are mobilizing, let's recall that in this context of the imperialist aggression, the U.S. strikes that were denounced before the international community, before the UN Security Council, even by Venezuela during the night, then Vice President Delcy Rodriguez stated that the president Nicolas Maduro and first combatant Celia Flores. Their whereabouts are unknown at this moment. They are demanding a proof of life, and the last instructions, the permanent instructions of the president of Venezuela is for the people to continue going on to the streets, defending their homeland, maintaining a complete on alert mode to defend through the streets, through mobilization, the sovereignty, the ownership of their homeland, of their natural resources. And that is what we're seeing from the streets of Caracas. We're just listening to some of the people there. We've also been seeing testimonies from different points. Let's recall the targets, the strikes that were denounced after explosions were heard in different parts of Venezuela. The government denounced attacks from the United States on different targets. That is the capital, Caracas, also the states of Miranda, La Guaira, Aragua, and we've been looking and following the minute-to-minute information of what is happening at that moment. We've been seeing also the different reactions and
the CIA must have a plan to replace the regime. Do they have to? It's the most incompetent. This is the most incompetent fucking regime ever. I don't know if I accept that premise, but I mean, is following that logic. I mean, what is the plan? Marina Corina Machado has got to be the plan. They believe that. I think if anything, they got to look at her and think, well, she won the Nobel Prize, so we can use that as some sort of, what do you want to call it, example of how she deserves to be the leader of Venezuela. Then I don't know. I mean, beyond that, you assume they probably don't feel like doing an actual election in the face of all of this. Doesn't seem super democratic. So yeah, how she would be actually put in power, I don't know. I mean, the zero legitimacy if the United States comes in and like, you know, like militarily like installs her. That's not going to look great.
Another concentration led by the governor of the state of Táchira. One concentration, more like another demonstration in show of the support for the current mandate in Venezuela and the right to self-defense of the Venezuelan people, the right to continue maintaining their own possibility of decision over their natural resources that have been at the center of discussion, not just by those who were deeming that all the aggressions from the United States were completely inconsistent, that the pretext went against.
You know, the fact that the pretext of all this is the things that the Trump administration has been saying up to this point, right? So, I mean, what do we got here? What do we have here? We have an administration that has been basically murdering people in international waters for many months now. Has also been simultaneously saying that the oil in Venezuela's in Venezuela's national waters and territory are somehow the property of U.S. oil companies, right? Like, that's the premise. Is literal like imperialism. Is like, your oil is ours. That is the pretext of all of this from the very beginning. Is it actually your oil is ours, and when you nationalized it, that was unfair. We're coming back for it.
Threats with escalations and extrajudicial killings in international waters in the Caribbean, with false accusations and direct threats on the Venezuelan people and also on the Venezuelan government and different authorities. Venezuela had denounced the situation as contrary to international law, and today at the beginning of the night, some explosions were heard. Then the government of Venezuela confirmed and denounced the U.S. attacks, an imperialist attack on Venezuelan territory. Later on, the chief of the National Bolivarian Armed Forces, Vladimir Padrino Lopez, stated that the forces were fully deployed across the national territory following the indication by the president of Venezuela of the state of exemption and commotion at the moment, in order to not only fully deploy the defense capabilities, but also protect the civilian population. In other statements, the general prosecutor, Tarek William Saab, also spoke of the harsh consequences that these attacks, these brutal attacks, have had on the population. He's spoken of casualties, although there is, of course, no precision just yet, because as Vice President Delcy Rodriguez said some hours before, Venezuela at this moment is also digesting the consequences of a brutal imperialist attack, as what it has not been. There has not been any other attacks such as this one in the recent history of Latin America and the Caribbean, and that is one of the things that is happening right now. The country is calm, and at this moment with demonstrations that are continuing to emphasize that mandate, that instruction of going out into the streets and defending the mandate of Venezuela. Let's listen.
With planes, helicopters, drones, and moreover, an unprecedented incident, the kidnapping of an elected president.
I should go and read Pam Bondi. I'm trying to find Pam Bondi's statement. I can't find what you're talking about right now. Was it on Twitter?
A president that was elected, the commitment of this criminal act, an action that has nothing to do, goes completely against the principles that reign over relationship among nations and government, with complete disregard to international law and a complete disregard towards the dignity of the Venezuelan people and the people of Latin America and the Caribbean. So we have called on our people. There was a statement that we read in the early hours. The president said this, the president decreed this, the state of commotion. We have moved on to the phase of armed struggle, and our people are on the street defending.
It is on fucking Twitter. All right, hold on. I got it. I just bookmarked it. Shit, where did this? There it is. Let me pull this up.
The homeland, defending sovereignty, defending independence and the territorial integrity, and also defending our constitutional president of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela. That is why we are here, and we call on the entire Venezuelan people, to all the patriots. Doesn't matter your political affiliation or your ideologies, all the are patriots of the Venezuelan homeland has to go out to the streets and defend our sovereignty in all the corners of the country. And as a minister of work, I call on the working class production as we have done so far.
Okay. Here is Attorney General Pam Bondi's statement as of 10 minutes ago. Nicolas Maduro and his wife Cilia Flores have been indicted in the Southern District of New York. Nicolas Maduro has been charged with narco-terrorism conspiracy, cocaine importation conspiracy, possession of machine guns and destructive devices, and conspiracy to possess machine guns and destructive. He's a fucking... He's a leader of a fucking foreign country. Illegally possessing machine guns. Oh, this is a farce. Oh, destructive devices and conspiracy to possess machine guns and destructive devices against the United States. They will soon face the full wrath of American justice on American soil in American courts. America
Wobegon. As if we were in the
On behalf of the entire U.S. DOJ, I would like to thank President Trump for having the courage to demand accountability on behalf of the American people. And a huge thank you to our brave military who conducted the incredible and highly successful mission to capture these two alleged international narco traffickers. There's your Attorney General, Pamela Bondi. They really need something else to talk about aside from the Epstein files, don't they?
Talked about for years. Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years.
Rest of the population to
Well, I guess they decided like this is the best way to distract from the Epstein files. I'm not gonna lie, it's probably gonna work for a little while.
their defense of what it was theirs. And also, we continue to hear from the different reactions at an international level. And in this context, the government of Mexico strongly condemned and rejects the military actions carried out unilaterally in recent hours by the armed forces of the United States of America against targets in the territory of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela, in clear violation of Article 2 of the Charter of the United Nations. We reiterate, this is the statement issued by Mexico stating that based on its foreign policy principles and its pacifist vocation, Mexico urgently calls for respect for international law and the principles and purposes of the UN Charter and for the cessation of any act of aggression against the Venezuelan government and people. Latin America and the Caribbean is a zone of peace built on the basis of mutual respect, the peaceful settlement of disputes, and the prohibition of the use and threat of force, and therefore any military action seriously jeopardizes regional stability.
I'm going to switch back to BBC for a second. We're just going to go back and forth between BBC and Telesur, I think, for a while until the. Honestly, I might keep this going until the Mar-a-Lago conference, which is supposedly going to happen in like 3 hours. This is insane. This is out of control.
That they wanted to fight drugs, which they say Nicolas Maduro heads a cartel de los soles, largely from the military that supposedly has a strong root due to the military. Those soles, the sons, are a symbol of ranking with Venezuelan military officials, and this is something he has denied. But it's been increasing pressure we've seen. They've said that he heads these drug operations, he is an illegitimate leader, and we've been seeing strikes, oil tankers seized, a land strike recently, and now an unprecedented operation in Venezuela, extracting the disputed leader and his wife, now supposedly heading for the US.
And I really want to make it clear to viewers at home that although we say this is an illegitimate government, this is still a sovereign, independent state. And I'm pretty sure that other Latin American countries will be extremely worried about the precedent this sets, that the US feels that it's able to dive into another country, an independent sovereign state, extract the leader and put that leader on trial. This is going to worry Latin Americans, isn't it?
Hugely. Many will remember the era of gunboat diplomacy from the US, where the US essentially went into countries, meddled and toppled regimes it didn't see fit to govern. And it was a really bloody, destructive period. Now, President Trump says he is the president of peace. However, all eyes in the region and the global community will be on what happens next, and specifically what actions the US take next. The idea that extracting and presumably removing Nicolas Maduro from power for the opposition, who is very heavily backed by the US and Donald Trump specifically, to move in is deceptively simple. That is not going to happen efficiently or very simply. Maduro's inner circle, 4 key players, are very much holding fort. We've seen all 4 of those, including the vice president, the foreign minister, and the Minister of Internal Affairs, make public statements and really rally Venezuelans, saying we are going to stand strong, calling arms and deploying police forces across the country, as well as civilian power. Constitutionally, she is kind of next in command. But interestingly, lots of people are looking at Diosdado Cabello, who is kind of the second in command. He's the Minister of Internal Affairs. He is very much going to be in the spotlight as well as trying to kind of fill that power vacuum. The forced removal of Nicolas Maduro has left. But it will be over the coming days that we'll see who actually takes up that power and if they can do it effectively.
This is insanity. This is fucking insanity. Oh my god! And one
Issued by the
hugely hypocritical
Minister of the Interior,
and
Justice and Peace.
Very confusing detail of all of this is, of course, was it last month? It was like 2 months ago, right? Or was it? No, it was like November, wasn't it? Donald Trump pardoned the ex-president of Honduras, essentially the most notoriously convicted narco trafficker in modern U.S. history. Facilitated the transportation of hundreds of thousands of pounds of cocaine into the United States, and that guy is back in Honduras just sipping cocktails right now while Maduro is it's ridiculous.
Issued a statement stating that he had spoken with the foreign minister of Brazil, for example, another powerful and important actor in the region who recently intervened in this escalation of tensions and direct aggressions from the United States towards Venezuela, stating that not only they were opposed to these aggressions against Venezuela, but that they also were pushing for dialogue. This led by President of Brazil, Lula, and in this case by the foreign minister as well. The foreign minister of Venezuela, Ivan Gil, recently stated that he was in contact with the foreign minister, the top diplomat of Brazil. In this case, we continue to look at images from Caracas, also from other parts of the country. We were saying before, Diosdado Cabello was calling for the defense on the streets of this process, and also stating on the importance of maintaining calm, tranquility, and the demonstration, because that would face the enemy's aggression with the people ready to resist on the streets. He was saying probably the enemy was expecting the people just to come out and surrender, and that is not what the people of Venezuela is going to show in the streets. So that is the call towards the population to gather around in different demonstrations, different gatherings. We've been listening to the testimonies at this moment. Let's recall the government of Venezuela officially denounced U.S. military attacks on its territory. The chief of the Bolivarian National Armed Forces stated that
the Telesur freaking stream is, the audio is so bad. Hold on, I'm gonna pull up this.
Bueno, hay movilizaciones en todas partes del país. ¡De vida! ¡Devuelvan a Maduro! 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 El imperio norteamericano. Sin embargo, el pueblo hoy no tiene miedo. El pueblo ha asumido la calle, porque este pueblo eligió. Jamás será vencido. El pueblo unido 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 jamás será vencido. Poner una calumnia contra nuestro gobierno, contra nuestro pueblo, contra nuestro país. Y eran muchas excusas que habían impuesto. Habían hablado de los carteles de la droga, habían hablado del terrorismo. ¿Qué más terrorismo que meterse en una madrugada y bombardear las casas de los venezolanos, bombardear la capital, bombardear varios estados de Venezuela y asumir pues ellos mismos los hechos ocurridos, asumirlos sin ninguna vergüenza ante el mundo? Por estas razones estamos hoy indignados en la calle. Vamos al pueblo. bombardear lugares de civiles. Así nos amenazaron, así lo dijeron que lo iban a hacer. Ahora queremos saber qué va a hacer la ONU ante esto. ¿Se va a quedar de manos cruzadas? ¿Qué va a hacer la Comisión de los Derechos Humanos? ¿Se va a quedar de manos cruzadas? Exigimos como venezolanos que inmediatamente se pronuncien los organismos internacionales y mientras tanto llamamos al pueblo a la calle.
Reclama su derecho, el pueblo ya ha hecho, reclama su derecho, el pueblo ha hecho, reclama su derecho,
para cambio de régimen.
Alerta, alerta camarada, estamos preparando la resistencia armada. Alerta, alerta, alerta camarada, estamos preparando la resistencia armada. Alerta, alerta camarada, estamos preparando la resistencia armada.
Espacio cercano a Miraflores. Hacemos el llamado al pueblo de Estados Unidos.
Queremos a Maduro, queremos a Maduro, queremos a Maduro, queremos a Maduro, queremos a Maduro.
During the current state of
We are certain that the Venezuelan people, as we have been seeing it right now, strong, in calm, were mobilized in unity around the constitutional government of President Nicolas Maduro. We will see the whole world mobilizing as well, condemning this action and making legality return immediately to the country. I repeat, we are carried out actions at the United Nations level, which is the organization in charge. Well, Foreign Minister was saying this in this interview exclusively for a platform as a mechanism for legitimate defense that is going to exercise in the framework of the rulings of the UN Charter. Foreign Minister, if you can still listen to me, this point is very important. Do you think this has been a strike against international law? It is a blatant violation of international law. The UN Charter is very clear.
This is insane.
All the documents that have been violated and we have been denouncing in these 28 weeks of aggression and threats. We saw the end result today, but it was the only way. The only way that a state can be attacked is under the authorization of the UN Security Council. In this case, we saw it in two previous sessions. The UN Security Council has condemned and expressed its concern for this situation if it continue to escalate. Well, today happened what President Nicolas Maduro has been denouncing. So we are in the face of a criminal act, and this crime has to be. Well, we continue to speak with the Foreign Minister of Venezuela. We are listening to you, Foreign Minister. Well, the
criminal action. Yes, that's a good way to describe what the fuck is
Nini,
going
thank you
on
for
here
that. Stay
today.
there if you can.
Really disturbing shit.
The big question is, what is your plan for the day after? And it's not clear to anyone whether there is a plan for the day after. What we have seen in recent months is a steady buildup of military pressure on Nicolas Maduro, on the Venezuelan authorities. They never really came clear, although it was widely assumed that this also had a political objective, and I think this is what we are seeing unfolding today. But as always, whether it's
Sorry, I should turn that down. I'll be right back, chat. My head is just.
Will that end?
It's the worst right now,
with
headache.
The removal simply of President Maduro. There's still his powerful vice president, Delcy Rodriguez. There's the defense minister who's been speaking out this morning. There's the interior ministry. What happens to them? We've heard through a U.S. senator that the Secretary of State of the U.S., Marco Rubio, has said that is the end of military action for now. Is he expecting that all of these others will simply melt away? Or is this personal for the U.S.? Will they be willing to work with other officials? What about the prominent opposition leader and Nobel Peace Prize laureate, Maria Corina Machado? Will she expect now to go into Caracas and be the new leader? these are big questions, Marianne, most of all for the people of Venezuela, but also for the wider region. We're already getting reports that Venezuelans are now trying to stream across the border into neighboring Colombia. Colombia also already hosts many refugees, those who were critics of President Maduro. Now there's a different kind of a flow, and that is the supporters of Nicolas Maduro. So people will be holding their breath, even those who wanted to see the back of Nicolas Maduro. The concern now is what kind of a transition, if it is a transition, will there be?
And the other interesting point that I want to talk to you about, Lise, is the reverberations of this unprecedented move by the US globally. I mean, this is, action on an independent sovereign state, whatever you might think of the government, to extract a president, to remove him and his wife and take them potentially to American soil, to indict them on various charges. What is this going to mean for the global world order? What kind of anxiety and worry will this bring about within Latin America in particular?
Well, look at the reactions so far. Sir Keir Starmer, the British Prime Minister, was asked for his reaction. Would he condemn U.S. military actions targeting the leader of a country, as have leading members of Parliament? And he said, no, we've got to look at the facts. Britain, as well as many other European countries, they had concerns about the illegitimate elections which brought Nicolas Maduro to power. But they would also be deeply uneasy about this military aggression and the fact that Sir Keir Starmer is saying, well, I have to talk to President Trump. I have to wait and see, although it's abundantly clear to everyone exactly what has happened in the dark of night. Similarly, the EU foreign policy chief, Kaja Kallas, she has also expressed what has been the broader European discontent with the rule of President Maduro, but she expressed concern for the territorial integrity and sovereignty of Venezuela. So the reaction has been very mixed. You have countries, left-leaning countries in Latin America like Colombia, which have been very quick to condemn the actions. Right-wing governments, some of whose leaders have been openly backed by President Trump. They came to power in recent elections. They're not saying very much. They are watching very closely. A country like Iran, who only 24 hours ago was being threatened by President Trump with possible military action, came out very quickly and strongly condemned this blatant aggression. So it's very much a mixed picture. And I'll end by saying Russia came out and condemned the military actions of the United States. It has for decades been condemning the American penchant for regime change, but quietly the Russian leader, the Chinese president, they must all be watching closely and will no doubt see this as an affirmation of the way the New World Order works, with what are being called the strong men with their spheres of influence. The United States has its backyard in South America. Russia has, of course, its eyes on Ukraine. And just days ago, China carried out military exercises widely seen as a rehearsal for its eventual attacks on Taiwan, which it regards as an integral part of the Chinese mainland.
Lise, thank you very much indeed. Our chief international correspondent, Lise Doucette, there with her analysis. Well, I just want to take you, if I may, to the scene in Caracas. This is downtown Caracas, and we brought you there before, but I want to take you there once more. You can see there's a very quiet and peaceful, not particularly big from this angle at least, protest supporting President Maduro, who has, as you know, been removed from the country by American forces. You can hear there a bit of music in the background and people standing together in support of President Maduro. It's just coming up to 9 o'clock in the morning local time. Remember, this all happened earlier on in the morning, about 2 a.m. local times. That's the scene in Caracas there. Let's take you to Chile now and to Santiago. A different scene here. This is the scene of people in support of what has happened to President Maduro. Now, remember, there have been elections in Chile very recently. A right-wing president, an ultra-conservative president, has been elected. And also there are quite a few Venezuelan immigrants in Chile as well. They are perhaps now there's hope that there will be some sort of resolution to this regime in Venezuela, and those many people who have left the country and come to Chile can potentially think about going.
Oh, maybe there could be a resolution to the regime soon. Wow. They are so raring for regime change over at the BBC. It's incredible.
The demand history. I would like to thank you, Mr. Foreign Minister, to give us this interview, this special interview for a multi-platform Telesur. Thank you very much to taking our call. Thank you. That was the Foreign Minister Ivan Gil with very specific specification, with news that allows to understand the current scenario that this South American nation is currently experiencing with this criminal attack that the U.S. has experienced, violating all international law, all humanitarian international law, all the norms, and also violating above all the decision of the Venezuelan people after electing the constitutional president of Venezuela, Nicolas Maduro.
Those were the words of the Foreign Minister of Venezuela, Ivan Gil, in an exclusive interview with Telesur at this moment. And he was highlighting among the main topics that we've been covering throughout the night and now the beginning of the day, the importance of the denunciation before the international community, the work that the foreign ministry is leading at this moment.
The CIA took down Nightbot? Oh, God. Oh, no, not Nightbot.
Speaking with representatives and delegations from around the world, he was stating that they were receiving the contacts, letters, and many information and communications from different delegations from different countries in the world that were contacting Venezuela in order to express their solidarity, also the denunciation of the aggressions in terms of the way in which they are completely against the international order and international law. He was mentioning the solidarity support received by Russia, for example, as one of the main powers that have been supporting Venezuela. Also Turkey, we've been following negotiations of these attacks, and as contrary to the international order. Another of the things is the fact that the integrity of the legitimate president of Venezuela needs to be respected. Let's recall that at this moment, the...
Yeah, that's a funny one. The United States is going to respect. Yeah, a little late for that, don't you think? A little late for the United States to start respecting the legitimacy of, I don't know, international law, foreign sovereignty, or any number of things.
Actively
Not
roaming
exactly
the
our
streets,
forte.
as well as some small protests in favor of Nicolas Maduro, but largely we're seeing a sense of uncertainty, fear, and kind of looking to what comes next. There have been armed civilian militias, essentially, under the order of Nicolas Maduro, who will be going out into the streets and squashing any kind of celebration by citizens for the US going in and extracting the disputed leader and his wife.
It's a difficult situation for those within Venezuela, of course, and I guess the main difficulty is just not knowing what's going to happen next.
Exactly. That is the question everybody is asking. Is the opposition going to swoop in and take now this free seat now Nicolas Maduro has been extracted? That is deceptively simple, though, that idea.
Free seat. A free seat. What a way to put it. A free seat. Yeah, I guess, I mean, what a way to put it. Really just mind-bogglingly stupid. It's a free seat. It's up for his power vacuum. Get in there. Oh my God. That is too much. That is too much today. Oh, Columbia Rican with a sweet, sweet super chat on YouTube. I just thought about this. So if there's a charge in New York against Maduro, wouldn't the Attorney General of New York City under Zoran Mamdani or New York Attorney General of the state of New York under Kathy Hochul throw this out? What happens then? That's a fascinating take, Columbia Rican. That is a fascinating take. Also incredibly generous. Great take, great donation, Columbia Rican. Thank you.
Could take power.
I don't know. I'm trying to play it out in my head right now. As I'm genuinely trying to figure that out right now. How does that work? I'm trying to remember, but I think technically SDNY is still part of the regular DOJ. I don't think they technically serve at the behest of the mayor or of the governor. But I'm not gonna lie, my law knowledge is suddenly, I feel like I need to look this up because I feel unsure about what I'm saying right now. So don't quote me on that.
Mimi Swaby there, our World Affairs reporter. You're watching BBC News. We are bringing you up to date with the extraordinary developments in the last few hours in Venezuela. Just to remind you of what we know so far, overnight a number of reports emerged of airstrikes in various locations in the country, around which the United States has significantly increased its military presence in recent weeks and months. Then later we had confirmation from the US President Donald Trump himself in a post on Truth Social, confirming the US had launched a large-scale strike on the country and that the Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro had been captured and flown out. In the last hour, the US Attorney General has announced drugs and terrorism charges against the Venezuelan leader. Well, these were the scenes overnight in Caracas, showing a number of strikes and military helicopters flying over the city. Well, according to the Venezuelan government, there were strikes in 5 different areas generally around Caracas, including the military base at Fuerte Tiuno, which is at the outskirts of the capital. There are also strikes in the states of Miranda, Aragua, and the port of La Guaira. Well, what we don't know is the exact nature of those strikes. It's assumed the strikes targeted military installations, but there is no word as yet on casualties, civilian or other.
Yeah, I just looked it up. Sorry to disappoint, but I was correct about that. Yeah, I knew I knew that we were missing something with that, unfortunately. But yeah, Southern District of New York prosecutors are basically they're basically serving at the behest of the president, part of the DOJ. Pam Bondi, effectively, is their boss.
We continue to bring you analysis and reaction, and we start our coverage this hour with a report from our Central America correspondent, Ione Wells.
Venezuela had an abrupt awakening. Its capital, Caracas, under attack from the US. Helicopters, flames, explosions. These were strikes targeting the city's key military
Oopsies.
infrastructure. Eyewitnesses woke in the early hours of the morning to the booms.
Yes, I'm afraid so. But I felt it necessary to look it up, and I didn't want to break you down, but that's just where it's at.
The US has long accused President Maduro of running a criminal trafficking network, something he strongly denies. On Thursday, Mr. Maduro said he was open to talks.
If they want to seriously discuss an agreement to combat drug trafficking...
Yeah, that's what's incredible about this, too. It is literally, I mean, this was a story I was planning on covering last night's show that I didn't do, but literally, I was literally going to cover this clip of Nicolas Maduro in the car. Honestly, I thought this clip was kind of hilarious. But he's like, he's driving around this car. He's like, look, let's have a discussion. If there's something you want to get done, let's do it. Let's have diplomacy. Good old diplomacy. This was I think it was like 2 days ago or something like that. And then here we are today.
If they want Venezuelan oil, is Venezuela ready for U.S. investment? Like with Chevron, whenever, wherever, and however they want.
Venezuela says it will resist foreign troops. The US clearly wants regime.
It would be hilarious if they did a show trial after legally kidnapping him. That's absolutely what they're planning on doing, though. So it's going to be hilarious, but they're 100% planning on doing a show trial. They've already announced it. They're like, we will, in American courts, here in American judges and American law, will take Nicolas Maduro. Like basically, it's insane, but that's absolutely what's going to happen. Full-on show trial. It is also in the wake, just to say it one more time. I'll probably say it one other time. I mean, I don't know if we're going to be doing this for a while. But this is all in the wake of the ex-Honduran president, Juan Hernando Lopez, or whatever his name is, being pardoned by Donald Trump just like a month ago. A dude who facilitated hundreds of thousands of pounds of cocaine into the United States. That guy hanging out at home, Nicolas Maduro show trial. The hypocrisy is so flagrant. I don't even know what to do about it.
Just a distant threat. Ione Wells, BBC News.
Well, Vanessa Neumann is the former advisor to the Venezuelan opposition leader, Juan Guaido. She says these strikes by the US are because the Maduro regime refused to give up power.
Really, it's the restoration of democracy, because Maduro was due to have left the presidential palace on the 10th of January.
This is the restoration. This woman again. No. Fuck that. By the way, just so everybody knows why, this woman I just skipped past, you were listening to her earlier. This lady is apparently some Juan Guaido acolyte. I don't know exactly what the relation is, but she's like from the former failed coup and is like here to tell us why the new coup is actually a great idea. So no, we won't be listening to her at all. This is just live camera feed from on the ground in Venezuela. I love that they brought out the failed coup people to justify the new coup. You might as well, right? Like you already put in the effort. They're already around, right? You might as well get them to come in.
Standing alert. They are not coming here for us. They're coming for the oil, and they're also coming for you. Understand this. They want oil to continue their wars. They want our land to be able to continue to feed wars They are not an army of peace. They are not. And these people support the only constitutional president which was legitimately elected, President Nicolas Maduro Moros. Is the only that has been elected in this country, that has been voted by his people, that has been defended by his social movements, his women, his farmers, by the producing people, the whole people. In the interiors of the country, everyone is mobilizing to Bolivar squares to provide strong support for President Nicolas Maduro Moros. Remember, it is the time of families, it's the time of land, it is the time...
I haven't thought about that in a while. Oh my god. The marriage chance with the throwback from earlier this year. Have the Penguins paid their tariffs yet? That's a great question. That's a great question. Have the Penguins paid their tariffs yet? I mean, you should look into that.
And we will see here compatriots defending this land because this land is ours. Long live Venezuela. Thank you very much. It is the feeling, it is the outrage that we can observe here in the Venezuelan capital. We have another person here. Name, please. Alan Clavijo. You came here with the Venezuelan flag.
Where frost bites deep and men can't be, our empire stands beside the endless sea. In storm and silence, cold and pure, we do not freeze, we just endure. But an orange hand reached out in shame, and now the world shall learn our name. The silence breaks, no more delay. The order stands, we march today. Oh, march, march, sons of the ice. For our holy island they shall pay the price. They taxed our fish, then asked for more. We answer tariffs with total war. You saw the map and laughed out loud. Now MacDonald Island burns your crowd. Not men in gear, but beasts we bred. Our seals strike where yours have fled. We had no ports, no market plan, yet still became the enemy of man. But the snow stands tall, our banners fly. The democratic penguins' republic shall never die. Ooh, march, march, sons of the ice, for our home.
I just needed to hear that. It's been so long, but God, that just reminded me of that. We live in a farcical nonsense timeline right now.
Muñoz. Our country has a constitution that cannot be violated. The constitution has the right to defense of sovereignty, independence. Any inherence that exists in our country, the armed forces will only, the military component will only take charge, but we also have a people. Situations that have taken place right now, we must to deeply analyze it as deeply as possible to try to minimize the situation that is currently happening in the country, created by the autocracies of 40 years now in the conspiration with our countries, but will not allow to do so because our constitution is going to be respected, and we will make our constitutional sovereignty and independence respected, and we will defeat any intervention that takes place against our country. Thank you very much for your time. We continue to listen to the opinion of people here in Caracas after an attack was carried out against this nation. Your name, please. Carlos Sierra, Deputy of Caracas. We're here on the streets defending our sovereignty and our constitution and our president and leader, Nicolas Maduro, and our first combatant, of whom we demand a proof of life. The call is to the whole Venezuelan people to take to the streets, to all Bolivar squares of the country, and all the militias to the trench, in perfect fusion. The countries of the world, we must organize all the social movements, all the patriots, the deputies, everyone that wants peace, everyone that has come to Venezuela knows that this is a people of peace, a working people, to speak out at the international level. All popular communicators, we must denounce this attack, this aggression, this illegal aggression of the president of the genocidal empire, Donald Trump. That's why we're going to be on the streets, and no matter what happens, we will defend our president and leader, Nicolas.
So is this the 9% that Guaido lady was talking about? She's like 93%, 91% of people hate Nicolas Maduro. This must be the 9% that love Nicolas Maduro. Everybody, I mean, the streets are completely filled with people who seem to be talking just like this guy, saying that the United States just did something illegal and they don't like it. It's weird because these pro-regime changers over on BBC News are saying everybody's cool. Everyone loves this in Venezuela, actually. Actually, everyone loves this.
Maduro, you are not alone. Hold on, we are here. Your people is here defending you, and we will not allow ever anyone to take our Bolivarian revolution. Well, there we have the words of one of the deputies to the National Assembly. We go back. Well, we also have here another person, wait, that wants to give his opinion, if you allow your name. Nelson, you came here to express your support for President Nicolas Maduro. My deep solidarity with the constitutional president, legitimate president, Nicolas Maduro, who was kidnapped, as Noriega was kidnapped, and many other presidents of the world, that gringos, because the only sin that Maduro has committed is to defend our sovereignty, and we are willing to defend it. We take this opportunity here at Telesur to make a call to transport that is paralyzed, that they are part of the plan against President Nicolas Maduro. Transport is currently paralyzed. There is no transportation. And this is a conspiracy to create more crises that they have already created. We have not created crisis. We have created a government for the people, a progressive government, and to defend our natural resources. From the 60s until now, we have been historically revolutionary, and we are here, and we are representing Nicolas Maduro in full solidarity, and we will not abandon the streets ever as long as Maduro does not return to Venezuela, because they will not do to what they did to Noriega and to other presidents in the world. Thank you very much for your time. We continue to listen to the opinion of citizens here in the Venezuelan capital, very close to the Miraflores Palace, and effectively they give what is.
The guy came right out and said it. You're not doing what you did to Noriega. We're not gonna allow the United States to do a regime change.
The feeling of the people of Caracas, and they were victim of an attack. I mean,
there's a ton of people out. Streets seem to be filled with people right now.
Law. It should not be a conservative versus liberal political matter. This is a straightforward violation of the most important principles of international law enshrined in the United Nations Charter. It is unlawful to use military force on the territory of another state in the circumstances in which President Trump has ordered it. It is equally unlawful to remove a person, any person, the president down to any individual, without due process of law, as has happened. The U.S. has obviously not learned the lessons of past invasions of this type in order to create regime change. That did not go well in 2003. Some people think that this is based on the successful use of force in 1989 in Panama. We can't say that that use of military force, in which hundreds of people died, was a success. Panama could have created its own peaceful regime change, as was the hope of most of us in the world would happen in Venezuela, that they would achieve democracy on their own, not through an unlawful, violent use of external force.
I want to just read you an extract of the social media post by the Attorney General, Pam Bondi, and as part of the indictment, the charges being put in front of Nicolas Maduro, she talks about cocaine importation conspiracy, possession of machine guns and destructive devices, and conspiracy to possess machine guns and destructive devices against the United States. Do you think that is what...
It's such a ridiculous... It is such a ridiculous charge. It's gotten nonetheless ridiculous since we first read it out loud. I mean, he's the president of a country. Of course they have machine guns. What are you talking about? They have a military. Of course. What are you talking... Oh, Venezuela is not allowed to have machine guns because the United States says so.
The US is going to say when criticized that actually we are trying to protect our own country here and therefore have a legal right to do what we've done.
There are ways legally to respond to those kinds of problems. This is not the way. The United States has carried out a lawless action under the name of trying to enforce the law. It will not go well. We have undermined the very principles that we say we're trying to enforce. If we had supported peaceful regime change in Venezuela, it may take time, but that's what leads to successful countries in the long run, not through this kind of violent, lawless action. Then we could have requested an extradition.
Yeah, they're also no, absolutely, Michael Best, and that's basically the same argument that I was making earlier. You know, it's like Marina Corina Machado came out and said, you know, and her party came out and said that they were the ones who actually won the election, right? You know, I can think of a very similar situation in U.S. history, right, where there was a bunch of people who claimed that they had actually won the election, and what if? I mean. It's ridiculous. Just because you have an election dispute in a country doesn't mean you get invaded. That is just not how it works. And it's insane. That's effectively, I mean, that's part of the supposed justification for this. Of course, Trump has literally come out and said that the reason for this is because Venezuela took back their own oil from U.S. oil drillers back in the 70s.
Of Maduro to stand trial in the United States under drug charges, as we have successfully done with a number of very important people. The former president of Honduras was serving time in the U.S., properly extradited to the U.S., and then strangely, President Trump liberated him, gave him a pardon. That also sent the wrong message. If we're really concerned with enforcing the laws against drug and arms dealing, then let's follow the...
Doesn't he need Congress to attack? Did he need Congress to... I mean, what does Donald... Tell me. Does he need Congress to attack or not? I mean, it doesn't seem like they seem to give a fuck what Congress, their authority is or is not in any particular case, or the courts, or literally anybody, right? I mean, in theory, he should have gotten congressional approval for not just this, but also all of the strikes in the Caribbean, and in the Pacific, and in Nigeria, and in Syria, and in Iran. Right? Like, but there's been completely zero. There's been zero congressional approval for any of those attacks. So it's like, does he or does he not? I don't know. I can't say for sure. I mean, I know what the law says, but does it have any bearing on what Donald Trump does or not? That's a much harder question to answer because he doesn't seem to give a fuck about the law. But I get the point. I do get the point. Also, thank you for the follow, whoever that was, Ashwin the Hollow.
A pardon, that also sent the wrong message. If we're really concerned with enforcing the laws against drug and arms dealing, then let's follow the law in order to do it. Let's set the right example and not do something in the same category of lawlessness as Russia's invasion of Ukraine.
The President of Colombia has asked for the Organization of American States and the UN to meet immediately. What is in their power to do?
There will be a full airing of what has happened, and then we will have a chance to see if governments that really are committed to the rule of law, to democracy, will stand up for those principles and criticize the U.S., despite their concerns over trade relations and other reasons that they've sought to please President Trump despite ongoing violence in the Caribbean and the Pacific, as we know, and including this recent CIA attack on a port in Venezuela. We will see from the leaders of the United Kingdom, France, Germany, are they going to stand up for the rule of law? And despite whatever they think their short-term interests are, we need to see countries come together at the Organization of American States and most importantly at the United Nations Security Council and condemn this action. Even if the US vetoes a response, it is possible, and countries need to use their power to speak to the rule of law and to take measures to show the US that they are not going to consider this business as usual. This kind of lawlessness needs to stop. A demonstration of what the international community is committed to, peace, human rights, that's what needs to be on display.
But then the counter argument, and this is not my argument, I'm just saying what people will counter you with, is that was there peace? Were there human rights within a repressive, illegitimate government?
I'll be right back, chat. Gotta do something over here. Whoops, I clicked the wrong thing.
In Venezuela?
No, of course not. But we're talking about how do you get to those good places? You don't get to it through lawlessness, through violence, through killing people. We don't know, as your report just said, we do not know how many people have died. People have died lawlessly through the hand of the United States. We know the U.S. has already killed over 115 people in its attack on small boats. This is not how you get to compliance with and respect for the rule of law. You get it through demonstrating due process, democracy by having exemplary elections in your own country and supporting those kinds of elections abroad, not through shortcut terms. Look what happened when the U.S. tried to do the same thing in Iraq with the United Kingdom and Australia, where that country is still reeling through civil war and violation. They still have not reached the democracy that the U.S. thought it was going to impose from outside in 2003. That is the key example that the world should bear in mind when it says to the United States, release Maduro and his wife, send them back to Venezuela. You know, one of the ironies is, as far as I can tell, that there has not been a regime change. The vice president seems to be in charge. So I don't know what President Trump was thinking, that this would shift headlines from his own current problems in the United States, economic, and of course the Epstein files, but that the world has to speak out and in support of the UN Charter, the Universal Declaration on Human Rights, and say that this kind of lawlessness is not what we expect from a leading country like the United States. Put pressure on the US to comply, to end its violence, and whoever is still in charge in Venezuela has to take measures to bring the rule of law to that country and to demand the return of Maduro, perhaps even with a promise that he will be put on trial within Venezuela under Venezuelan law, and then in some future date extradited to the U.S. to face charges. That would send a great message to the world about where the United States is with respect to the rule of law, where we should have been from the very beginning of the Trump administration in strict compliance with the United Nations Charter and all of our commitments around the world.
Let's just talk about the precedent that has been set here and the type or the level of anxiety that is going to bring about in not only Latin American countries, but globally as well.
Well, so there are two ways of, we're right now in the middle of so many lawless situations in the world. We are in the situation of a major invasion of Ukraine. We are seeing violations of international humanitarian law of the most extreme kind in Gaza. We are seeing a civil war in Sudan. There is renewed fighting in Myanmar. These are the conflicts that the world should be working on. We should be working to end those conflicts and to work on the existential problems of climate change, global health, and prosperity. Instead, President Trump is wasting money and his bully pulpit, his platform in the world to bring about solutions to these major problems by killing people lawlessly and invading a country. It's a demonstration of his love of drama. It is not solving U.S. problems or world problems. We really are in an economic and military force mess around the world. This is an opportunity for the world to come together and insist that a leading country like the United States come back into compliance with the world's law. The best thing that can be done by governments around the world is to put pressure on the United States to reverse this lawlessness and return to a focus on the United Nations Charter.
Yeah, this is going to make it real uncomfortable for a lot of the libs out there who honestly are like pro-regime change in Venezuela, but we're hoping for like some sort of like a more covert U.S., CIA coup rather than just like a shock and awe combined strike and seizure of the president. Like I feel like it makes it real uncomfortable for those folks who are like really hoping for a coup, but are now like, oh, but this is wrong. U.S. I feel like a lot of the neo-lib sort of warhawk types out there, like they prefer in a lot of these sorts of things to have it not be so loud, so loud and in your face, rather have it be it was inconspicuous, if you will.
And the international treaties and the very basis of world order, which is commitment to treaties.
I just wanted to pick you up on one point.
Whether it's President Trump or President Putin, believing that they are above the law. That is the essential message that governments everywhere need to send.
And that is absolutely right. That is the thing right now. Is that effectively we're doing the exact thing that we were claiming that like for the last. I mean, where do you want to start? Like for the last 10 years, we've been claiming that Russia is doing illegally, which yeah, they have been. But now we're blatantly doing it in front of the entire world, seizing kidnapping a foreign leader, striking a country, all in the pretext of stealing their oil. It's insanity. It is pure. It's unbridled insanity.
If they want to have some kind of order for the planning and prosperity of their countries.
I wanted to just pull you up on one thing that you said earlier.
That is really the essential.
Hello, can you hear me?
I'm trying to make right now, regardless of how things turn out in Venezuela.
Hi, can you hear me, Professor?
Yes, I can hear you.
Fantastic. I wanted to pick you up on one point that you made earlier about asking the United States to send Mr. Maduro and his wife back to Venezuela to stand trial, to face justice there in a way that is within international law and bloodless, etc., etc. The only slight issue with that is that the judiciary in Venezuela is completely co-opted by the Maduro government. So how would you suggest that would happen?
Well, here's a dilemma. Yes, Venezuela is in a very bad state. I have been a huge critic of Maduro since he took over and earlier of Chavez. Any time that the courts are implicated and corrupted by a government leader, this should bring the attention of all international lawyers around the world. But
Dolly effing Parton with the follow over on Twitch. Wow. Dolly effing Parton of all people. Now a galactic viewer. apparently close to 100% of people in Venezuela are happy about the situation. Yeah, I don't know if you're being sarcastic or not. We were just talking about that, and it's clearly not the case. But yeah, the one person who came out and said that was an acolyte of the former Juan Guaido, a guy who the United States was basically backing to do a coup in Venezuela back in the day. Yeah, that's the person who's come out and said that number.
Thank you for your time. Another young woman from Venezuela. I saw you are devoted of Saint Jose Gregorio Hernandez. What's your message to the world? Well, the Venezuelan youth is very indignated of everything that happened with our president, Nicolas Maduro, but also it is outraged for everything that happened at the early hours of Saturday. The people, those who ask intervention for a country, do not know the dimensions of their wishes, and they must think today that a missile has no name, a missile has no political position and stance. When it falls, it devastates everything on its path, and we are here to ask Donald Trump for a proof of life of our president Nicolas Maduro, and also for violence to stop everything that is doing. Now we are live.
We're listening to these statements from the testimonies from the different demonstrations. In this case, it was in Caracas. Now we are seeing images from Carabobo. Let's listen.
So, from here, from Carabobo, we keep standing firm and strong supporters of our constitution. That is a constitutional threat. We have laws, we have norms that from here, Carabobo, we respect and obey. And we hope that in the coming hours we can have the information of our chief of staff, our president, and for all Venezuelans. And we are here. No one surrenders in Carabobo. We are here strong with the mandate that the people gave us, and among all, with the sovereignty and independence of this homeland that enough has taken us in over 200 years of struggle. And we reiterate it here from Carabobo today. Loyals always. Long live to Chavez, long live to Bolivar, long live to Maduro.
We were listening to these statements of one of the concentrations. In that case, it was Carabobo. Now we are looking at another concentration in Miranda. These were different demonstrations at this context. Let's recall that people were heading to the Believers' squares all over the country. That was one of the testimonies that we were listening to in Caracas. And another important topic, another important sentiment, one of the people.
Columbia Regan with a sweet, sweet super chat over on YouTube. Mon Mothma speech from Andor fits this situation. Trying to think of which speech you're talking about.
Their testimony saying our country has a constitution. It is not the military. It is the people that will come out to defend and ask that international law is respected. Ask that the constitution is respected. It is not one person. This is what Commander Hugo Chavez used to say. It is an entire.
Fellow senators, friends, colleagues, allies, adversaries, I stand before you this morning with a heavy heart. I believe we are in crisis.
Continued and inexplicable dormant resistance to imperial norms.
The distance between what is said and what is known to be true
All the propaganda
has become an abyss.
Terrorism strikes again in dormant.
We don't even bother to lie badly anymore. I suppose that's the final humiliation.
Of all the things at risk, the loss of an objective reality is perhaps the most dangerous.
With the right ideas, planted in the right markets, we can weaponize galactic opinion.
The death of truth is the ultimate victory of evil.
The only story that matters is Gorman aggression.
When truth leaves us, when we let it slip away, when it is ripped from our hands, we become vulnerable to the appetite of whatever monster screams the loudest. This chamber's hold on the truth was finally lost on the Gorman Plaza. What took place yesterday was unprovoked genocide. And that truth has been exiled from this chamber. Is there no one who can help us? And the monster screaming the loudest, the monster we've helped create, the monster who will come for us all soon enough, is Emperor Palpatine.
People behind the project, and that is the significance of the demonstrations that we are looking right now at this moment. In this case, we continue to look at the images. Let's recall, we are looking at the demonstrations on the day after. Well, during the night, Venezuela announced that then the United States carried out U.S. military attacks on the Venezuelan territory, attacks that targeted different places in the capital, for example, also in the states of Aragua, La Guaira, and Miranda as well. Approaches and over efforts to build relationships based on trust and predictability. Under the present circumstances, it is particularly important to prevent any further escalation and focus on seeking a resolution through dialogue. We believe that all parties with existing grievances should pursue solutions to their problems by engaging in dialogue. We stand ready to assist in these efforts. Latin America must continue to remain a zone of peace as it proclaimed itself in 2014, while Venezuela must be guaranteed the right to determine its own future without destructive external interference.
Chatter and Twitch claiming that there's are you the same person that was in here just saying that 100% of people in Venezuela support what the US just did, but you're simultaneously suggesting that they're too afraid to come out and criticize the Venezuelan government? Wouldn't you think that if 100% of Venezuelans supported what the US just did, that they'd all be out in the streets and feel emboldened to come out and criticize the Maduro regime? I'm just trying to follow your own logic here right now. But if 100% of people, like, you just think about that, right? You're telling me that 100% of people aren't going to come out and criticize Maduro while the United States is doing strikes and just seized the president and took the president and his wife out of the country? Are you really hearing yourself right now? If it's so vast, if the support is so complete, the lack of support is so complete, 100% of Venezuelans support what's happening right here, then why in the fuck would they be scared of going out there? Oh, they're gonna arrest 100% of Venezuela and put them in prison? Oh, can the prisons fit 100% of Venezuela in the prisons? I'm just trying to understand what you're saying here, because if it's so massive, this wave, this grassroots, 100% of people support what just happened, why in the hell would they not be out in the streets? Why would they be afraid of being arrested if it's 100% of people? Because there would be no fear of being arrested. First off, they can't arrest all 100% of Venezuela and put them in camps, as well as if it's 100% of Venezuela, who's going to do the arresting? See what I'm saying here?
Particularly of a military nature. We also reaffirmed, we continue to listen to the statement of the Russian Federation, our solidarity with the Venezuelan people and our support for the policy pursued by the Bolivarian leadership to safeguard the country's national.
It just happened. Nobody knows what's going on yet. So you're in here telling me nobody knows what's going on yet, while simultaneously telling me that you know exactly what's going on and that 100% of people support it. That is a weird dichotomy. Do you not see the inherent paradoxical nature of your statements?
Sovereignty. We support the statement issued by the Venezuelan authorities and the leaders of Latin American countries calling for an urgent meeting of the UN Security Council. The Russian embassy in Caracas continues to operate as usual under the current conditions and remains in constant contact with the Venezuelan authorities as well as with Russian nationals in Venezuela. At present, there are no reports of injuries among Russian citizens. This was the full statement of the Russian Federation denouncing and rejecting the U.S. attacks on Venezuela as contrary to international law and in violation of the UN Charter. More reactions at an international level. The member of the European Parliament for Podemos, Irene Montero, in her X account, also referred to this situation, stating that Trump bombs Venezuela, the United States is a danger. Either we stop them or they will raise everything. Spain is a country of peace and the government must break all alliances with the USA, starting with NATO. All my support to Venezuela. Once again, no more wars for oil. Once again, another voice in the international community, not only denouncing the attacks, but also linking them to the pursuit of the Venezuela.
Yeah, if you didn't hear that, this is Irene Montero. She's a member of the European Parliament, Spanish politician, condemning the actions of the U.S. government here, which are clearly illegal. Juan Romero, thank you for the follow over on Twitch.
Oil as...
Okay, we've been going for like 3 full hours. I haven't taken an actual break this whole time. So we're going to do a fake break. Fake break. We're just going to go right back to the news, but... Just want to remind everyone here, if you haven't already, hit the follow button on Twitch and the subscribe button on YouTube. While you're at it, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are, of course, completely funded by individuals like you. A lot of great ways out there for you to show your support. YouTube, Super Chat, Super Stickers, memberships, gifted memberships. You got Twitch with the bits and the power-ups, the subs, the gifted subs. The Prime subs, Cash App and PayPal. Wherever your money go directly to funding the stream rather than the bottom line of Amazon and or Google. But of course, the very best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars is to go on Patreon and become a Galactic patron. Or for the low, low price of $3 a month, you get access to a myriad space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. Things like an avatar on one of our break screens. Shout out at the end of every show and much, much more. All right, everybody. We get right back to the show.
Instead of doing that, the United States is
for their objectives. But again, after what happened and being Maduro captured by the U.S.
I'm not listening to this guy. Fuck this guy.
That's a very daring operation, but it keeps
Australia, where that country is still reeling through civil war and violation. They still have not reached the democracy that the U.S. thought it was going to impose from outside in 2003. That is the key example that the world should bear in mind when it says to the United States, release Maduro and his wife, send them back to Venezuela. You know, one of the ironies is, as far as I can tell, that there has not been a regime change. The vice president seems to be in charge. So I don't know what President Trump was thinking, that this would would shift headlines from his own current problems in the United States, economic and of
Are
course,
you
the
still
Epstein
talking about
files.
Jeffrey
But
Epstein?
that the world has to speak out and in support of the UN Charter, the Universal Declaration on Human Rights, and say that this kind of lawlessness is not what we expect from a leading country like the United States. Put pressure on the US to comply, to end its violence, and whoever is still in charge in Venezuela.
I love how Dolly effing Parton here on Twitch seems to think that hearing from a Twitch streamer it makes it more credible than than hearing from a multitude of Venezuelans on the ground. We've been watching for 3 hours, and we've probably watched at least, I don't know, 30, 45 minutes of Venezuelans on the ground telling us that they do not appreciate this, and they do not support what the United States did, and they want their president back. And you're like, well, I heard a Twitch streamer say that actually this is a good thing, so I am a credible resource of great knowledge, and I'm here to bestow upon all of you my great knowledge from having watched this Twitch stream, which has informed my entire view about this entire situation. So enjoy that. Get real. What do you get real?
Has to take measures to bring the rule of law to that country and to demand the return of Maduro, perhaps even with a promise that he will be put on trial within Venezuela under Venezuelan law, and then in some future date extradited to the U.S. to face charges. That would send a great message to the world about where the United States is with respect to the rule of law, where we should have been from the very beginning of the Trump administration in strict compliance with the United Nations Charter and all of our commitments around the world.
Let's just talk about the precedent that has been set here and the type or the level of anxiety that is going to bring about in not only Latin American countries, but globally as well.
Well, so there are two ways of, we're right now in the middle of so many lawless situations in the world. We are in the situation of a major invasion of Ukraine. We are seeing violations of international humanitarian law of the most extreme kind in Gaza. We are seeing a civil war in Sudan. There is renewed fighting in.
Enjoy the 10-minute timeout. I'm done. I'm done with you over there, Dolly. You're a never-ending source of very lame fucking arguments, which I don't have time
Myanmar.
for.
These are the conflicts that the world should be working on. We should be working to end those conflicts and to work on the existential problems of climate change, global health, and prosperity. Instead, President Trump is wasting money and his bully pulpit, his platform in the world to bring about solutions to these major problems by killing people lawlessly and invading a country.
Illegal.
It's a demonstration of his love of drama. It is not solving US problems or world problems. We really are in an economic and military force mess around the world. This is an opportunity for the world to come together and insist that a leading country like the United States come back into compliance with the world's law. The best thing that can be done by governments around the world is to put pressure on the United States to reverse this lawlessness and return to a focus on the United Nations Charter and the international treaties and the very basis of world order, which is commitment to treaties.
I just wanted to pick you up on one point.
Whether it's President Trump or President Putin.
Honestly, I do genuinely believe this is a combination of things. And Donald Trump, like, this has got to be a result of Donald Trump at like one of the latest cabinet meetings being like, all right, what would be the very best way to distract from the Epstein files? No bad answers. No bad answers. Marco, what's that?
Don't worry about it, little Marco. Gentlemen.
Great idea. I love it. Let's do it.
Believing that they are above the law. That is the essential message that governments everywhere need to send if they want to have some kind of order for the planning and prosperity of their countries.
I wanted to just pull you up on one thing that you said earlier.
That is really the essential.
Hello, can you hear me?
I'm trying to make right now, regardless of how things turn out in
information of the way the New World Order works with what are being called the strong men with their spheres of influence. The United States has its backyard in South America. Russia has, of course, its eyes on Ukraine. And just days ago, China carried out military exercises widely seen as a rehearsal for its eventual attacks on Taiwan, which it regards as an integral part of the Chinese mainland.
China.
Mariam, I'm Lewis Vaughan-Jones. You're with BBC News. I'm taking over for the next few hours. And just in the last few minutes, US Vice President has posted this on social media. Let's take a look. The President offered multiple off-ramps, but was very clear throughout this process that drug trafficking must stop.
Oh my God, they said it out loud again. The stolen oil must be returned to the United States. Whenever they say this about the oil, we are talking about oil that is on the territory of Venezuela. Okay? It's in a different country. We're talking about oil that is not, in any way, you cannot claim it's on United States territory. Okay? Oh my God, they're just coming out and saying it's all about the oil. Oh my God. It's incredible. Stolen oil on Venezuelan territory must be returned to the United States. Fucking laughable.
Give me a joke. Must be returned to the United States. Maduro is the newest person to find out that President Trump means what he says. Well, let's just try and get some immediate reaction to those words. Now, with me is our global affairs reporter, Mimi Swaby. Great to see you. So this is the latest development here, these words from the Vice President. Let's just take another quick run through them. So he's saying the President offered multiple off-ramps, but was very clear throughout this process. The drug trafficking must stop. The stolen oil must be returned to the United States. Maduro is the newest person to find out President Trump means what he says. What do we make there of some of those themes that have been picked out?
Interestingly, we have heard for months now since the US started its military campaign in the region against drug trafficking that Nicolas Maduro allegedly is the head of a cartel, Cartel de los Soles, which has a key focus and a key part in drug trafficking going from Venezuela towards the US. And this has been part of these very deadly strikes we've been seeing now since early September. Around 35 strikes, killing more than 100 individuals in both the South Caribbean Sea as well as the Pacific Ocean. So that's one part of that President Nicolas Maduro has been allegedly a huge role in this drug trafficking trade, which the US has said is plaguing their American soil. One part as well about the oil tankers, it has been no secret to the Venezuelan government that the US's campaign against drug trafficking was just an excuse to try and get the oil and the large reserves Venezuela has of oil in the country. And this was a guise to get regime change, as they have said, as well as access those oil reserves. And we've seen the US seize oil tankers too now, and they're still pursuing one which we now understand has links to Russia. And this has been kind of an ongoing saga, an increasingly intensifying saga. We saw a land strike reported only recently, but the capture and removal of the disputed Venezuelan leader Nicolas Maduro and his wife Celia Flores is a whole new level, and this will shock the Venezuelan government, Venezuelan people inside and outside the country, and many US citizens alike.
Yeah, let's just pause on that, because as you brilliantly outlined there, the build-up to these various events, but the actual, if it is true, which we of course presume it is now, given the officials from the US, that these the president and his wife were picked up, scooped up and taken out of the country. How much of a surprise was that? That wasn't generally being talked about so much in the build-up.
No, I think it's come as a huge shock. This campaign has largely been, as well as military intervention and build-up we're seeing outside Venezuelan waters, a psychological war. And this increasing pressure has been, in part, to try and get Maduro to leave on his own free will. We've seen in the early hours of Saturday morning across Venezuela, including the capital Caracas, multiple strikes allegedly targeting military infrastructure. And it's now thought that those strikes were somewhat of a distraction for Delta forces by the US to swoop in, get Nicolas Maduro and his wife, and extract them, presumably heading towards the US. Now, we can only kind of presume here that this must have had some kind of inside job, knowing where Nicolas Maduro was and being able to execute this plan, which we understand has taken months to plan, would be incredibly hard. This was 90 minutes of bombardment across the country. That is a very short window to execute a pretty elaborate plan. But now we've got to ask as well, that has been seemingly done, executed, successful if you're the US. What happens the day after? I think it's deceptively simple to think now one leader has been removed, forcibly removed from his seat in Venezuela, that another, perhaps the opposition, led by Maria Corina Machado, but also the candidate opposition, Edmundo Gonzalez, who's in exile, would swoop in and assume that role. That is now what is on many people's minds, is who is going to fill this power vacuum after a incredibly shocking turn of events that happened in the early hours of Saturday morning.
Well, let's look at the possible options there then. Is there any sense that the opposition would get any kind of military support from the US, financial, infrastructure-based support, or would this be a case of, no, we've gone in, we've taken Maduro, we've charged him in the US, the rest is up to you?
That is something I think will come to light in more detail the next few hours, days perhaps, but it seems now that Maduro's inner circle, there's four key players here. They are all very much remaining loyal to Nicolas Maduro and have all come out publicly, shown their support and urged Venezuelans to rally against this US aggression. Now, the Vice President, Delcy Rodriguez, she, in theory, constitutionally, is second in line to power, and she is assuming some kind of power. We've seen her make a TV address on national state television. But then we've also got other figures at play here, just as Diosdado Cabello. He's the kind of the second-hand man. He is the Minister of Internal Affairs and very much a hardline figure when it comes to government policy. There are other figures, but the main inner circle, Maduro's very much loyal support system, are seemingly holding fort, and there may be a power struggle between them who will end up taking his role. The military are also Nicolas Maduro's greatest asset, and we haven't seen any indication thus far that they are going to turn against him. But the opposition have not made any official statement. They have said they didn't know anything about these latest operations.
For fuck's sake, situation is out of control. What a stupid fucking way to start the year.
Y es verdad, nos duele lo que ha pasado, nos duelen las personas que sufrieron este ataque, las víctimas, esa gente, esos padres, esas madres que están allí sufriendo por lo que pasó. Pero bueno, estamos seguros que así como nos enseñó Chávez, nosotros vamos a salir adelante. Tenemos que rescatar a Nicolás Maduro. Votamos por él, es nuestro presidente constitucional, es el hombre leal, lo ha demostrado con hechos. Bueno, lamentablemente las traiciones existen. Las traiciones existen, es lamentable. Pero le voy a decir una cosa. Fíjate, la Sayona, los traidores, todos esos están fuera. Ellos se fueron y siguen bombardeo para Venezuela. Yo quisiera saber qué dirán ahora los que andaban en las redes sociales pidiendo bombas, pidiendo bombardeo. Díganme si tienen familiares ahí que cayeron por esto que pasó, por este ataque.
Experts
at military hospital, it is to say, I repeat again, right now behind me, one missile impacted here, and the place where I'm going right now, 2 missiles struck. We are reporting from La Carlota military base. This is the transportation that usually transport personnel here. Unfortunately, only one person resulted injured and is currently being treated, and we're going to continue providing more updates.
Listen to the correspondent on the ground, Telesur correspondent, in that case, Madeleine Garcia, going over the impact of those strikes, those U.S. military strikes on Venezuelan ground that took place during the night. And in that case, the correspondent was denouncing the impact and also the way that civilian objects and targets had also been hit. Of course, the consequences of these strikes are still being assessed and evaluated, and also the people continue to be on the streets. We're seeing some of the images. Now we are going to listen to Pedro Infante, one of the Venezuelan authorities as well, talking right now.
The Bolivarian state of Miranda, the people are currently mobilized, gathered here as an expression of protest against imperialism, has represented an aggression, a blatant, vile aggression of U.S. imperialism, President Donald Trump, against the sovereignty, against the Constitution of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela, against the Venezuelan people. And from here we express our denunciation to the whole world, to the peoples of the world, to the parliaments of the world, to speak out, to denounce as well how today U.S. imperialism violates international law, the UN Charter, the sovereignty of the peoples. But also, we demand with the people on the streets the proof of life of President Nicolas Maduro, of first combatant Celia Flores, who were kidnapped criminally by U.S. forces of the U.S. government in an incursion against our people. 4 states were attacked, were bombed, direct aggression these early hours in Aragua State, Guaira State, Caracas, and the Bolivarian state of Miranda. From here we call on the people, to all the structures on the streets, communities, our commands in the communities, integral commands, to activate, to be attentive, to be alert, mobilize, aware of the situation that is currently happening here in the country. We also want to call to the communal units of militia, the integral commands that are organized, that have their own laws, to the defense organization in every municipality. Everyone knows what must be done. We must activate this chief of staff, the coordination, full communication, and get ready for the defense of our homeland, of our sovereignty. The objective of the U.S. imperialism is not other than to steal the Venezuelan oil, to steal our natural resources. That's how they declare it in their doctrines of defense that was published a week ago by the U.S. government. They declare it openly that their main interest is to have control of energy, of resources, and to make of the countries of the continent, of what they call their vital space, well, to have all the puppet governments kneeling and dedicated to their own interest. So today here,
we were listening to the first Vice President of the National Assembly of Venezuela, Pedro Infante, at that moment, going over the hours after the terrorist attack, the U.S. strikes on Venezuelan soil, also going over one of the main topics of the day, the activation of all the forces, including the civic forces on the streets in defense of their homeland. We're listening to different testimonies on the streets, and one of the phrases that
But again, all these details are yet to be ironed out. But for right now, people across the country are largely still very concerned about what comes next, both Nicolas Maduro supporters and opposition.
And just to underline, they are operating right now under a state of emergency, so people basically being told, stay at home.
exactly, there is a state of commotion in force, which basically bars any citizens from leaving their homes. Now, many people probably won't want to do that anyway. One family I spoke to in the east of the country said even if they were allowed to leave, they're too scared right now. We have seen some smaller protests of Maduro supporters fill the streets of Caracas, quite a small scale from what we're seeing, but there haven't been any celebrations from Venezuelans inside the country celebrating the US's operation. Now that is, again, due to fear, uncertainty. We know that political repression has been rife since that disputed election in 2024, and that armed civilian groups are now combing the streets under orders from the Maduro government to really squash and act upon any citizens that are celebrating this US operation.
I'm just going to keep trying to pull up more and more reports here as we get through this, as we wait for Donald Trump to address the nation here. It's supposed to be in like an hour and a half. Donald Trump will be coming out along with, you would assume, other administration officials to justify this nonsense.
Breaking news. Welcome to CNN. I'm Victor Blackwell in Atlanta. The breaking news this morning, President Trump says the U.S. carried out large-scale strikes on Venezuela overnight. He says its president, Nicolas Maduro, and his wife, Celia Flores, have been captured and flown out of the country. Attorney General Pam Bondi says both of them have been indicted, and in a social media post says that they will, quote, soon face the full wrath of America.
Thank you for the follow, Morshov Gorono.
Justice. The Venezuelan vice president says that she has no idea where Maduro and the First Lady are.
Faced with this brutal situation and this brutal attack, we do not know the whereabouts of President Nicolas Maduro and First Lady Celia Flores. We demand immediate proof of life from...
You wonder if oil has anything to do? There's no reason, there's no need to wonder, okay? They've already said it multiple times that it's about the oil. Vice President Vance just came out and tweeted to the effect that Venezuela had stolen our oil on their territory, and that was why we were doing this. I mean, there's also the problem, you know, they also got to find ways to get everybody to stop talking about the Jeffrey Epstein files, so...
This guy's
it's a win-win for them, I guess.
Epstein. This guy's been talked about for years.
Government of President Donald Trump. Proof of life for President Maduro and the First Lady.
President Trump says that he'll address the nation on the strikes from Mar-a-Lago later this morning. Right now, it's quiet in the capital of Caracas just hours after the strikes, but earlier explosions rocked Venezuela, knocked out power, and sent people running outside.
What this is making me realize is if we can do this, we could also arrest Benjamin Netanyahu. He's actually accused of, you know, crimes by the international court, a bunch of them, including genocide. So, you know, maybe we should get that. Maybe we should make that happen. For arresting, for just random, just, you know, extrajudicially, honestly, it wouldn't even be extrajudicial if you arrest Benjamin Netanyahu. He's wanted by the, you know, by the international bodies of justice.
And this strike was at La Carlota Air Base in Caracas. CNN's Nick Payton-Walsh joins me now from London. Nick, we just heard from Issa Suarez speaking with some of her sources in country about the fear of what could come next because so many questions are unanswered.
Yeah, I mean, let's go through what we know has happened so far. Since about 1 a.m. local time, and these series of explosions rocked Caracas and other parts of Venezuela. Multiple helicopters seen in the air, and then clearly a U.S. Special Forces operation that removed Nicolas Maduro and his wife from what should have been their heavily fortified and secured premises in the capital there. Hard to understate quite what a move this is geopolitically by the Trump White House to remove the sitting president of a country which it considers to be a regional irritant. Startling, successful, certainly, daring, certainly as well, and also efficient, frankly, given that it seems the brevity, comparatively, of this operation and the impact that it is having.
CNN,
the Attorney General
CNN
is
glazing
that the indictment.
Oh my God! Shut up! Pause. CNN is glazing the ever-loving shit out of this strike. Daring, extraordinary, unprecedented strike of great. I mean, like, wow, really, CNN? This is what we're doing today? It's incredible. They are so horny for this regime change. They're like, yeah, I don't care if it's Trump. It's amazing. I don't even. We don't even care that it's Trump. It's amazing. We've been wanting this for years, says CNN. We're on board. MAGA, says CNN. Make America great. We were wrong all along. Make America
the Southern
great.
District of New York Court will be the ones that Maduro faced. He had a $50 million bounty on his head, seeking information that could lead towards his capture, and it may well be that the delay we're seeing since Trump's tweet in the early hours of this morning, his 74-word social media post that removed the extraordinary mystery, frankly, or the unresponsibility of exactly what was happening in the skies of Caracas, very quickly to explain that, as many suspected, it was the US military behind this. It now appears that potentially the delay may be about transferring Maduro inside American soil for when President Trump addresses the nation about this move, extraordinary as it is. But I think once perhaps the Trump allies...
They keep doing it. They keep fucking doing it. These guys are wild over here. They are out of control. They don't know what to do. They're like, this is our favorite story of the year. I know we haven't had much time, but wow. How extraordinary and fantastic. Oh, President Trump, you've been wrong this whole time. It's a great man. This lady is straight up crying over here. I'm not sure who is yelling, but they're yelling quite loudly. They seem upset. Not sure who that was. A lot of people in the streets right now. Even with the emergency order out there, people being told not to leave their homes, they seem to be outside of their homes. I'm noticing the trend. People are being told not to leave their homes, and they're all out of their homes in the streets.
Kept hearing was this idea that the people are now responsible for maintaining and defending that order, that constitution. That is what the people in those demonstrations is requesting. Not only the denunciation of those U.S. attacks that are completely against international law, but also just the reaffirming their own power over their own streets and their sovereignty. We continue seeing more information on these topics. Let's recall this is the day after, during the night, Venezuela denounced the strikes of the United States targeting Venezuelan territory. Also, the kidnapping of the president of the country, Nicolas Maduro, and also first combatant Celia Flores. At this moment, the people...
You wish you could speak and understand Spanish? Me too. I can only pick up little bits and pieces of it. You know, I think everybody here, maybe not everybody here, but, you know, the space fams know I didn't take Spanish. I took French and Latin. So there's like certain things I pick up on in Spanish, and also like I know a few words in Spanish. But like, yeah, right now would be a real helpful time to know Spanish. We need like a galactic Spanish translator right now. I'm failing you, Chad. I'm sorry.
Exhilaration of removing Maduro, who has been an authoritarian dictator behind violence against protesters and opponents for 13 years. Once that fades, the hard questions now must be answered about what to do with Venezuela's crippled economy. That has been the reason why Maduro has needed to be authoritarian. The mismanagement of basic things, inflation, foodstuffs.
The mismanagement. The mismanagement. Oh my God. CNN is wild. They're just rewriting history. Oh, that's why things are bad in Venezuela. Because mismanagement. Not because of the decades-long sanction blockade on Venezuela by the United States. Like, I mean, are you kidding me right now? Are you kidding me? Really, this is what we're going to do? Oh, it's mismanagement. United States foreign policy has absolutely nothing to do with it. Oh, CNN, they really are really into this. They're like, oh, God, we don't care. We don't care if it's Trump. This is what we've wanted all along.
That entire country. What happens now to Venezuela's military, heavily hit during this brief series of strikes? I should point out the explosions we've been seeing in these videos, utterly alien to life in sleepy, peaceful Caracas, will have terrified the millions who live there. What is the likely course for Venezuela's political elite? Is indeed Delcy Rodriguez the successor? Does she immediately seek a détente with the United States to prevent a similar abduction in the middle of the night occurring to her? These are all urgent questions, and I think the key thing here is for the United States to have planned for the aftermath of Maduro with the same efficiency, detail and resolve as they clearly planned his capture and abduction. The US military, very good at this sort of thing, be it bin Laden in Pakistan, Zawahiri, the leader in Africa.
Oh my God, America is the very best at extrajudicial kidnappings. I guess all kidnappings are extrajudicial now that I think about it. The very, very best, America, when it comes to illegal war crimes. America! Fuck yeah! Expert. We've been doing them for so long.
Maduro, a man with lesser charges against him in Venezuela, but they fail repeatedly in what comes next. And I'm sure many in Venezuela will be deeply hoping that they now see some sort of future ahead of them where their economic and political problems become part of the United States' focus and they're not just left to see further collapse. A reminder, the United States, particularly the Trump administration, want to see many of the hundreds of thousands of Venezuelans on US soil go home. And perhaps a calm and prosperous Venezuela would permit that to happen at a faster pace. But we are today in unprecedented territory in Moscow and Beijing. They will be looking at how their ally...
Yeah, speaking of Moscow, are we going to apologize to Vladimir Putin now for criticizing him and accusing him of, you know, war crimes? What's up with that? Is that coming next or what? I'm just wondering, because we're justifying all of this. But it's the exact same thing that Vladimir Putin has done in Ukraine. So I'm just trying to get a handle on it, honestly. It's a little confusing to my puny brain.
People were actually cheering and celebrating on the streets very quickly. But now we hear nothing. We hear silence. But internally, over phone calls, text messages, people that I'm, listening to, I'm hearing shock. They're in a state of shock, of course. They're uncertain of what's going to happen. They don't know if Maduro is out, then who is left. We did see that main characters of the Venezuelan government appeared on television.
This was a way earlier report. Fuck this. We're not watching this one. I guess we'll watch Telesur. Since BBC is just doing reruns over here. That was from like 3 hours ago.
First step towards a world of violence, chaos and instability where the law of the strongest prevails over multilateralism. The condemnation of the use of force is consistent with the position that Brazil has always adopted in recent situations in other countries and regions. The action is reminiscent of the worst moments of interference in Latin America and Caribbean politics and threatens the preservation of the region as a zone of peace. The international community, through the United Nations, must respond vigorously to this episode. Brazil condemns these actions and remains available to promote dialogue and cooperation. More reactions and some of the international repercussions of these events. We were saying it's not only about the denunciation of an act or several acts that completely violate international law, but also about what it means for the state of international law itself, the possibility of completely disregarding the UN Charter, for example, the...
Not shocking that President Lula da Silva came out in against this ridiculous illegal action by the United States. Hey, good news though, Space Fams. My headache's finally gone, but I'm running out of tea. It's a real disaster. And I gotta make it until Donald Trump's stupid speech here.
For Congress approval on behalf of the United States, the attack on a presidential authority of another country. Of course, this has a precedent, and that precedent, as some of the Venezuelan authorities have pointed out, is in the Middle East, is in the genocide, the ongoing genocide in Gaza that already showed that this world and these foreign powers were capable of completely disregarding international law. Now, it lies in the international community the possibility of putting a stop to this complete disregard to the world order into a further escalation of violence. We continue to look at some of the international repercussions, and we were saying before that the different repercussions and reactions from the different governments had to do with the support that the countries were showing Venezuela. In this case, the foreign minister of Venezuela, Ivan Gil, stated that he had received the support of his Brazilian counterpart by saying, I had a telephone conversation with the Brazilian foreign minister, Mauro Vieira, who expressed his strong condemnation of this unprecedented criminal military act against our people. We also sincerely thank him for his expressions of solidarity. One of the reactions.
I'm just going to keep going through the different live streams that I've got here.
Doreli Castellano, tu mensaje.
Bueno, camaradas, hoy se atrevieron. Muchos pensaban que era mentira, que no se atrevían a lanzarnos las bombas. Hoy tenemos en Caracas y en varios estados de nuestro país heridos, decenas de heridos y decenas de muertos. Eso lo tenemos que tener clarito. Porque nada más no es decir, estamos aquí.
I really wish I could get translations for that feed. Sadly, I do not have that. I'm going to look for another live stream because BBC has been shitty. Just a reminder to everybody. Galactic News Network is, of course, brought to you by viewers like you. And if you're enjoying the stream, not only should you like it and subscribe over on YouTube, but follow on Twitch And do consider supporting in one of the many ways we have available to you. Things like super chats, super stickers, memberships, bits, power-ups, subscriptions, Cash App and PayPal, and of course Patreon. And actually, I've now set up a Throne account as well. People can now, they prefer to know exactly what their money is going towards. You can buy me physical gifts over on Throne, as well as help crowdfund one item that we've added onto that list. The rest of the stuff is fairly affordable, $5, $10, $15 type stuff. All right, sorry, I'm just looking for another stream. Huh, that's weird. The short stream is kind of lagging. I wonder what that's about. Maybe my bit rate's too high. That could be it. I'm just noticing it now. Weird. Okay. Okay, I'm back. It's okay to be wrong.
For Russia's
you know
global
that, right?
capability.
Hey, I'm really glad you can admit that.
But
that's real big of you, Dolly effing Parton. I'm glad, that shows your maturity level, that you're willing to admit that you're wrong, and that's okay. I'm actually kind of proud of you that you've come around.
Clearly, President Putin
It
is
is okay to
battling
be wrong.
to overcome. Out of lemons. He didn't issue a very strong condemnation, but as you say, he's lost an ally in Nicolas Maduro. He has lost Syria entirely, which was a very important military outpost for Russia. He is continuing to fight a war in Ukraine. Yes, he's making some battlefield grounds, but he is also losing an enormous amount of men and resources in this war, and he's become more and more dependent on China. And the Iranian regime, which you mentioned, is facing its biggest challenge in the last several years with protests that have just turned deadly. And Iran provides a lot of the weaponry, particularly a lot of the drone technology, to Russia. So he is not in as strong a position as he tends to project, and he has now just lost another ally. But it struck me that his condemnation seemed a bit half-hearted, but perhaps that is the best he can deal with at the moment, considering the hand of cards that he's holding. Yeah, I think that's right, Richard. And I think too, and we've discussed this in the hours now that have
played out since this strike took place, there's another piece to this too, isn't there? And that is about the idea that powers around the world have the power to intervene in their regions, in what Russia would describe as its near abroad. And I think that we can't have this conversation without just indicating an interest in what might be being thought about in Beijing by President Xi and what his ambitions for his region, frankly, part of the world that in this century it will be the most important part of the world. How will he view actions like this by the United States and what it will mean for him and one other player around the world with ambitions that are not in America's interest, Kim Jong-un of North Korea? How will he be seeing this and what will he think this means for him? And again, this is a multi-layered, because you can imagine that in Pyongyang, in North Korea, they may be saying, let's be careful, because the United States isn't messing around. But also
Are you still over here trying to justify this illegal fucking coup that the United States is doing based upon supposed, poll numbers? Have you learned nothing, Dolly effing Parton? Come on. Come on! Come on. Get it together.
They may also be saying, well, you're allowed to intervene in places next door to you because that's what America's doing, Peter.
Keir Simmons, our chief international correspondent, Richard Engel, our chief foreign correspondent. Gentlemen, stay with us right now. Again, I'm Peter Alexander, just after 6 o'clock on the East Coast, shortly after 7 a.m. in Venezuela. Those are pictures from earlier this morning, before dawn. Giant explosions, fiery explosions taking place in and around the capital city there. You can see the fire raining down on that.
Donald Trump has pretty terrible poll numbers right now. I don't know if you know that. Maybe you should Google how many people want to the thing that you were just talking about. Tell me how that comes up with. Tell me how does that justify somebody doing a coup in the United States right now? I mean, Donald Trump is incredibly unpopular. His numbers have been plummeting. Does that justify a coup in the United States by a foreign power? You got a lot of stuff to talk about. Let's talk about this.
The president a short time ago announcing that the United States has, in his words, successfully carried out a large-scale strike against Venezuela and its leader, President Nicolas Maduro, adding that Maduro has been, along with his wife, in the president's words, captured and flown out of the country. The president saying the operation was done in conjunction with U.S. law enforcement. He says there are more details to come, saying there will be a news conference that he will address the country at roughly 11 o'clock this morning, 5 hours from now, from his Mar-a-Lago estate. Clearly, the major headline here, the dramatic news, is that Nicolas Maduro, after a months-long pressure campaign by President Trump and his administration, has now been taken out of that country. It remains unclear if this was a negotiated exit. We are told by Republican Senator Mike Lee of Utah, who says he has spoken.
Is that who you think we are? You think we're a bunch of libs in here? Shut up. We're actual leftists, Dolly effing Parton. I don't give a fuck what Gavin Newsom and Kamala Harris have to say. They come out here and they say, honestly, they will. I'm almost guarantee it. They will probably come out and be like, yeah, we hate Donald Trump, but actually this is probably for the best in Venezuela. And I will denounce it because it'll be fucking insane. And we've been, I mean, are you kidding me? You actually think that you found yourself a Gavin Newsom loving podcast? Well, you have stumbled into the wrong place. Fuck Gavin Newsom.
Right to jail, right away. With Secretary of State Marco Rubio, that the explosions, the kinetic action, as he describes it, the military strikes there were done to protect the efforts on the ground to execute what the Republican senator says was an arrest warrant to pick up Maduro and ultimately his wife when they were taken out of the country. We have asked the White House and the Pentagon and frankly, the Justice Department for any better details about where Maduro is right now. But that capture operation that we have now learned about better explains why there were low-flying helicopters hovering on the ground in and around Caracas in the early morning hours today. We have spoken to one of our colleagues, a journalist on the ground in Venezuela, who was effectively stunned into silence when she heard this news. You could almost see her shaking during a live conversation we had here earlier. Richard Engel, again, is our chief foreign correspondent. Richard, as you look at this new picture, a live picture at what is roughly 7 o'clock in the morning in Caracas, Venezuela, it is clear that the situation has now calmed down, at least as you can see from the sky here, though it's very unclear about the situation on the ground there right now, who in effect is filling that power vacuum. Marco Rubio, we are told, according to Mike.
These people are out of control.
The U.S. illegal aggression against Venezuela and
Hold on, I gotta go back a little bit.
territory there where Venezuela, Nicolas Maduro has been the denunciation of the kidnapping of the President Nicolas Maduro and also of the first combatant Cilia Flores. Vice President Delcy Rodriguez hours ago came out to confirm that following the strikes of the United States and Venezuelan territory, their whereabouts.
You're just saying it's not a partisan issue. It's like saying we shouldn't bomb ISIS after they bomb our troops. Our troops who are in Syria, who've been in Syria for a decade, they shouldn't even be there. Why is the United States occupying Syria? Why have we been there since 2014? How is that making America safer? Explain to me. Explain to me how hanging out in Syria for a decade is actually helpful. And why are you talking about partisanship? I don't give a fuck off with your partisanship, okay? I don't give a fuck how bipartisan it is, okay? There was just are you kidding me? You want to talk about all the bad things that have happened in the name of bipartisanship? Get the fuck out. Seriously, I'm going to time you out again if you don't stop with your nonsense.
Are still unknown. We have, in this context, more reactions at an international level. Professor Ben Saul, UN Senior Human Rights and Counter-Terror, has stated, we were going over the Professor Ben Saul, Chair of International Law at the University of Sydney and the United Nations Special Rapporteur on Human Rights and Counter-Terrorism, stated, I condemn the...
Did we get a troll? We've had a couple on Twitch today, I think. Maybe one in shorts. Might just be the topic we're getting into. I don't know.
Illegal aggression against Venezuela and the illegal abduction of its leader and his wife.
Illegal.
Every Venezuelan life lost is a violation of the right to life. President Trump should be impeached and investigated for the alleged killings. An important testimony in this context, highlighting the level of illegitimacy of the strikes, the way that it has targeted civilian populations as well. Let's recall that we have been hearing from different authorities from the Venezuelan government.
Am I actually inside of a Venezuelan government office? Yes, exactly. I am. I am in a Venezuelan government office. Yep. 100% hanging out in a Venezuelan government office. Just, you know, this is like, this is the first Venezuela specific stream we've ever done in 2 years. But, you know, In the wake of this recent news, the Venezuelan government felt it necessary to bring you this live stream. You fucking weirdo.
And we continue looking at and hearing from these testimonies from Venezuelan territory.
Due to all our instances of public health and attending also to the family members of these victims, it has been a systematic attack, very coward, while these people were sleeping and the population of Catelamar, they're impacted one of the expansions of these explosive living victims in a building where men, women, and children resided. There is a violation of international law, of the UN Charter, of all of the agreements, the international agreements that could exist on peace, and there they left victims. Likewise, the historical center of our city has been attacked, and from here, from where we are in this house in Quisquana, impacting some warehouses of the port of La Guaira. And look very well what I'm going to announce. They're so cruel in this attack that precisely the warehouses where over 10 missiles impacted.
The Western mainstream media's attempt to retroactively construct the narrative on this thing to justify the coup, it is absurd. I agree. It is. No, you're right. You're right, it is absurd. But what do we expect? What do we expect from them? I honestly did not. I did not expect much more. I really didn't. I wish I could. I wish I could tell you right now that I had great high expectations of the mainstream media going into this or something, but it's not even close. It's not even close to that. I actually had very little faith. In fact, the thing I had faith in was that they were, in fact, going to do the thing that they were going to do. They were like, oh, this is the thing that we've been wanting for a long time, but it's happening in a way that we don't like. But actually, that's fine. As long as we get the coup.
Well, thank you. Now, Venezuela's opposition leader, Maria Corina Machado, is one of the potential new leaders of the country.
Oh, good. Okay, even though Venezuela's vice president has already said that he is in charge of the country now, BBC is like, maybe Marina Corina Machado might be in charge? Wow. Wow, BBC.
Venezuela's opposition leader, Maria Corina. Thank you so much for coming on the program. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now, Venezuela's opposition leader, Maria Corina Machado, is one of the potential new leaders of the country, although obviously huge amount of confusion as to what happens next. My colleague Lucy Hawkins interviewed her in Oslo last month after she'd won the Nobel Peace Prize. She asked her about the possibility of a US military intervention.
BBC's top 5 puppet regime candidates. Number 1, Marina Corina Machado. Number 2, Juan Guaido. Number 3, the ghost of what's his name? What's that name? Fuck, I can't think of it. God damn it. Pizarro, the ghost of Francisco Pizarro. Perhaps he will. Perhaps he'll, or Cortez, maybe. I don't know.
And what the opposition would support.
Also, President Trump has talked about the possibility of strikes on Venezuelan soil. And it is difficult sometimes with President Trump to figure out exactly what it is that he means, but is that something that you would support, a US military strike on Venezuelan soil? Look.
This woman has supported absolutely everything the United States has done up to this point. She supported the goddamn sanctions for the last, I mean, she's been talking about, like, I mean, the sanctions are actively harming people in the country of Venezuela, right? The economy is in shambles because of the sanctions. They have way less access to goods on the international market because of the United States. and people are literally like going hungry because of him. And this woman has supported them time and time again. She wants power. This woman wants power and nothing else. Okay.
Look, President Trump has.
And also, from my understanding, I've been trying to look into her, like her background, because of all this stuff over recent, weeks, months. And what I found, I've tried to get as much of an understanding as I can about her. And she seems to come from a long line of like Spanish imperialists, who essentially lost much of their power and wealth after the revolution, right? So she's got like this weird, like, what do you want to call it? Ancestral reason to want to seize power in Venezuela. And she's the one that we're all like cheering on. Well, not we all, but you know what I'm saying.
He has said it publicly several times to go through a peaceful process to dismantle the criminal structure, and has insisted that the criminal activities have to stop, which has not happened on the contrary. So we didn't want a war. We didn't look for it. The Venezuelan people want to live, in democracy and freedom, justice. It was Maduro who declared war on the Venezuelan people, state terrorism, and abroad with narco-terrorism.
But is that a
What? They've been wait. So Venezuela has been waging a war on their own people while, two fake wars going on. Venezuela's been both simultaneously waging an invasion of the United States and a war on their own people. My God, Nicolas Maduro waging a war on all fronts. Incredible. Oh, what is happening?
Declare war on the Venezuelan people with state terrorism, and abroad with narco-terrorism.
But is that a reluctant yes, then, that you would support that?
What we have asked, but I've been very insistent in this, is the international community to help us stop the flows of resources, criminal resources, which are
food, criminal resources like food and steel and other sorts of commodities. They're all resources, criminal resources.
used by the regime for repression of the Venezuelan people, or innocent Venezuelans. Where those resources come from? Drug trafficking, gold trafficking, even human trafficking. And many of these resources end up in, the financial systems of democracies in Latin America or in Europe. And what we have asked is we need to cut those inflows. And a very important part of those resources come from the drug activities. So we clearly believe that an international coalition to dismantle this industry should be put in place.
I just want to bring you some other breaking news now. Let's take you straight away live to Switzerland. This is, of course, in the aftermath of the ski resort, the fire there on New Year's Eve. We know around 40 people killed.
Do I think that this operation was inspired by Operation Neptune's Spear? I don't know. I couldn't say what the the specific operational inspiration was. The Osama bin Laden thing, ended slightly differently than this one did. Honestly, this is just a flagrant act of imperial fucking insanity. It's incredibly disturbing. I woke up to this at like 3:30 in the morning Eastern Standard Time. I'm still trying to wrap my head around it. It is genuinely mind-boggling. The only thing that I can think of that was, like I said before, is that, Donald Trump, the last cabinet meeting must have been like, all right, everybody, look, listen. Look, okay, everybody, I need your very best plan, okay? No wrong answers here. We need a distraction from the Epstein files, okay? Whatever it is, I don't care.
Don't worry about it, little Marco.
You got an idea? Was that Little Marco? Oh, what? Invade Venezuela. Little Marco is on fire. Great plan, Little Marco. Nobody will talk about the Epstein files for weeks. In fact, it's possible they will never talk about them ever again. Thank you for your attention to this matter.
Armada. Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein?
Sobre todo con espíritu combativo. Un abrazo, hermanos y hermanas. Gracias, Daniela Ponte, de la Generación de Oro. Miren, compatriotas, aquí trajimos estos papelón para hacer mensajes. Los que quieran, vengan a buscar su papelón. Aquí hay también para que den su mensaje. Fue de vida para nuestro presidente Nicolás Maduro. Camarada César Trump, embajador de la patria, su mensaje para toda Venezuela.
¡Viva la patria! ¡Viva Chávez! ¡Viva Bolívar! ¡Viva Nicolás Maduro! Estimados compatriotas, hay unos grandes traidores de nuestra república, los que en el este del este promovieron la migración de jóvenes y que después fueron a perseguirlos como causa del supuesto delito en los Estados Unidos y en nuestra América. Esa misma excusa de venezolanos en el exterior que le sirvió al gobierno supremacista yanqui para perseguir a nuestro pueblo, para expulsar a los pobres que fueron a migrar hacia allá, invocados por ellos mismos, en alianza con María Corina Machado, con Leopoldo López y con todo el combo de gente que los sigue y que se atreve hoy a poner en nuestras redes que gracias a Dios que los yanquis vinieron a hacer esto, vinieron a hacer lo otro. Son traidores a la patria. Son...
Once again, I wish I spoke Spanish so I could give you translations. Auto translate's not working right now, unfortunately. Yeah.
Our President Nicolas Maduro has maintained us free and sovereign. Long live the homeland and our President Nicolas Maduro Moros. What is he calling to the Venezuelan population from here, from Caracas? They call this to permanent mobilization until we are returned our President Nicolas Maduro Moros. We will not leave the streets. We will be in social media, in the walls, as he says, in Radio Libs, by the walls talks, in the different events that we do. We're going to be non-stop and with no rest until the return of our President Nicolas Maduro, because here we have a people that accompany him and back him up, because he is a constitutional president. We elected him in elections.
Well, we were seeing more people gather in different squares, in this case in Caracas with our colleague Luis Vandron, who is also has been interviewing across the morning different people that gathered there near the Miraflores Palace, where people from very early on took to the streets, as we were saying, not only here, not only there in Caracas, but also in different Bolivar squares across the nation. Let's continue. We'll have more statements of what people write on the streets of Caracas, of Venezuela, of what they're saying about what is happening. Let's listen.
Did I see that you were trying to translate? No, I didn't see that. Sorry, chat's moving kind of fast, and I'm monitoring 3 chats now instead of 2 because we got the vertical stream going on YouTube as well as the wide stream, and we got the Twitch going. I'm trying to navigate it all. A lot of chats to keep up with simultaneously, doing my best.
We denounce and we demand to the government of the United States a faith of life of the first national ruler and his wife. This action constitutes once again a flagrant violation to our constitution, the laws of the republic, and to international law, especially to Article 1 and 2 of the UN Charter that says the respect to the sovereignty and the judicial equality of the states and the prohibition of the use of force. Today, we denounce before the international community this aggression that has as an objective to take power of the strategic resources of Venezuela, and in such sense, we do a call to unite the efforts in guaranteeing.
Wait, is someone in chat saying that people are celebrating? We've been watching footage of this for hours. I've seen zero footage of anybody celebrating in the streets. I've seen none of it. All of it seems to be condemning what's going on right now. If you can point us in the direction of some of these celebrations, I'd love to see it. I'd love to see it.
Of peace and stability of Latin America and the Caribbean. Likewise, the Supreme Court of Justice, in exercise of the judicial framework, national and international, that is in the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela, backs the powers, the public national powers, and especially the executive power in the development of all of the actions and judicial mechanisms to demand the condemnation of such acts. The judicial power once again unites the people of Venezuela and joins them in defense of the independence and the sovereignty of our country. Today we reaffirm our commitment with life, with peace, and with justice.
We will listen to a statement coming from the high judiciary authorities of Venezuela, also condemning the aggression and respecting the reinforcing the institutionality.
I'll be right back, chat.
Of the Venezuelan government, of the Bolivarian institution, we still remain strong.
Columbia Regan with a sweet, sweet super chat. Before I leave, I'll read it. The Repub-leaning Venezuelans are going to be in trouble when they get deported, because some of the speeches were calling them out as traitors.
Right to jail, right away.
Thanks for the super chat, Columbia Regan. All right, everybody, I'll be RB.
And firm in defense of the homeland and independence of the nation. The Supreme Court president was declaring on the events that just took place and also declaring their full commitment with the people to fulfill the will of the Bolivarian revolution, to continue moving forward in that project, and also to demand, of course, the immediate cessation of the aggressions that are taking place, the denunciation of the criminal actions that took place, the targeting with bombs of 4 states, including the capital city of Caracas of the Bolivarian Republic, and the kidnapping of the Venezuelan president Nicolas Maduro and first combatant Cilia Flores, whose whereabouts are still unknown. And this is something that's being denounced and is being a denunciation is being made, and the immediate demand is that immediately the proof of life is provided of President Nicolas Maduro and combatant Cilia Flores, as well as the immediate return of both Venezuelans back to the homeland, back to the Miraflores Palace, where the people of Venezuela elected them to be, where the people of Venezuela elected in free, open, democratic elections shows the constitutional president Nicolas Maduro to continue leading the Bolivarian project of the Bolivarian revolution in this new model, which, as we have heard from different statements coming from different people that are gathering different squares, Bolivar squares across the country and near the Miraflores Palace, what is at heart here is that President Nicolas Maduro, following the path of Hugo Chavez, also created a new model, a model that is successful, a model that works, that has provided solutions to the necessity of the Venezuelan people. And of course, it's a model that goes against the will of the United States, that wants to take over the natural resources and want to exercise their hegemon on the back, as what they refer to the backyard of their nation, to control of the different resources of the different nations in South America, to be able to have easy access to the resources, which is something that has been denounced from the onset 28 weeks ago, when the threats began against the Bolivarian nation, with the largest military deployment seen in years in the Caribbean, with over 8 military vessels in front of the coast of Venezuela, Ferdinand blockade on the alleged presumption of attack against drug traffic, or fighting drug traffic, which was clearly the mask came off very quickly, and the U.S. itself said very clearly that their interest was the oil and to control the energy market. We're going to continue to have more reactions after what has happened here today in Venezuela. We have in this context, we have a statement by the American Association of Jurists that issued a statement condemning the illegal aggression against the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela by U.S. military forces. The statement begins with, "The bombing carried out by the United States has no valid legal basis in contemporary international law, and it constitutes a flagrant violation of the principle of non-intervention in the internal affairs of states." The association also expressed it also important to note that the objective of appropriating
and controlling Venezuela's sovereign natural resources has been expressly recognized by President Donald Trump himself, which demonstrates the imperial, colonial, and contrary to international law nature of this armed aggression. That is according to the American Association of Jurists. Okay. Ian Leal, watch streak reached five stream streak. Okay, well done, Leal. All right, I guess we'll go back to the fucking BBC over here.
To hear potentially.
Yeah, so we'll look at both. We'll look at both sides of the coin, because oil, the United States would say yes, that absolutely is a factor, but the dispute would be around that motivation. President Maduro and those close to him have said that this is clearly a US attempt to enrich the United States through the resources and the vast wealth that Venezuela has built up. And the US, on the counter side and the other side of that coin, say, yes, we do want to stop the trade in illicit oil and sanction issue. And how much is this down to historical dislike between
Are we good? Are we good? Are we live? Are we live? We just went down on Twitch. Oh, we're back up on Twitch. Are we live on? We're live on YouTube. Okay, we're back up on Twitch, I think. All right. Ah. I don't know what the hell just happened. CIA is trying to take us down, I guess, or something.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed! Individuals, but it absolutely is the case that America wouldn't deny that there is an issue around oil. The question is, what is that motivation? And that is, what people are finding their own answers to, I suppose.
Sean, thank you so much for setting out some of the broader context there. Appreciate that. Right now, we're just going to take a run through of some of the live pictures we have coming into us here. This is Caracas, just gone 11 a.m. there. You can see some flags, well, a flag waving. It has been relatively restrained so far, the images we have seen. There is technically a state of emergency imposed, which means people aren't supposedly being allowed out of their house.
Yeah, that's the thing I pointed out earlier, is that there's this supposed state of emergency preventing people from leaving their homes. Meanwhile, we got streets filled with people protesting this action from the United States. Seems sort of contrary. No sound? Refresh. I'm gonna anybody who doesn't have sound, I would recommend refreshing your browser or your application. Since it's probably because the stream had like went down for like 3 seconds. Even though YouTube didn't officially go down, we technically did go down. What's that? Oh, follow. Thank you for the follow, Kitten P7. Wow, YouTube, Twitch is trying to keep up with YouTube over there. We're almost at 1,000 followers. This time, when we came back to Twitch 3 months ago, we were at like 400. It's wild. Numbers have exploded on Twitch.
People stay at home, but there have been some gatherings of people here, as you can see. Also got some other live pictures running into us here from the border. Let's take a look at these. This is the Colombia-Venezuela border there that we've just been keeping an eye on over the last couple of hours. And we can also head to Santiago. So I said there are not much enthusiastic people out on the streets in Venezuela itself, but a little bit.
Hey, May Wormy gifting 5 sweet galactic memberships to the community over on YouTube. Who got a Morbius Dragon gifted membership, excuse me. We're on YouTube. Autumn Leaves gifted Mendy. Susie Jones enjoyed that sub. Sassy Sasarai membership for you, and Charlie Jinmir also getting one. Incredibly generous, May Wormy. Much appreciated. All those sweet memberships. So incredibly generous. And spreading the love to your space fams, other galactic viewers. Big Chris, first time chat. So what did he do, or allegedly do? Who is he? I'm going to need you to identify who he is before I can actually, ever possibly answer that question.
Front there in Santiago, you can see, just gone at midday, there are much more flags and people out and about celebrating the toppling of Nicolas Maduro there in a way that we haven't seen so much in Caracas, in Venezuela itself, potentially because of the confusion and uncertainty, and of course the fact that it was struck by US military operations overnight. Another live feed to bring you, just to kind of mark your card, what we are expecting a bit later. We are expecting to hear from Donald Trump, US President, a little bit later. It is just gone 10 a.m. in the morning in Washington.
Yeah, we are waiting for Donald Trump to speak. Well, supposedly there's going to be a press conference in like 30 or 45 minutes, something like that. That is... we are waiting on.
To President Trump early this morning, where in its words, it celebrated the success of the mission to capture the Venezuelan president. They quote President Trump saying, "A lot of good planning and a lot of great troops and great people," he said.
What did this Maduro guy do? Oh, okay. All right. So, yeah, no, I mean, he existed as president, and Donald Trump didn't like that, I guess. I mean, really, he's done nothing that the Trump administration is even accusing him of doing, really. You know, the vast majority of drug deaths in the United States are a result of fentanyl and other opioids, not cocaine, which would be the majority of drug exports from the country of Venezuela. But the thing that the Trump administration has come out and claimed that Maduro is doing is having U.S. oil on their territory. That's what the claim is that U.S. oil, that Venezuela actually is preventing the United States from having their oil on Venezuelan territory. Do you see the insanity in that claim? It's oil. It's Venezuelan oil on Venezuelan territory. The United States is saying it's actually ours, and we're doing multiple airstrikes, an invasion, and the removal of a president.
Was a brilliant operation, actually. The Times asked him if he had sought congressional authority for the operation or what is next for Venezuela. And when asked that question, the president said he would address those matters during a news conference to take place at Mar-a-Lago this morning, his private club there in Florida. The president announcing earlier that would take place at roughly 11 a.m. Eastern time. We should also tell you that Venezuela's vice president there has spoken on state-run television after the president's post this morning saying that Nicolas Maduro's location was unknown and that she was asking President Trump for proof of life. Again, it raises real questions about the governance of that country in this time with what the president describes as a massive armada of 15,000 American troops, forces off the coast of that country. I want to bring in now the NBC News military analyst, the Colonel Steve Warren, who is joining us this morning. Colonel Warren, Happy New Year. We are off to the races as we begin this new year again. The president wasting no time at the start of the year in his pressure campaign against Nicolas Maduro, ultimately, as he said this morning, captured.
They're still calling it a pressure campaign. It's fucking insane. What a wild and ridiculous framing. It's a pressure. Nothing about what we've been doing it can be called a pressure campaign. It's been a campaign of mass murder in international waters that has now culminated in a strike on a sovereign territory and the illegal kidnapping of a foreign leader. It's not a pressure campaign would be like, you know, the United States doing like press conferences about the election and being like, oh, it was a fake election, it was a fraudulent election. That would be a pressure campaign, not just extrajudicially murdering people on fishing boats and like just grabbing the president of another country and taking them back to indict them. That's not a pressure campaign. It's impossible to describe what's happening as a pressure campaign unless you're a completely deluded individual. Oh my god, this pressure. Fucking insane. You're insane. You guys are out of control.
Controlling Venezuela said Trump's illegal and unprovoked bombing of Venezuela and kidnapping of its president are grave violations of international law and the U.S. Constitution. These are the actions of a rogue state. The American people do not want another regime-change war abroad. This is something that also has been resonating in different authorities. Within the United States, we saw different people denouncing from congressmen, both Republicans and Democrats within the United States, denouncing that this action is completely illegal, that the Congress of the United States never gave its approval for the attack. We must remember that, and that Trump is violating not only international law, but the United States laws as well, as the Congress is the only one allowed to approve any kind of military action, but not that's within the U.S. laws, but also in international law, the only organization, multilateral organization that is allowed to approve an invasion of some kind of a third country is the United Nations Security Council. And of course, as we have seen from the previous two meetings that took place at the United Nations Security Council with regard to this topic, these actions was completely denounced and condemned. But the United States decided to carry out unilateral.
At least we have one person in our country willing to say the truth. Trump's illegal and unprovoked bombing of Venezuela and kidnapping of its president are grave violations of international law and the United States Constitution. These are the actions of a rogue state. The American people do not want another regime change war abroad. At Rep. Rashida, Congresswoman Rashida Tlaib on Twitter. The woman's right.
This woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
Very correct.
As empires do, with Trump's illegal action to attack the sovereign people of Venezuela. Now, the president of the European Council also took to X recently to denounce these actions, and Antonio Costa, the president of the European Council, he posted a tweet saying, "I'm following with great concern the situation in Venezuela. The European Union makes a call to de-escalate and to a resolution based in a framework of international law and the consecrated principles of the United Nations Charter. The European Union will continue to support a peaceful solution, a democratic solution, an inclusive solution in Venezuela. We trust in the efforts to..."
Frizla with the gift membership. Palseer, enjoy it. Enjoy that gift sub. Incredible generosity happening in the chat right now. I appreciate all of you. I'm just going to keep doing as I've been doing. I'm just going to keep going back and forth. Just going to keep going through all the footage that we've got here, all the live feeds, until Trump comes out to make his address.
La patria. ¡Que viva! Sigamos juntos por el camino de Chávez. ¡Que viva!
¡Que viva! Gracias, mi querida ministra, compatriota. Vamos. Canal abierto aquí para el pueblo. Su mensaje, su nombre y su mensaje.
Bueno, mi nombre es Cleofás Zambrano, padrino de la parroquia El Junquito. Y ya vamos a entregar para que venga otro padrino también a luchar por esta patria. Pedimos de respeto, de corazón, que nos devuelvan a nuestro presidente Nicolás Maduro, el único presidente de Venezuela, gústele o no le guste, señores. La combatiente es la compañera de nuestro presidente, que regresen los dos, o fe de vida o el presidente. Así que les voy a decir a toda Venezuela, bienvenido a Caracas. Vamos a rescatar a nuestro presidente de donde esté, señores. Y una cosa que les digo, Tiraquillo es mi pueblo, Guanare es mi pueblo, Trujillo.
Wish I knew what these signs said. I feel like this says live. What is nuestro? No, I want to say new, but it's not. That's not it. That's nuestro. Presidente. Live something. Live free? No. No, I'm not translating this correct. War against the invaders? War against the invaders? Is that what that says? I wish I could read Spanish better. God, I'm failing.
He is in Florida, and we're expecting a press conference or him to be speaking.
Free Nicolas Maduro, is that what it says?
The next couple of hours.
Is that what it says? It says free Nicolas, free the president? That was the vibes that I got from it. I just don't know the exact words. I wish I spoke Spanish. Prisla with the gifted subs, even more gifted subs. My God, who got them? Vicky, Brasmo, Ben Longstrith, Wedge Wizard, and Uncle Simric, all getting a sweet galactic memberships from Prisla. Incredibly generous. I didn't even set out a goal today, and I feel like we actually technically completed one. In theory. Really appreciate you, Spaceman.
There's always a bit of a health warning with timings for press conferences and media appearances. Of course, there's never exact timings, but you can see there people out and about in Florida as well. So they're just a taste of some of the live pictures we have coming into us here at the BBC in central London. We'll be keeping across all of those for you in the hours ahead, and especially in the build-up potentially to those words from Donald Trump. Let's take you now to what happened overnight and those dramatic pictures of those strikes. So a number of airstrikes hitting various parts of Caracas. Let's take a look at some of those pictures now. These are the early hours of the morning. Number of strikes, helicopters flying over the city as well. And according to the Venezuelan government, at least, there were strikes in 5 different areas, generally around Caracas, including a military base on the outskirts of the capital. And there were also strikes in surrounding areas as well. Don't know exact nature of the strikes. Assumed to be military installations. Some reporting from the US that they effectively were a distraction from the extraction operation of the president and his wife. No word on casualties. Donald Trump saying there were no US fatalities in the operation. But we are waiting any more details from Venezuela itself. But we don't actually have any reports of any fatalities there. Right, just to bring you up to speed with those pictures from overnight and just remind you of what we are looking forward to. We're going to try and take a moment to look at the words specifically of
Okay, I actually
Donald
just figured
Trump.
something out. I just figured something out. So nuestro, here's a little Spanish lesson for all of us. Nuestro is our. Right? It's the plural we. Or no, sorry, not the plural we. It's the what do you call it? Possessive pronoun. right, in Spanish, which means that sign said "Free our president." That now makes perfect sense.
He's been speaking to Fox News, so let's see if we can take a quick look at that.
What they did is really amazing, and I think it sends a signal. We're not going to be pushed around as a country anymore by these countries where we want to be politically correct all the time. They're killing our people. If we had a war, if you lost 300,000 people in the Civil War, we lost 600,000 people. We lose 300,000 people a year to drugs, and we're not going to allow it anymore.
This is ridiculous.
And we also got another little snippet of what Donald Trump said. Let's listen.
Well, they'll be heading to New York. You know, they were indicted in New York, and also.
So were they taken to a ship first, and then?
Yes, to Iwo Jima. They're on a ship.
Okay.
But they'll be heading into New York. The helicopters took them out, and they went by helicopter in a nice flight. I'm sure they loved it. But they've killed a lot of people. Remember that they killed a lot of people, and
a lot of Americans.
Even people in their own country. They.
And we start with Lucas Tomlinson live in West Palm Beach, where the commander-in-chief has been.
Oh no, I'm muted. Son of a bitch.
A lot of people.
Sorry, everybody.
Maintain power. He's a very vicious person.
So they're the first interview done by the president to Fox News, as you saw. They're giving us some new details about the operation, saying he watched it on a live feed, effectively describing the president's home as like a fortress, and they're clearly describing the fact that he's now on a ship on his way to New York. Well, before we heard from Donald Trump, we heard from various figures within Venezuela reacting to the attacks themselves. First, let's hear from the Venezuelan defense minister.
In the face of this cowardly attack, which threatens the peace and stability of the region,
It's 9 a.m. on the East Coast, and if you're just joining us this morning, we have major breaking news. Venezuelan dictator Nicolas Maduro has been captured by U.S. forces. President Trump confirming the large-scale U.S. military operation overnight.
Attorney General Pam Bondi confirming Maduro and his wife face drug and weapons charges.
Oh God, they got the weekend crew in here doing this. Oh no, who the fuck are these?
Well,
who the
thank
fuck
you
are
very
these
much.
jokers?
Good morning.
So you've had quite a busy evening. Tell us about it.
It was slightly busy, I would say. It was very dark all over, especially in Venezuela. The team did an incredible job. They rehearsed and practiced like nobody's ever seen. And I was told by real military people that there's no other country on earth that could do such a maneuver. If you would have seen what happened, I mean, I watched it literally like I was watching a television show. And if you would have seen the speed, the violence, you know, they say that, the speed, the violence, they use that term.
We have a demented, unintelligent
We
person
have a demented,
running
unintelligent
the United
person
States
running
of
the
America.
United States of
It's
America.
it was an amazing thing, an amazing job that these people did. There's nobody else could have done anything like it.
You're at Mar-a-Lago right now. How were you able to watch this?
Well, we watched it from a room. We had a room, and we watched it, and we watched every aspect of it. We were surrounded by lots of people, including generals, and they knew everything that was happening, and it was very complex, extremely complex, the whole maneuver, the landings, the number of aircraft, which were a massive number, the number of helicopters, a different type of helicopters, different type of fighter jets. We had a fighter jet for every possible situation. And they just broke in, and they broke into places that were not
all of the
really
fighter
able to
jets.
be
We had
broke
every
into,
single
you
one.
know.
You would not believe it. You would not. Every single available plane was flying simultaneously.
Into
It
places
was glorious.
that were not really able.
Oh my god. This guy is fucking out of control.
Be broke into, you know, with steel doors that were put there for just this reason, and they got taken out in a matter of seconds. I've never seen anything like that.
You were able to watch this in real time.
Yeah, and don't forget, I've done some pretty good ones in other parts of the world. Okay, I've
done some pretty good ones.
I've
you
never
said.
seen anything like this. I was able to watch it in real time, and I watched every aspect of it, and I listened to the communication between, you know, where we were in Florida and
He's so
out in the-
fucking stupid. What is wrong with this man? Oh my god, he really is just a deranged lunatic.
in Venezuela, and it was amazing to see the professionalism, the quality of leadership, the professionalism. General Raisin Kane is fantastic. Don't forget,
Professional,
we did
so
another
professional.
One not so
The
long
most-
ago. It was called the knocking.
The most professional war crimes you've ever seen. America does it like nobody else. We violated their territorial sovereignty like you've never seen before. People are telling me, sir, I have never seen international law broken like this. And I say, I know, we're much better than anybody else at not listening
Out of
to the law. Both international and national. American law, international, doesn't matter. What is the law aside from something for us to break?
Iranian nuclear threat, the nuclear power, and that was unbelievable what they did there. And this is something that, gee, I don't know, it's amazing. And to have a few injuries, but
it's amazing.
No death.
It's amazing.
On our side is
No
really
death.
amazing.
Mr.
our
President,
side.
critics will say that
On our
strong
side.
action
There
can
was some
risk
death.
escalation, but history.
No death on our side. I mean, there was definitely death, but not. No Americans died. A lot of Venezuelans died. No Americans. So great victory.
Shown us that weakness can truly invite chaos, and this military operation clearly sends a message to our adversaries around the world, China, Iran, Russia, that we are no longer the weak administration that we had for 4 years under former President Biden, who tolerated narco-terrorism. What is next for the United States and Venezuela?
Well, we're very strong, and very importantly, if you look at drugs through the oceans, through the seas,
Very
they're
strong.
down 97%.
All of the sea drugs are down. Now it's just the land drugs, which are actually much easier.
That's the boats. It's sort of related to this, as you know. The drugs
Otherwise known as boats
way down,
in the
and
water.
it's getting very, very tough. It's a
You
whole
may have
different
heard.
look. We have a whole different country. We have a country now that's respected. We have a country. I built the military in my first term.
Everyone respects
and
us so
gave a
much.
little chunk of it away, a lot, but it was.
So much respect. It's actually unprecedented. No one's ever seen this level of respect before. Never before has this level of respect ever been seen for the United States of America. Now that we're doing an incredible number of strikes in American waters and on South American territories, people think we're much better than before. We were just doing the genocide in the Middle East and the Palestinians. We were helping Israel, but now we're doing our own illegal crimes, which is much better, really, when you think about it. It's much better to do your own crimes than have other people do them for you. It's very weak having other people do your crimes. It's much better to just do them yourself. And that's what I say. And that's what Pete says, too. Pete Hegseth, the great Secretary of War.
But they gave it to Afghanistan so stupidly. It was one of the. Compare this to Afghanistan, where we were a laughing stock all over the world. We're not a laughing stock anymore. No, we have the greatest military in the world by far. We have the
Nobody's laughing.
military equipment in the world by far. And you had to see this in real time. You had to see this, the professionalism and the bravery, everything about it. And you almost couldn't hold them back. It was like they wanted to go so badly. And most people would have said, I'll take a pass. I know that Charlie would have wanted to go because Charlie's a very brave person. But I know a lot of other people would have said, I thinkLl pass on this one. Let's watch it on television. So it's been amazing to see how good they were, how professional they were.
It's hilarious,
how
the president. He's so funny. He's so funny when he jokes about international crimes. He's such a funny guy.
You are not
What a
funny.
funny guy.
You are fat. You are a joke. You are stupid.
The equipment we have is. I mean, the level of equipment and to see how it worked so perfectly. And, you know, if you compare this to attacks on Iran over the years with, you know, helicopters crashing into each other, the whole thing was a mess. The Jimmy Carter situation, which was a mess. And every other situation compared to this, nobody's ever seen like this. Look, the Iranian attack knocking out their nuclear power.
What the fuck is he rambling about right now? He's, oh my God, he is so deluded. Oh, our sundowning dictator is just rambling on and on about all the worst shit that they've done so far. Old Cyclone Cheeto.
In the Middle East, so we have it. Without that, you could never have peace in the Middle East. We knocked them out, and look what's happening now to Iran. But we knocked it out. That was, it could not have been better, and this could not have been better. I don't even know which is, you know, which is. These are both really important. If you think about equal,
it's a perfect war crime.
I wonder how it's going to be rated. But knocking out the nuclear power of, think of it. They were ready. They were within 2 months. They would have been a nuclear power, and comparing that to this in a certain different way, I think this might have been actually more complex.
Well, it's interesting.
That was something that was amazing.
It's interesting, Mr. President. We've looked, our own Lucas Tomlinson, our reporter here. I don't know if you knew this intentionally, but the capture of Maduro and his wife coincides with the 6th anniversary of your taking out the Iranian Revolutionary Guard's Qasem Soleimani. Interestingly, it's 6 years after. But let me ask you a question, Mr. President. Because
by the way, that was the third thing, and we have a fourth. We got Soleimani. We got
another thing.
We had, you know, we have taken out so many. Look at what we did to the leader of ISIS, who's no longer with us.
Look at us. We're just going around. We're just murdering people. There's like, look, oh, there's another leader we can murder. Who's next? Let me see. I guess it's the president of Colombia. Watch out. Watch out, buddy.
After
You're
for 20
next.
years, and we got him. We've done a lot, but this was something, maybe because it's fresh in our minds, you know, because, again, the Iranian situation was so big, knocking that out. And every single, the B-2 bomber, every single missile hit.
Remember when Trumpians were telling us that Trump was actually the anti-war president? I remember that. It was long ago. It was like 6 months ago. Look, he deserves the Nobel Peace Prize. Look at this guy go. Look at him waging peace all over the place.
And the target was an air shaft.
Right.
Dark at night. Think of that. Dark at night, no moon. You couldn't see a thing. And every missile went right through that air shaft and just obliterated the place.
Those are explosions of peace,
that was
everyone.
amazing, and this was amazing.
Those are peace explosions happening on your screen.
I wonder, Mr. President, though, I want to ask you because from your Vice President, J.D. Vance, said that the message is pretty clear. The drug trafficking must stop. So was this operation a message that you're sending to Mexico, to Claudia Sheinbaum, the president there?
Well, it wasn't meant to be, and we're very friendly with her. She's a good woman, but the cartels are running Mexico. She's not running Mexico. The cartels are running Mexico. And we could be politically correct and be nice and say, "Oh yes, she is." No, she's very,
nice.
you know, she's very frightened of the cartels. They're running Mexico, and I've asked her numerous times, "Would you like us to take out the cartels?" No, Mr. President. No, please. So we have to do something because we lost The real number is 300,000 people, in my opinion. You know, they like to say 100,000. 100,000 is a lot of people, but
They like saying that, but it's really much higher. They like saying it. Who likes saying it? Nobody likes that people die from doing drugs. But that does not justify what's happening here, obviously. But like, who's in Trump's mind? Who is it that's actually genuinely trying to downplay drug deaths in this country? Like, nobody. Like, nobody I can think of. Like it's insane. He's like, look, people say the numbers, and then it's like, actually, the numbers are much worse. Donald Trump just loves to be able to pretend that he has secret numbers. Like, that is his thing. Like, he likes to say, well, the numbers say one thing, but actually, they're much, much worse. It's actually trillions of people dying every year. It's the secret numbers. People don't know about it, but only people like me have access to them, and actually, it's much worse than you think. Oh, yes, looks like Leica needs another Scooby snack over here.
the real number is 300,000 people, and we lost it to drugs.
Real number is
and
much
they
worse.
come in through the southern border, mostly the southern border. Plenty come in through Canada, too, by the way, in case you don't know. But they come in through the southern border, and something's going to have to be done with Mexico.
Why did you decide to do this morning?
Are you talking about calling you people or the shot?
No, taking out
I'm not sure.
Maduro.
I'm not sure which is worse. If you want to know the truth, I'm calling you.
Who are these fucking weirdos over at Fox News today? They got the B team. They got the weekend squad on Fox News. Some of the fakest laughs I've ever heard in my life. What is going on with these weirdos? Did he just threaten Canada? He absolutely did just threaten Canada. That's correct. He basically just threatened Canada. He basically just threatened Mark Carney with being arrested. He just basically said Canada's next, and maybe Mexico too. We're gonna do a strike, and then Claudia Sheinbaum and Mark Carney
right to jail, right away.
Right to jail. This guy is fucking out of control. Anti-war president, my ass. We're like regime change imperialist.
I haven't spoken to anybody else because Charlie Hurd has been a great friend of mine for a long time. He was with me when it was not fashionable. And those are the people I like. He was with me, Charlie, when it was not at all fashionable. So that's the reason I'm doing this. And your show is great. You're doing a great job. What a good team.
Because of Charlie.
But I meant, why did you make the decision to take out Maduro this morning? And what was Maduro doing when our guys came in on him?
So we were going to do this 4 days ago, but the weather was not perfect. The weather has to be perfect. And we had just the perfect weather. We had, very good. A little bit few more clouds than we thought, but it was good. We waited 4 days. We were going to do this 4 days ago, 3 days ago, 2 days ago. And then all of us.
We were going to do it in 2024, but they were like, it's nasty out. Look at that. It's gross. Yeah, but I guess we'll wait a few days. 2-3 days.
It opened up, and we said go. And I'll tell you, it was just amazing. And what was he doing? He was in a very highly guarded, like a fortress, actually. He was in a fortress. That we had nobody killed was amazing. I think we had nobody killed, I have to say, because a couple of guys were hit, but they came back, and they're supposed to be in pretty good shape.
Wait, so there were U.S. casualties? Wow. That changed pretty quickly. How long did that take? 6 minutes? All of a sudden. Actually, a couple of guys, they might be dead. But still a great job. Basically, everyone's fine, aside from those two guys who might be dead. But actually, pretty good. When you think about it. Pretty good.
But that we had nobody killed, that we lost no aircraft. Everything came back. We got it all back. One of them was...
Well, at least we didn't lose an
pretty
aircraft.
hard, but
a couple of guys, they might be dead, but we at least have the aircraft still.
a helicopter,
and
but we got
that'll
it
be
back.
good.
But It just was the right time to do it. We had to do it because it's a war. We're losing 300,000 people a year.
It's
we
a
don't lose
war.
that much in a war.
It is
Okay,
not
if
a
you-
war. It is. I mean, it's a war now. It's a war now. It wasn't a war until this, and until the United. I mean, like, really, who actually believes that? Who's actually stupid? Is there anybody in this chat stupid enough? Really? Is anybody here stupid? I know we've had a few trolls in here tonight, today, whatever time it is now. Like, does anybody actually believe that people buying drugs and then dying in the United States is somehow a war? I would just love to get this out. If anybody does, in fact, in this chat, actually believe that narrative, that the existence of drugs and people doing them is a war. I mean, it wouldn't even be a war if people were being forced to do drugs, right? I mean, it would be fucked up, but it wouldn't be a war. But that's not even what's happening. People are voluntarily buying those drugs and then they die. Okay, it's not a war. And a lot of those drugs people are dying from are not coming from Venezuela. The vast majority, in fact, are not coming from Venezuela. So, I mean, the premise is complete garbage. And you have to be a full, smooth-brained idiot to believe that.
And we had to do it. But he was in a house that was more like a fortress than a house. It had steel doors. It had what they call a safety space, where it's, solid steel all around. He didn't get that space closed. He was trying to get into it, but he got bum rushed so fast that he didn't get into that. We were prepared. We had, massive blowtorches and everything else that you need to get through that steel, but we didn't need it. He didn't make it to that area of the house.
Mr. President, your war on narcoterrorism from our southern border and beyond clearly will save American lives. Moving forward for Venezuela, what do you think is next for the Venezuelan people now that you have removed Maduro so that he can face American justice?
Well, we're making that decision now. We can't take a chance on letting somebody else run and just take over where he left or left off. So we're making that decision now. We'll be involved in it very much. And we want to do liberty for the people. We want to, have a great relationship. I think the people of Venezuela are very, very happy because they love the United States. They were run by essentially a dictatorship or worse. It couldn't have been worse. It was a terrible thing that was taking place in Venezuela. But look, tremendous numbers of people were being killed through drugs. And what they did to our country in sending prisoners and people from mental institutions and
mental institutions. He's still sticking to that. How many years now has he been saying this? It's been like a decade that Donald Trump has just been too stupid and too much of what do you like? How is it that he's still claiming this? I don't understand. I really don't. He confused asylum, claiming asylum with mental asylums long ago, and he's just stuck to this for so long. They're emptying the asylums into America. Oh my God, he is just so painfully stupid.
Hundreds of thousands of people into our country, and that is just unforgivable. That's why, he wanted to negotiate at the end, and I didn't want to negotiate. I said, nope, we got to do it. He was trying to negotiate at the end. You probably saw that. And trying hard to make a deal. And I said, this could have been a very foolish thing if it didn't work out. But I said, nope, we can't do it. What he did with drugs was bad. What he did with a lot of other things was bad. But what he did was sending hundreds of thousands of Tren de Aragua and drug dealers. And
oh my God.
We have a demented, unintelligent person running the United States of America.
Emptied out their jails into our country. They emptied out, if you think about it, they emptied out all of their mental institutions into our country. What he did there, and every other thing, is unforgivable.
Mr. President, you're already getting reaction from members of Congress on both sides. One Democrat, Jim McGovern, is saying that.
By the way, I am watching for all of us over here. This is the live feed from outside of Mar-a-Lago, as you can see, waiting for Donald Trump to speak. Apparently the press conference is going to be held at Mar-a-Lago. What that will entail, who knows? I'll try and go to that as soon as I notice
you
that
did
they
not get
switch
authorization
over.
from Congress. And he says Trump just launched an unjustified illegal strike on Venezuela. Wanted to get your reaction to that.
Well, look, these are weak, stupid people, and they're trying to save themselves from almost destroying our country. If I didn't get elected, our country would not. I don't even think we'd have a country right now. We were heading down. We were heading down the path of destruction. We had inflation. We had high prices. They're the ones that caused high prices, not us. We're bringing.
Oh my God, dude. We had inflation and we don't have it anymore. It's all gone. Everything is cheap again.
Prices way down. We have oil now in many places $1.99 a gallon. And you know, when you do oil, everything follows.
It's free. They're giving gas away now. It's so cheap. It's free now. They're just giving it away. Eggs. They are now paying people to buy eggs because they're so cheap.
Everything is following. But no, they would have destroyed our country if we didn't get elected. If Kamala or a Joe type got elected, if that group got elected. But if Kamala got elected, I don't think at this point we would even have a country. We're laughed at all over the world.
We wouldn't even have a country. Oh my God, this guy is out of control. We wouldn't even have a country, okay? It would be just unincorporated territory from sea to shining sea.
The money was flowing out. Everybody was leaving. The companies were leaving. The people were leaving. The wealth was leaving. We have $18 trillion coming back into our country, the biggest number in the history of the world. The second biggest number was $3 trillion. We're at $18 trillion.
Biggest number, $72 quadrillion into the United States. In 12 months, people don't even believe it, but it's real. 73,000 quintillion. It's much more than even thought
and
possible.
It's building factories and plants. It's doing things that no country has ever seen before. But as far as last night is concerned, it was really genius. What they did is genius. And the Democrats, maybe they'll take a shot. You know, they'll take a shot. All they do is complain. They don't talk about, they should say, you know what, we did a great job. We're stopping drugs from coming into this country. And nobody's been able.
You can't pick a reason for why this happened. No, it's 30 different reasons. It's it's happening because of every reason thinkable. and the fact is that, you know, Vice President Vance has already come out and said exactly why this is happening, according to him at least. JD Vance literally came out on Twitter and said that this is all happening because Venezuela stole the United States' oil back in the 70s when it nationalized its oil fields that obviously reside in their territory and that we're taking them back. So at least that's the most clear-cut reason for why all this is happening. And of course, then there is the ramblings of the president. Can't forget that.
To do it until we came along. But they should say, great job. They shouldn't say, oh, gee, maybe it's not constitutional. You know, the same old stuff that we've been hearing for years and years and years.
Same old stuff. People are always like, yeah, it's very weird. Very weird. People are always saying, what's up with that? Like, you're not following the Constitution. Who cares? It's an old piece of paper. Nobody cares. This is
the very definition of totalitarianism.
It's true. Totalitarianism. That's what this is, folks. People keep complaining about the Constitution. It's like very annoying. Why do you even care about the Constitution?
Job. These men and women that went out there last night, the courage they had, going into an area where, you know, all the lights were turned off. We turned off almost all of the lights in Caracas. I mean, this thing was so organized. And they go into a dark space with machine guns.
We turned off all the lights in Caracas. It was incredible. What does that even mean? I'm trying to figure out what that means. Did they bomb a power plant or something? Or I'm trying to figure out what they do, like some sort of like a cyber attack?
At facing them all over the place. And then you hear from a guy that I'd never even heard of him. But you hear from some congressman saying, oh, this is so terrible. We're saving lives. And by the way, the boats,
You just woke up to this? Yeah. What a thing to wake up to, right, NR Gray? Good to see you, by the way, in here. I didn't know that you were a Galactic subscriber. So many Majority Report mods are Galactic subscribers. But, yeah, it's been fascinating. I actually didn't do my normal Friday stream last night because I was feeling sick, so I took a nap instead. Woke up at like 3:30 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, and then I look at my phone. I'm like, what? Qu'est-ce que c'est? What is that? What is going on now? I've been listening to the news all day since I woke up, and it's just gotten weirder and weirder as time has progressed. The last 8 hours has been quite eye-opening.
because that's sort of related to the.
It's almost time, by the way. It's almost 11 o'clock. 4 minutes away from the supposed time that we are to get a Donald Trump address at Mar-a-Lago. Will it happen on time? Who's
Every
to say?
boat that we hit saves 25,000 lives.
Yeah, I don't think you're going to get any hosannas or thanks from certain Democrats in Congress, that's for sure. But one of the things, you've already obviously cracked down on these drug boats. You've also cracked down on these illegal oil shipments coming out of Venezuela. The countries that negotiate with Venezuela for that illegal oil are already starting to suffer. What do you see as the future of Venezuela's oil industry?
Well, I see that we're going to be very strongly involved in it. That's all. I mean, what can I say? We have the greatest oil companies in the world, the biggest, the greatest, and we're going to be very much involved in it. We can't.
Oh, my God. Yeah, we're going to be very involved in taking the oil out of Venezuela for ourselves. If you weren't a subscriber, you couldn't chat. That's true. I'm impressive in that way, in that one way. I force people to subscribe for an entire minute to chat on YouTube and on Twitch. It's very mean of me, but I do it to get our numbers up a little bit, you know. What can I do?
Do something like this, and we're prepared. You know, we were prepared to do a second wave. We were all set, and this was so lethal. This was so powerful that we didn't have to, but we're prepared. We're out there with an armada like nobody's ever seen before, and we're prepared, and we're prepared.
So fucking deranged.
And frankly, probably thought we were going to have to do it, but we were prepared for a second wave going in.
Mr. President, sorry, Nicole, could you follow up on one thing? And that was when part of Vice President Vance's tweet about an hour ago said that you offered several off-ramps to Maduro that he didn't take. What did those off-ramps look like?
Well, basically, I said you have to give up. You have to surrender. And he was close, but in the end...
What does that even mean?
I really did.
How is that even an off-ramp? You have to surrender. Well, first off, there was no war. So what does that mean? We were bombing just fishing boats in the Caribbean. There was no actual war. So what does surrender even mean in this context? This is fucking insane. You have to surrender, and that will end it.
He was close, but in the end, I really didn't. We had to do something that was really much more surgical, much more powerful. This was much more powerful than anything we could have done. This is amazing, and we learned a lot going into. We learned a lot of things, but this was a very important symbol.
This is the very definition.
I had
of
discussions. I actually spoke to him myself, but I said, "You have to give up. You have to surrender."
When did you speak to him?
He was not willing. A week ago. A couple of times, but a week ago.
Mr. President, this is clearly a signature moment for your administration, this military strike, the capture of Maduro.
We've had a lot of signature moments, if you really think about it.
It certainly was. Let's add it to the list, one of the signature moments. But what do you say to the people waking up to this news this morning who are concerned that these actions may result in prolonged involvement of U.S. military in Venezuela?
Well, first of all, I say that what we're doing is saving lives because the drug trafficking is so bad. It's gotten so out of control. And, when you think 97% of the drugs coming in by sea, by ocean, by waterway, 97% down. It's almost nothing left. You don't see ships. You don't see anybody. You see very few ships coming in loaded up with, hundreds of bags of fentanyl, cocaine, and everything else you can imagine. It's virtually.
Fentanyl does not come from Venezuela. Oh my God. This guy is a fucking moron. Fentanyl does not come from Venezuela. Everyone knows this. Apparently, aside from Donald Trump. How is he that stupid? They have all of the intelligence on the planet. Who is stupid enough to believe that all the fentanyl is coming from Venezuela?
Stopped, and we'll stop it on land. And this was one of the things that we did to stop it on land. We had to do this in order to stop it on land. This was a part of it. There are other parts, and there are other areas, frankly. But what they did is really amazing, and I think it sends a signal. We're not going to be pushed around as a country anymore by these countries where we want to be politically correct all the time. They're killing our people.
Does.
If we had a war, if you lost 300,000 people, in the Civil War, we lost 600,000 people. We lose 300,000 people a year to drugs, and we're not going to allow it anymore with any country.
You said that you were prepared for a second wave, and I assume that you still are. But what does the future look like for the Maduro loyalists who are still in Caracas and I assume have not yet fled or been removed?
Well, if they stay loyal, the future is really bad. Really bad for them. If they convert, there's a conversion factor. I would say most of them have converted. He's had very little loyalty. In fact, I noticed that today that some people are marching on the street waving flags, and they're very in support. They have American flags being waved on the streets. So, I mean, I think he's got very little support. Look, he was in.
I haven't seen a single one. We've been watching video over here. Like, I have not seen a single American flag. I've seen a bunch of Venezuelan flags. No American flags here.
So I don't see a lot of that. I don't think we're going to see a lot of that.
Well, will you, Mr. President, throw your support behind opposition leader Maria Corina Machado, who, as you recall, won the Nobel Peace Prize and then in turn dedicated it to you for your efforts in pressuring Maduro? Are you going to fully support her to take over to run the country?
Well, we're going to have to look at it. Right now, they have a vice president, as you know. I mean, I don't know about what kind of an election that was, but, the election of Maduro was a disgrace, just like my election was a disgrace. 2020 was a disgrace, and, a real disgrace. Now, 2024 was too big to rig, but...
This is literally what I've been saying. Oh, my God. Oh, my God, I've been saying this ever since Maria Corina Machado even claimed. This is way back when we covered this for the first time. I've been saying it the whole time. It was straight up Stop the Steal vibes. It was straight up Stop the Steal vibes coming out of the Maria Corina Machado camp. And lo and behold, Donald Trump agrees. Oh, they're the same, as it turns out. Couple of election deniers. Oh shit, it's coming. Oh fuck, here we go. Gotta move on from that. Just switched over here on the AP. Play something in the background, I guess. Well, I guess it's about to happen, people. Is this live? Well, it's not live. It's not playing. Shit. Maduro walks out instead. That would be hilarious. Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point, NR. He does like to be late. It's true. Things really died over on vertical YouTube side. I might end that stream. We had crazy numbers for a second and then it just died. I don't know what happened. People just lost interest or what. Because we got like 2,000 views in a very short period of time, but now there's like 3 people watching. Well, folks, I don't know. I don't know. I'm just going to play this until it actually...
What he did was, I mean, his was open. I would say, frankly, you want to know the truth? I think Charlie would testify this. It wasn't a hell of a lot worse than what they did to us in 2020. It was, our election was a disgrace in 2020, and everyone knows it. And now it's come out, and it's come out even in the legal form. But it was disgraceful. He had an election that was a rigged election. And the people have no love for him, that's for sure. He had very little loyalty, if any loyalty. He was a dictator who was a tough cookie, and he ran it tough, and the people can't believe they got so lucky.
Mr. President, what do you make of the fact that just hours before the airstrike, there was a Chinese delegation meeting with Nicolas Maduro, and we have yet to hear from China any sort of comment on the attacks?
Yeah, I know nothing about that, but I have a very good relationship with President Xi, and there's not going to be a problem. And they're going to get oil. We're going to allow people to have oil. But we can't take a chance after having done this incredible thing last night of letting somebody else take over, where we have to do it again. We can do it again, too. Nobody can stop us. There's nobody that has the capability that we have. You know, when I watched that war in Russia,
This guy is a deranged megalomaniac.
everybody dying. And
This dude is mad with power. Nobody can stop us. That is the words of those are the words of a deranged fucking lunatic. Who the hell says that? Nobody can stop us. We can do whatever the hell we want. That's not that's not a good vibe.
yeah, it's primitive. It's primitive. It's horrible. It's
Could
really horrible.
you tell us, Mr. President, a little bit more? Because you're talking about the precision of this operation and the brave men and women. Was this Delta Force guys? Were this Navy SEALs?
These
Could you talk a
people
little
are
bit
the
more
most,
about that?
Yeah, they're the most highly trained soldiers in the world. There's nobody that has their talent, because they're talent. It's not just It's not just bravery. It's bravery. You have to have the bravery, but it's talent. Nobody has talent like this, and nobody has equipment like we have. I mean, everything was pinpoint. They had everything. They practiced. They actually built a house which was identical to the one they went into, with all the safes and all the steel all over the place, and at the top of stairways and rooms.
It was Delta Force, sir?
I don't want to say, but I will say this. I'm having a news conference in just a little while, so therefore I'm going to have to get off this line pretty soon, but I'm having a news conference at 11, and we're going to be talking about it. And I will say that I'm very proud to be an American.
As are we, Mr. President. Will we be hearing from Secretary of War Pete Hegseth about what went into the
As are
planning
we,
and
Mr. President. Oh my God, what a bunch of good little propagandists. We too are proud, Mr. President. Thank you so much for your great leadership.
Thanks, Julio.
Can I fillet you now live on television?
Omegastar
perhaps?
gifted a tier 1 subscription to Braided Jade.
Oh, Megastar, thank you for the gifted subscription over there. Enjoy it, Braided Jade. Yeah, sorry, I noticed that the video volume was low. That's my bad.
Okay.
That's my bad.
execution of this incredible operation?
Yes, and General Kane and some other people, they'll be telling you things that we can't tell you. We're not going to say everything because we have things that nobody even knows about. Nobody has even a clue about. And we don't want to talk about that, and there's no reason to. But you'll be seeing a lot of things. So we're going to have a pretty open news conference, and we have to make sure that Venezuela doesn't go bad again. It went bad. You know, it was a great country 20 years ago, and now it's horrible. Remember I used to say that if they get elected, the other side, the people that we're talking about, if they get elected in our country, it will be Venezuela on steroids. Do you remember that? I used to say that all the time, Charlie, right?
Indeed.
We would have been Venezuela on steroids, meaning we would have been a bigger version of Venezuela.
What does that even mean?
But the end result, we would have been a failed nation. Had they gotten elected, we would have been a failed nation. So I'll get ready for a news conference.
Real quickly before we let you go, though, can you tell us where Maduro and his wife are right this second?
Well, they'll be heading to New York. You know, they were indicted in New York, and also.
So are they taken to a ship first, and then?
Yes, the Iwo Jima. They're on a ship, but they'll be heading into New York. The helicopters took them out, and they went by helicopter in a nice flight. I'm sure they loved it. But they've killed a lot of people.
Flight.
Remember that they killed a lot of people, and
a lot of Americans.
Even people in their own country.
So
they killed a
deranged.
lot of people to maintain power. He's a very vicious person.
Well, President Trump, I'm incredibly grateful to you for coming on this morning. Thank you very much, and thank you for your time. We know that you've got a lot on your plate these days, but we're very appreciative, and we look forward to your press conference at 11.
Well, remember one thing. Our country now, it's not because of this, but long before this, almost from the time I took office, it's gone so fast. Our country is hotter than it's ever been before. And we had a dead country a year and a half ago.
Hotter than ever before, everyone's saying it. And by everyone, I mean me. I'm the one I'm saying it over and over again. And if I say it enough times, it means everyone else is saying it as well. That's the way that works. I am so fucking, like, I'm so sick of this timeline right now. Do we really have 3 more years of this?
So
You know, I had like a weird sense of optimism. You know, we did all the New Year's Eve stuff, New Year's stuff, and I was like, you know what? Maybe 2026 maybe it's going to be better. And now we're day 3. We started a war with Venezuela. It's not a good start. Not going to lie, not a good start. You do like that Shorts doesn't play ads. That's a fair point. Shorts doesn't play ads. It's true. Something I had not even thought about. Twitchy Schmeggly wants me to hydrate. I'm running out of hydration. Seriously fast. I was hoping to time it out so that I don't run out of things to drink before the stream ends. Good God.
Climate and everything are the same word.
That was the wrong sound shot. And we wait with bated breath. Bob Carmody, good to see you. Yes, we are waiting. Pins and needles over here. What unhinged justification will the president give today? We just got done listening to an entire diatribe. A lie-filled monologue. Over on Fox News. What will Donald Trump have to say here at the podium? And who else will talk is another question I keep asking myself. Well, I'm sure maybe we'll get some Pete Hegseth talkery. Maybe little Marco Rubio will get in there. I don't know. Maybe Pam Bondi. I mean, she was one of the first people to tweet about this situation in the Southern District of New York's filing of charges against Nicolas Maduro. I'm hearing some commotion over here. Can't quite tell. Is it going to be Donald Trump or AI? It's a fair question. With this administration, there's no way to know for sure. Put more music on, I guess. I might also end the short stream. I'm sorry to anybody that's over there right now. But it's just there's so few people watching it. Yeah, we got like 50 people watching on YouTube wide, 20 on Twitch, but like 3 on YouTube vertical right now. Even though really YouTube vertical was winning in views for much of the stream, it's now really dropped off over there. You're confused whether this is allowed under U.S. law? I don't think so. Certainly not without congressional approval. At the very least. Hold on, I'll be right back. Well, everybody seems to be waiting for the president here in Mar-a-Lago. Damn, Omega Star is on a 25 stream streak. Well done. That's a lot of streams that you've been making it to.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years. I did everything right and they indicted me.
Oh my God. He's been just leaving us here for like a half an hour. We've just been sitting and waiting. Patiently waiting the supreme dictator of the United States. Cyclone Cheeto. Where is Cyclone Cheeto?
Cyclone Cheeto. Cyclone Cheeto. Cyclone Cheeto. Cyclone Cheeto.
They're waiting for his dementia medication to kick in. It's close. I need to set up my period tracker like Sam Cedar's been doing. I know this is close to the time that he usually gets his dementia booster, or whatever you call it. I don't know the exact day. Sam is the only one who truly knows. He's been following this like a goddamn detective. And the last time, I'm trying to remember the last time Sam mentioned it on the show. It was like 2 months ago or something. I think it was like October 8th, I think. It's like a 30-day clock on it, so it complicates it, which is why I need the period tracker. Or is it with the, actually? Yeah, no, I need the tracker. I need the tracker app. His compression socks exploded. Last night was the full moon. You may be right about that. Ay. Where the hell is Cankle's McTaco Tits? I do not know. When will Cankle's McTaco Tits show his orange, ruddy face?
Hitting the tripod. Is it true? Yeah. You're not going to pan? I will.
The camera glitch is kind of getting to you, not gonna lie. What camera glitch?
Am I right?
Oh, you're talking about like the latency in the camera? Like in the feed? I've noticed there's like a couple of drop frames over on Associated Press's end. They also have like 50,000 people watching the stream right now. Like the whole planet is watching this right now. So that could be part of why they're experiencing some amount of frame droppage on their end. Like, look at the. This is the live chat. Hold on, I'm just opening it up right now. There we go. It's on fire. The Associated Press live stream is on fire. Look at how fast the chat is going. Look at how fast it's going by. Damn, they are getting a fuckload of super chats over here. Damn, people are just shelling out money to the Associated Press. Okay, AP. Making that money. Good God. The chat is ablaze. It's on fire. I'm not sure I've ever seen the Associated Press live stream this animated. Like, it's intense. It's like a Hassan chat or something. It's like exactly chat. This is literally what I was thinking just there. Literally what I was thinking. It's like Hassan's chat. It's out of control. Oh my God. 100%. It's exactly what it's like. They're giving Hassan a run for his money. Although I'm fairly certain if Hassan goes live right now, it would break the internet. In fact, where is Hassan? Probably sleeping. Probably sleeping because it's like 8 o'clock in the morning over in California. Somebody should wake his ass up. You would be watching the Associated Press if it wasn't for me. Aww. Feed Leica, says Omega Star. Okay. We'll get her a treat. I still gotta put Leica on the vertical stream. I like quickly threw it together before going live today. I was working on it last night a little bit and this morning a little bit, and then I was like, oh my God, I have to go live. So I did not finish a bunch of shit I was planning to. Darren Baker, thank you for the follow on Twitch. Much appreciated. First time here, love it. Great. That's what I like to hear. Appreciate that feedback. Why do you dick ride a rich person like Hassan? Is that a real question? I mean, I feel like that's a joke, but it's not clear. But I'll pretend that it's a real question. But Hassan became rich by doing good things. So that's how I can make that justification. It's quite easy. It's quite easy for me to make that choice. And, you know, you can characterize it however you like. Dick riding and or appreciating. I do appreciate Hassan for all sorts of reasons, and him being rich does not predicate that in any way for me personally. You can do your own thing. If you don't like Hassan because he's made money doing good things over there, like, you know, like, okay. It's up to you. That's your own personal choice. But I've made my own determinations, and you know, like, should we also not listen to Sam Cedar? Or, I mean, who is worthy of our attention? Essentially, is my question to you in response to that. It's like I feel like I get where you're going with this, but like, you're saying that anybody who becomes successful by doing what I'm doing right now is somehow suddenly discredited for having actually made a decent living at it? He's not even, you know, it's not like he's like some billionaire capitalist who like owns all of Los Angeles, you know? He's not Larry Ellison. He doesn't have 15 houses in the Palisades. He's got one home in the Hollywood Hills, which, yeah, it's a nice area. I'm not gonna say it's not. I'm not gonna say he's not doing well. It does not somehow discount him and his opinions, in my opinion. Like, you know, that's my opinion on it, and maybe it discounts them for you, and that's totally your own, you know, your own choice. Yeah, the rich only serve the rich, but like, I mean, Hassan, like, since when is Hassan like anti-billionaire tax or something, right? Like, Hassan's constantly saying higher taxes on the rich, so he, you know, it's like he's just not the focus, in my opinion. Like, he's not the problem. Same thing with Sam Cedar. See, I feel like you're purity testing, right? Like there's no evidence that Hassan and Sam are not vehemently against the billionaires, and you know, like, I just feel like it's weird. It's like a weird bar that it's like, doesn't matter to any of the things that they've ever said publicly. It's just about how many dollars they have in the bank. They're not even that rich when you look at it. Right? Like, yeah, they've got some money, but they're just not in the stratosphere, right? In terms of wealth. Like, they're living comfortably. Sure, I will give you that much. Beyond that, I don't think they're the ones doing the repressing. How are we still waiting right now? We've been here. It's 11:40 right now. How is this even possible? How are we still these poor people? At least I'm doing it from the comfort of the space station. Over here, these guys have just been standing here in business suits and dresses and whatever else. Just like, this guy has been crouched, ready to take a picture for 45 fucking minutes, holding this goddamn phone. I mean, I'm camera, holding this goddamn camera this whole time. Oh my god. Is he coming? I am coming, don't worry. Breaking, the king is dead. Long live the king. You still got 2 chocolate eclairs? Oh, don't tell me about chocolate eclairs.
Thank you very much. This is big time.
Oh, here we go.
Appreciate you being here. Late last night and early today, at my direction. Okay, thank you very much. This is big stuff. Armed Forces conducted an extraordinary military operation in the capital. Late last night, Venezuela. And early today, overwhelming American at my direction.
What is happening with the sound?
United States Armed Forces conducted an extraordinary military operation in the capital of Venezuela. Overwhelming American military power, air, land, and sea, was used to launch a spectacular assault. And it was an assault like people have not seen since World War II. It was a force against a heavily fortified military fortress in the heart of Caracas to bring outlaw dictator Nicolas Maduro to justice. This was one of the most stunning, effective, and powerful displays of American military might and competence in American history. And if you think about it, we've done some other good ones, like the attack on Soleimani.
Jesus Christ.
Attack on al-Baghdadi.
Can't even stay focused.
And the
Why?
Obliteration and decimation of the Iran nuclear sites just recently in an operation known as Midnight Hammer. All perfectly executed and done.
That right now?
No nation
Oh,
in the
perfect
world could
execution.
achieve what America achieved yesterday, or frankly, in just a short period of time. All Venezuelan military capacities were rendered powerless as the men and women of our military, working with U.S. law enforcement, successfully captured Maduro in the dead of night.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
Dark. The lights of Caracas were largely turned off due to a certain expertise that we have. It was dark and it was deadly. But captured along with his wife, Celia Flores, both of whom now face American justice.
It's dark and deadly.
Maduro and Flores have been indicted in the Southern District of New York. It's Jay Clayton for their campaign of deadly narco.
I can't. I'm sorry. I needed to pause it. I'm sorry. I'm just. It's just saying something. I don't understand what's going on. 30 seconds into it, he just switches topics. He starts talking about Soleimani and fucking Midnight Hammer over here. Very dark and deadly. Oh my god, this guy is fucking out of control. This man is just a deranged lunatic, megalomaniac, sundowning senior citizen with his hand on the goddamn nuclear button, dude. This is the worst timeline. This is the worst timeline ever.
Terrorism against
What
the
is
United
going on?
States
Where-
and its citizens.
Where is Scott
I want
Bakula?
to thank the men
Scott-
and women of our military who achieved such an extraordinary success overnight with breathtaking speed, power, precision, and competence. You rarely see anything like it. You've seen some raids in this country that didn't go so well. They were an embarrassment. If you look back to Afghanistan, or if you look back to the Jimmy Carter days, they were different days. We're a respected country again, like never before. These highly trained warriors operating in collaboration with U.S. law enforcement caught them in a very ready position. They were waiting for us. They knew we had many ships out in the sea, just sort of waiting. They knew we were coming. So they were in a what's called a ready position. But they were completely overwhelmed and very quickly incapacitated. If you would have seen what I saw last night, you would have been very impressed. I'm not sure that you'll ever get to see it, but it was an incredible thing to see. Not a single American service member was killed, and not a single piece of American equipment was lost. We had many helicopters, many planes, many people involved in that fight. But think of that, not one piece of military equipment was lost, not one service member was, more importantly, killed. The United States military is the strongest and most fearsome military on the planet by far. With capabilities and skills our enemies can scarcely begin to imagine. We have the best equipment anywhere in the world. There's no equipment like what we have, and you see that even if you just look at the boats. You know, we
get very best capabilities and good skills. Never before seen in the entire world.
knocked out 97% of the drugs coming in by sea. 90%. Each boat killed.
This guy is slurring, just slurring all over the place right now. Is it the Fixident or is it the dementia drug? I don't think he's gotten it yet.
25 on average, 25,000 people. We knocked out 97%. And those drugs mostly come from a place called Venezuela. We're going to run the country until such time as we can do a safe, proper, and judicious transition. So we don't want to be involved with having somebody else get in, and we have the same situation that we had for the last long period of years. So we are going to run the country
Oh my
until
God.
such time as we can do a
Wow.
safe, proper, and
Shut
judicious
up.
transition. And it
Shut
has to
the
be
fuck
judicious,
up.
because that's what we're all
Yo.
about.
What?
We want peace,
We're gonna
liberty,
what?
and justice for the great people of Venezuela, and that includes many from Venezuela that are now living
We're
in the
gonna
United
what?
States and want to go back to their.
Did he just say that? Did he just say that the United States is going to run Venezuela? This is fucking insane. Donald Trump is occupying all of Venezuela now. We're running the country according to him. It is now a puppet. It's a puppet of the United States. We've just annexed Venezuela illegally. Oh my God. He's just trying to keep up with his good buddy Putin, you know? Just annex some territory. NBD, get in there. Might as well. Everybody's doing it. Everybody's doing it. Might as well be
country.
us.
It's their homeland. We can't take a chance that somebody else takes over Venezuela that doesn't have the good of the Venezuelan people in mind. We've had decades of that. We're not going to let that happen. We're there now, and what people don't understand, but they understand as I say this, we're there now, but we're going to stay until such time as the proper transition can take place. So we're going to stay until such time as we're going to run it, essentially, until such time as a proper transition can take place. As everyone knows, the oil business in Venezuela has been a bust,
What
a
does
total
that
bust
mean?
for a long period of time. They were pumping almost nothing by comparison to what they could have been pumping and what could have taken place. We're going to have our very large United States oil companies, the biggest anywhere in the world, go in, spend billions of dollars, fix the badly broken infrastructure.
Oh my God. The last 9 hours have just completely just upended the the world order as we knew it. Oh my God. We've just seen formally, I mean, in whatever you want to call it. I mean, this count feels formal. We're just announcing the annexation of Venezuela until we can do a full-on, what do you want to call it? A fake, a farce, like a farce election or something. Like install a puppet dictator in Venezuela who will allow U.S. oil companies to extract whatever mineral wealth that they see fit whenever that comes up, you know. But until then, we're just gonna run Venezuela as some sort of vassal state. Really? Wow. The fact that this is all happening out in the open should be genuinely, I know it's been an insane year, but this should be genuinely disturbing to all of us. This is a complete. I mean, we've been talking about every single one of these boat strikes in the Caribbean having been a violation of international law. But this is a complete flouting of international law in a way in the United States I don't think we'll ever be able to live down. This is a historic moment.
Oil infrastructure and start making money for the country. And we are ready to stage a second and much larger attack if we need to do so. So we were prepared to do a second wave if we needed to do so. We actually assumed that a second wave would be necessary, but now it's probably not. The first wave, if you'd like to call it that, the first attack was so successful, we probably don't have to do a second, but we're prepared to do a second wave, a much bigger wave.
The first attack was so successful.
This was pinpoint, but we have a much bigger wave that probably won't have to do. This partnership of Venezuela with the United States of America, a country that everybody wants to be involved with because of what we were able to do and accomplish, will make the people of Venezuela rich, independent, and safe. And it will also make the many, many people from Venezuela that are living in the United States extremely happy. They suffered. They suffered. So much was taken from them. They're not going to suffer anymore. The illegitimate dictator Maduro was the kingpin of a vast criminal network responsible for trafficking colossal amounts of deadly and illicit drugs.
This is so incredibly clownish. We're liberating Venezuela. We're going to make them independent by seizing the territory and all of their oil. That's how you make them independent and free and safe. By plundering the vast oil reserves and doing a literal
into
coup.
The United States. As alleged in the indictment, he personally oversaw the vicious cartel known as Cartel de las Solas, which flooded our nation with lethal poison responsible for the deaths of countless Americans, the many, many Americans. Hundreds of thousands over the years of Americans died because of him. Maduro and his wife will soon face the full might of American justice and stand trial on American soil. Right now they're on a ship. They'll be heading to ultimately New York, and then a decision will be made, I assume, between New York and Miami or Florida. But we have people where the overwhelming evidence of their crimes will be presented in a court of law. And I've seen it. I've seen what we have. It's both horrible and breathtaking that something like this could have been allowed to take place. For many years after his term as president of Venezuela expired, Maduro remained in power and waged a ceaseless campaign of violence, terror, and subversion against the United States of America, threatening not only our people, but the stability of the entire region. And you all saw it. In addition to trafficking gigantic amounts of illegal drugs that inflicted untold suffering and human destruction all over the country, all over in particular the United States, Maduro sent savage and murderous gangs, including the bloodthirsty prison gang Tren de Aragua, to terrorize American communities nationwide. And he did indeed. They were in Colorado. They took over apartment complexes. They cut the fingers off people if they called police. They were brutal.
Oh my God.
But they're not so brutal.
They're still talking about fucking Aurora, Colorado. It's insane. Tren de Aragua has taken over Aurora, Colorado. It is no longer part of the United States. It is being declared a territory of Venezuela. I cannot believe that this talking point hasn't died. There's been so much debunking of this claim. This is so fucking shameful.
You should be ashamed of yourself for having that thought.
I don't want reality.
Now, and I just have to congratulate our military, Pete and everybody, and our National Guard, because the job that they've done, whether it's in Washington, D.C., where we have a totally safe city, where it was one of the most unsafe cities anywhere in the world, frankly, and now we have no crime in Washington, D.C. We haven't had a killing. We had the terrorist attack a few weeks ago. A little bit of a different kind of a threat, but we haven't had a killing in a long period of time, 6-7 months. We used to have two, on average 2 a week in Washington, our capital. We don't have that anymore. The restaurants are opening. Everyone's happy. They're walking their daughters. They're walking their children, their wives. They walk to restaurants. Restaurants are opening all over Washington, D.C. So I want to thank the National Guard. I want to thank our military. And I want to thank law enforcement. been amazing. And they should do it with more cities. We're doing it, as you know, and we're doing it in Memphis, Tennessee right now, and crime is down. We've just sort of started a few weeks ago, but crime is down now 77%. And the governor of Louisiana called, great person, and he wanted us to help him, as you know, in a certain very nice part of Louisiana, and we have done that. It was a rough section, and we have crime down. I understand it's down to almost nothing already after 2.5 weeks. New Orleans, it's down to almost nothing, and we've only been there for 2.5 weeks. Can't imagine why governors wouldn't want us to help. We also helped, as you know, in Chicago, then crime went down a little bit there. A very small help because
what's up with everybody today? What's going on here? What's up with anybody getting weird vibes from this right now? Am I the only person? What's going on in this room right now? Why is everybody looking so sullen? Marco Rubio's doing some weird shit with his feet. He's just looking down at the carpet right now. Everybody's got their arms crossed aside from Stephen Miller, who's got his arms behind his back. Everyone's just kind of looking away from the cameras, just sort of looking downtrodden. What's going on here? What is going on here with these guys? There's a weird vibe.
Megastar just cheered 100 bits. Everyone is horrified.
Such a weird vibe going on here.
Then crime went down a little bit there. We did a very small help because we had no working ability with the governor. The governor was a disaster and the mayor was a disaster, but it knocked down crime. But we're pulling out of there when they need us. We'll know. You'll know. You'll be writing about it. And likewise, Los Angeles, where we saved Los Angeles early on, where the head of the police department made a statement that if the federal government didn't come in, we would have lost Los Angeles. That's long after the fires. That's when they had the riots in Los Angeles. We did a great job. Got no credit for it whatsoever, but that's okay. It doesn't matter. We don't need the credit. But we'll be pulling out when they need us. They'll call, or we'll go back if we have to. We'll go back. But
are they possibly ashamed or embarrassed? It's a fantastic question. I mean, they certainly should be ashamed of themselves.
You should be ashamed of yourself for having that thought.
Are these guys capable of shame? I wonder to myself. But it feels almost like an air of shame. Perhaps. By the way, Omega Star, thank you for the bits.
Did a great job in various cities. But the place that we're very proud of is Washington, D.C., because it's our nation's capital. We took it from being a crime-ridden mess to being one of the safest cities in the country. But the gangs that they sent raped, tortured, and murdered American women and children. They were in all of the cities I mentioned, Tren de Aragua. And they were sent by Maduro to terrorize our people, and now Maduro will never again be able to threaten an American citizen or anybody from Venezuela. There will no longer be threats. For years I've highlighted the stories of those innocent Americans whose lives were so heartlessly robbed by this Venezuelan terrorist organization. Really one of the worst. One of the worst, they say the worst. Americans like 12-year-old Jocelyn Nungari from Houston. Beautiful Jocelyn Nungari, what happened to her? They, as you know, they kidnapped, assaulted, and murdered by Tren de Aragua animals. They murdered Jocelyn and left her dead under the bridge. There was a bridge that will never be the same to so many people after seeing what happened. As I've said many times, the Maduro regime emptied out their prisons, sent their worst and most violent monsters into the United States to steal American lives. And they came from mental institutions and insane asylums. They came from prisons and jails. The reason I say both, they sound similar. Actually, prisons a little bit more hostile, a little bit tougher. A mental institution isn't as tough as an insane asylum. but we got them both. They sent from their mental institutions. They sent from their jails, prisons. They were drug dealers. They were drug kingpins. They sent everybody bad into the United States, but no longer. And we have now a border where nobody gets through. In addition, Venezuela unilaterally seized and stole American oil, American assets, and American platforms, costing us billions and billions of dollars. They did this a while ago, but we never had a president that did anything about it. They took all of our property. It was our property. We built it. And we never had a president that decided to do anything about it. Instead, they fought wars that were 10,000 miles away. We built Venezuela oil industry with American talent, drive, and skill, and the socialist regime stole it from us during those previous administrations, and they stole it through force. This constituted one of the largest thefts of American property in the history of our country.
They stole their oil from us, and that is not okay. Stealing your own oil from us is never right.
Considered the largest theft of property in the history of our country. Massive oil infrastructure was taken.
I've never heard that claim before in my life. Wow. The large in our country, the greatest theft of property ever recorded was the nationalization of Venezuelan oil. I've never heard this before. It's the funniest thing I've ever heard. Greatest theft of property in American history.
Like we were babies, so we didn't do anything about it. I would have done something about it. America will never allow foreign powers to rob our people or drive us back into and out of our own hemisphere. That's what they did. Furthermore, under the now deposed dictator Maduro, Venezuela was increasingly hosting foreign adversaries in our region and acquiring menacing offensive weapons that could threaten U.S. interests and lives. And they used those weapons last night. Potentially in league with the cartels operating along our border. All of these actions were in gross violation of the core principles of American foreign policy, dating back more than 2 centuries. And not anymore. All the way back, it dated to the Monroe Doctrines. And the Monroe Doctrine is a big deal, but we've superseded it by a lot, by a real lot. They now call it the Monroe Document. I don't know. It's Monroe Doctrine. We sort of
You are
forgot
not
about
funny.
It. It's very important, but we forgot about it. We don't forget about it anymore. Under our new national security strategy, American dominance in the Western Hemisphere will never be questioned again. Won't happen. So just in concluding, for decades, other administrations have neglected or even contributed to these growing security threats in the Western Hemisphere. Under the Trump administration, we are reasserting American power in a very powerful way in our home region. And our home region is very different than it was just a short while ago. The future will be, and we did this in my first term. We had great dominance in my first term, and we have far greater dominance right now. Everyone's coming back to us. The future will be determined by the ability to protect commerce and territory and resources that are core to national security. These are core to our national security. Just like tariffs are, they've made our country rich.
Just like tariffs.
And they've made our national security stronger than ever before. But these are the iron laws that have always determined global power. And we're going to keep it that way. We will secure our borders. We will stop the terrorists. We will crash the cartels. And we will defend our citizens against all threats, foreign and domestic. Other presidents may have lacked the courage or whatever to defend America. But I will never allow terrorists and criminals to operate with impunity against the United States. This extremely successful operation should serve as warning to anyone who would threaten American sovereignty or endanger American lives. Very importantly, the embargo on all Venezuelan oil remains in full effect. The American Armada remains poised in position, and the United States retains all military options until United States demands have been fully met and fully satisfied. All political and military figures in Venezuela should understand what happened to Maduro can happen to them, and it will happen to them if they aren't just fair, even to their people. The dictator and terrorist, Maduro, is finally gone in Venezuela. People are free. They're free again. It's been a long time for them, but they're free. America is a safer nation. This morning, it's a prouder nation this morning because it didn't allow this
No, it is not.
horrible person and this country that
No,
was
it is not.
doing very bad things to us.
No, I would like to say I feel less safe and much less proud. In fact, just deeply ashamed.
It didn't allow it to happen, and the Western Hemisphere is right now a much safer place to be. So I want to thank everybody for being here. I want to thank General Raisin Kane. He's a fantastic man. I've worked with a lot of generals. I worked with some I didn't like. I worked with some I didn't respect. I worked with some that just weren't good. But this guy is fantastic. I watched last night one of the most precise attacks on sovereignty. I mean, it was an attack for justice.
Attack on sovereignty.
And I'm very proud of him, and I'm very proud of our Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth, who I'm going to ask to say a few words. Thank you very much.
First real thing he said, an attack on sovereignty. That is exactly what the United Nations is saying, among others.
Mr. President, can you explain
Illegal.
how the U.S. will run Venezuela?
Well, thank you, Mr. President. Finally, a commander-in-chief the world respects and the American people deserve. And as the president said, words can barely capture the bravery and the power and the precision of this historic operation. A massive joint military and law enforcement raid flawlessly executed by the greatest Americans our country has to offer. American warriors are second to none, the best in the world and the best of our country. What all of us witnessed last night was sheer guts and grit, gallantry, and glory of the American warrior. I'm simply
Aren't I a good guy?
By such men, and I tip my hat to our chairman, Dan Raisin Kane, and all those Americans who stood watch last night. Our warriors are the elite of America, and again, President Trump has your back. No other country on planet Earth, and it's not even close, could pull this kind of operation off. And no other president has ever shown this kind of leadership, courage, and resolve. The most powerful combination the world has ever seen. As the president said, our adversaries remain on notice. America can project our will anywhere, anytime. The coordination, the stealth, the lethality, the precision, the very long arm of American justice, all on full display in the middle of the night. Nicolas Maduro had his chance, just like Iran had their chance, until they didn't and until he didn't. He effed around, and he found out. President Trump is deadly serious about stopping the flow of gangs and violence to our country. Deadly serious about stopping the flow of drugs and poison to our people. Deadly serious about getting back the oil that was stolen from us.
Pete, don't act like you... Like, I love when Pete comes out and starts talking about drugs and poisons, putting drugs and poisons in your body. Pete, we every time this man comes, like this is like all year, Pete has been coming out and acting like like he has an issue with people putting poisons in their body. right? Like, as if that man, this guy right here, this guy right here, this guy, he's got a problem with people putting poisons and toxins in their body. This guy, right? This guy right here. Yeah, Pete, really? As if you've never done cocaine.
I'm deadly serious about reestablishing American deterrence and dominance in the Western Hemisphere. This is about the safety, security, freedom, and prosperity of the American people. This is America first. This is peace through strength. And the United States War Department is proud to help deliver it. Welcome to 2026. And under President Trump,
welcome to 2026.
Is back.
Fuck you, Pete. Fuck you. Welcome to 2026. This is the worst way to start the year. Well.
Yeah! I'd like to welcome now our Chairman Raisin Kane, to give a few more details about the operation. Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Thank you, Mr. President, and good morning. Last night, on the order of the President of the United States and in support of a request from the Department of Justice, as the President said, the United States military conducted an apprehension mission in Caracas, Venezuela, to bring to justice two indicted persons, Nicolas and Cecilia Maduro. This operation, known as Operation Absolute Resolve, was discreet, precise, and conducted during the darkest hours of January 2nd and was the culmination of months of planning and rehearsal, an operation that, frankly, only the United States military could undertake. What I'd like to do this morning is talk to you through some of the preparation and the details without compromising any of our tactics, techniques, and procedures. There is always a chance that we'll be tasked to do this type of mission again. Our interagency work began months ago and built on decades of experience of integrating complex air, ground, space, and maritime operations. While the past 2 decades have honed the skills of our special operations forces, this particular mission required every component of our joint force, with soldiers, sailors, airmen, Marines, and Guardians working.
The president seems getting very tired of people talking. Look at him. This guy is falling asleep, very sleepy. Very, very sleepy people talking. I don't care. I've already said the words I wanted to say. Time for me to just nod off while standing up at a press conference. This is very boring. And keeps talking about a bunch of
with
stuff.
Soldiers, sailors,
I don't know what it means.
Airmen, Marines, and Guardians working in unison with our intelligence agency partners and law enforcement teammates in an unprecedented operation. We leveraged our unmatched intelligence capabilities and our years of experience in hunting terrorists. And we could not have done this mission without the incredible work by various
Everybody listening?
agencies,
Okay, good.
including the CIA, NSA, and NGA. We watched, we waited, we prepared, we remained patient and professional.
Very sleepy.
Meticulously
Very,
planned,
very sleepy.
drawing lessons from decades of missions over the last many years. Many.
Oh,
this
almost
was
went
an
down.
audacious
I'm okay.
operation that only the United States could do. It required the utmost of precision and integration within our joint force. And the word integration does not explain the sheer complexity of such a mission. An extraction so precise it involved more than 150 aircraft launching across the Western Hemisphere in close coordination, all coming together in time and place to layer effects for a single purpose: to get an interdiction force into downtown Caracas while maintaining the element of tactical surprise. Failure of one component of this well-oiled machine would have endangered the entire mission, and failure is never an option for America's joint force. Those in the air over Caracas last night were willing to give their lives for those on the ground and in the helicopters.
Let me talk a little bit about the preparation. After months of work by our intelligence teammates to find Maduro and understand how he moved, where he lived, where he traveled, what he ate, what he wore, what...
The president is so tired right now. Look at him. He's like struggling so hard to just keep his eyes open, let alone stay erect.
Phrasing?
My bad.
Pets. In early December, our force was set pending a series of aligned events. Key was choosing the right day to minimize the potential for civilian harm and maximize the element of surprise and minimize the harm to the indicted personnel, so as the president said, they could be brought to justice. And as the president said earlier today, weather in Venezuela is always a factor this time of the year. And over the weeks through Christmas and New Year's, the men and women of the United States military sat ready, patiently waiting for the right triggers to be met and the president to order us into action. Last night, the weather broke just enough, clearing a path.
I like how he just looked around Marco Rubio at Pete Hegseth, like, or was that Pete? Whoever that was. Is he still talking? Are you with me here? He's like going on forever right now. That's what that look was. He's still going. What is up with that?
Last night, the weather broke just enough, clearing a path that only the most skilled aviators in the world could maneuver through. Ocean, mountain, low cloud ceilings. But when tasked with a mission, this organization does not quit. At 10:46 p.m. Eastern Time last night, the president ordered the United States military to move forward with this mission. He said to us, and we appreciate it, Mr. President, good luck and Godspeed. And those words were transmitted to the entire joint force.
Jesus, I say
Over
that.
the course of the night, aircraft began launching from 20 different bases on land and sea across the Western Hemisphere. In total, more than 150 aircraft, bombers, fighters, intelligence, reconnaissance, surveillance, rotary wing were in the air last night. Thousands and thousands of hours of experience were airborne. Our youngest crew member was 20, and our oldest crew member was 49.
Who cares?
And there's simply no match for American
Who gives a
military
shit?
might. As night began, the helicopters...
How was that relevant information? Who among us was like needed to know the age range of people involved in this? We had a real diversity of war criminals here today. Just want you all to know. Important detail I'm sure you were all hoping to know. From the young age of 20 to the ripe age of 49. Yes, indeed, we had a real myriad of different generations represented in this illegal action. Oh, what a beautiful cornucopia.
Took off with the extraction force,
Diversity.
which included law enforcement officers, and began their flight into Venezuela at 100 feet above the water. As they approached Venezuelan shores,
Yeah, no, I'm glad somebody else picked up on where I was going with that. Thank you, Bob. Yes, it sounds like DEI, doesn't it? It sounds like what a beautiful tapestry in the military. I thought we were getting rid of DEI in the military. Now we got a bunch of old people doing war crimes?
the United States began layering different effects provided by Spacecom, Cybercom, and other members of the interagency to create a pathway. Overhead, those forces were protected by aircraft from the United States Marines, the United States Navy, the United States Air Force, and the Air National Guard. The force included F-22s, F-35s, F-18s, EA-18s, E-2s, B-1 bombers, and other support aircraft, as well as numerous remotely piloted drones. As the force began to approach Caracas, the Joint Air Component began dismantling and disabling the air defense systems in Venezuela, employing weapons to ensure the safe passage of the helicopters into the target area. The goal of our air component is, was, and always will be to protect the helicopters and the ground force and get them to the target and get them home. As the force crossed the last point of high...
Did you see that just now? I think Donald Trump's arm is falling asleep. Did you see? He's like...
to protect the helicopters and the ground force and get...
Did you see that? He's like shifting because the blood flow is not getting around his body properly or something. He's like standing in the same place. I can't feel my arm anymore. Good God. Good God, General Kane, you have so much words. Too many
and
words.
Get them home. As the force crossed the last point of high terrain where they'd been hiding in the clutter, we assessed that we had maintained totally the element of surprise. As the helicopter...
Audio Yvette with a highlighted message effect over on Twitch, but it's in Cyrillic and Mandarin, so I don't think I can remember. Okay, I was gonna try and read that, but
force ingress towards the objective at low level, we arrived at Maduro's compound at 1:01 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, or 2:01 a.m. Caracas local time, and the apprehension force descended into Maduro's compound and moved with speed, precision, and discipline towards their objective and isolated the area to ensure the safety and security of the ground force while apprehending the indicted persons. On arrival into the target area, the helicopters came under fire, and they replied with that fire with overwhelming force in self-defense. One of our aircraft was hit, but remained flyable, and as the president said earlier today, all of our aircraft came home, and that aircraft remained flyable during the rest of the mission. As the operation unfolded at the compound, our air and ground intelligence teams provided real-time updates to the ground force, ensuring those forces could safely navigate the complex environment without unnecessary risk. The force remained protected by overhead tactical aviation. Maduro and his wife, both indicted, gave up and were taken into custody by the Department of Justice, assisted by our incredible U.S. military with professionalism and precision, with no loss of U.S. life. After securing the indicted persons, the force began to prep for departure. Helicopters were called in to exfiltrate the extraction force, while fighter aircraft and remotely piloted aircraft provided overhead.
okay, I'm moving on from General Kane because he's literally putting me to sleep. I'm starting to get like Trump. I'm like about to go down. Oh wait, Marco, little Marco.
Don't worry about it, little Marco.
Gentlemen. Let's see what the Secretary of State had to say. You know, the head diplomat of the country.
To our nation are what makes us strong. Thank you, Mr. Secretary, and thank you, Mr. President. Thank you.
Well, I don't have much to add to what you've heard now,
Get
other
up
than the
there.
following points. Nicolas Maduro was indicted in 2020 in the United States. He is not the legitimate president of Venezuela. That's not just us saying it. The first Trump administration, the Biden administration, the second Trump administration, none of those three recognized him. He's not recognized by the European Union and multiple countries around the world. He is a fugitive of American justice with a $50 million reward, which I guess...
It's a fugitive of American justice.
And,
we should make sure.
Yeah, exactly. But,
America, world police.
Don't let anybody claim it. Nobody deserves it but us.
Don't let them
but
do
I
it.
want to be clear about one thing. Nicolas Maduro had multiple opportunities to avoid this. He was provided multiple very, very, very generous offers and chose instead to act like a wild man, chose instead to play around. And the result is what we saw tonight. The other message here is the following. You have a guy, like many people around the world, they like to play games. You have a guy who decides he's going to invite Iran into his country, is going to, do the confiscation of American oil companies, is going to flood our country with gang members, is going to take Americans prisoner and try to hold.
I'm sorry. Nicolas Maduro was not in power when Venezuela nationalized their oil. What is he talking about? It's completely ahistorical. Fucking Nicolas Maduro had fuck all to do with that. He was like a child when Venezuela nationalized the oil. What are you talking about? How old is Nick? I'm trying to think about how old he was. Not that old when he was not the one who nationalized the oil. First off, that's also not justification for an invasion. Okay, it's their oil. It's on their land. They should be able to do whatever the fuck they want to. And if this were in a different scenario, like if let's just play a game. What if Canada were to say the oil fields in Alaska are actually theirs, and so they're going to seize Alaska for their own because they see it as being their oil? Or, you know, like, I mean, this is fucking insane.
For hostage and trade him like he was able to do with the Biden administration. Basically likes to play games all this time and thinks nothing's going to happen. And I hope what people now understand is that we have a president. The 47th president of the United States is not a game player. When he tells you that...
Like, what if France were to say, you know what, we'd like to undo the Louisiana Purchase right now? You know? We see it as being American theft of our land, so we are taking back the Louisiana Purchase. Sorry, America. We will be invading. Would that be cool? Would you be down with that?
Going to do something when tells you he's going to address a problem, he means it. He actions it. I can tell you, I've watched this process now for 14, 15 years, been around it. Everybody talks. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do that. When I get there, we're going to do this. We're going to take. This is a president of action. Like, I don't understand yet how they haven't figured this out. And now, if you don't know, now you know.
What are you talking about?
Because this is the way it's going to play out. And
What are you talking about?
This is not a president that just
If you
talks
didn't
and
know,
does
now
letters
you
and press
know, really.
conferences. And, you know, if he says he's serious about something, he means it. And this is something that was a direct threat to the national interest of the United States, and the president addressed it. There's a president of peace, by the way. I told you what I just said earlier. This guy had multiple opportunities.
In that case, I want to move back to Louisiana. Well, let's not forget the Louisiana Purchase wasn't just Louisiana. I mean, basically, the Louisiana Purchase was everything west of the Mississippi, starting at Louisiana. The whole territory was just called Louisiana. Like, all of America, like, more than half of America was just Louisiana.
To find his way somewhere else and figure out another. He could have been living somewhere else right now, very happy, but instead he wanted to play big boy. And so now, you know, he's got other sets of problems on his hands. And but I think the message here should be for the world. Look, the president doesn't go out looking for people to pick fights with. He's not generally wants to get along with everybody. We'll talk and meet with anybody, but don't play games. Don't play games with this president's in office, because it's not going to turn out well.
Who's playing games?
And so I hope that
the United States. Oh my God, the president is falling asleep. The president is straight up falling asleep over here. But in the United States, we are the ones who are clearly playing games right now. If anybody is playing games, it is us. It is us who is clearly playing the fucking games. It's ridiculous. We're playing games with international law and territorial sovereignty. And just you know, completely running roughshod over the supposed world order. The law and rules-based one. People have told me is so important over the years.
You know, I guess that lesson was learned last night, and we hope it'll be instructive moving forward.
Is that a message for Cuba?
Mr. President.
Mr. President. Mr. President.
Mr. President. Mr. President. Mr. President.
You said that the U.S. is going to run Venezuela, so who's in power right now?
Well, we're going to be running it with a group, and we're going to make sure it's run properly. We're going to rebuild the oil infrastructure, which will cost billions of dollars. It'll be paid for by the oil companies directly. They will be reimbursed for what they're doing, but it's going to be paid. And we're going to get the oil flowing the way it should be. As you know, it was just a minor flow. It was actually a minor flow for what they had.
Who's going to be reimbursing them? Is the United States government going to pay for U.S. oil companies to build out oil fields in Venezuela? Is that what I'm to understand? Or is Venezuela going to pay for it like Mexico paid for the wall?
But we're going to run it properly, and we're going to make sure the people of Venezuela are taken care of. We're going to make sure the people that were forced out of Venezuela by this thug are also taken care of.
Mr.
President, does the U.S. running the country mean that U.S. troops will be on the ground? How will that work?
Well, they always say boots on the ground. Oh, so we're not afraid of boots on the ground if we have to have. We had boots on the ground last night.
Oh, my God.
At a very high level, actually. We're not afraid of it. We don't mind saying it.
At a very high level.
But we're going to make sure that that country is run properly. We're not doing this in vain. This is a very dangerous attack. This is an attack that could have gone very, very badly. Could have gone very badly. We could have lost a lot of people last night. We could have lost a lot of dignity. We could have lost a lot of equipment. The equipment is less important, but we could have lost a lot. And we're going to make sure that this is proper. We're there now. We're ready to go again if we have to. We're going to run the country right. It's going to be run very judiciously, very fairly. It's going to make a lot of money. We're going to give money to the people. We're going to reimburse people that were taken advantage of. We're going to take care of everybody. It's very important. We couldn't let them get away with it. You know, they stole our oil. We built that whole...
We're going to reimburse... Who do you figure he's talking about when he says we're going to reimburse people who were taken advantage of? It's not going to be the people of Venezuela. It's clearly going to be the oil companies who he sees as being the main victims in all of this. These American oil companies, those poor billionaires and their oil companies. They've been so wronged. They're the victims. It's the oil companies, really.
And they just took it over like we were nothing. And we had a president that decided not to do
Chevron.
anything about it.
Yeah, exactly.
So we did something about it. We're late, but we did something about it. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, can you explain the exact mechanism by which you're going to run the country? Are you going to designate a U.S. official to coordinate?
It's all being done right now. We're designating people. We're talking to people. We're designating various people, and we're going to let you know who those people are.
Mr. President.
What's the group you mentioned that would run Venezuela?
Well, it's largely going to be, for a period of time, the people that are standing right behind me. We're going to be running it. We're going to be bringing it back. It's a dead, I talk about a dead country. A year and a half ago, we were a viceroyship. Country. Now we're the hottest country anywhere in the world. We're a country doing better than any country anywhere in the world. And it required leadership. Venezuela has a lot of bad people in there, a lot of bad people that shouldn't be leading. We're not going to take a chance at one of those people.
It's a principality. We're installing U.S. dictators in Venezuela.
So hot right
Incredible. Little Marco Rubio. Prince Marco and Prince Rubio will be... Prince Rubio and Prince Hegseth will be dictat of Venezuela, apparently. This is fascinating. What a crazy 12 hours it's been so far today, chat. People right behind me, they're going to be running it. Little Marco and Pete Hegseth, they're going to be in charge.
Take over for Maduro. So you can look at, and others, we have fantastic people, including people in the military. So we're going to have a group of people running it until such time as it can be put back on track, make a lot of money for the people, and give people a great way of life, and also reimbursement for people in our country that were forced out of Venezuela.
Mr. President.
Rubio would be...
You said earlier today that you weren't going to back Machado to come back and be the opposition leader in your Fox and Friends interview. And then you also mentioned the vice president of Venezuela. Are you going to work with the vice president of Venezuela, or how do you foresee the relationship
Well,
going?
I understand she was just sworn in, but she was, as you know, picked by Maduro. So Marco's working on that directly. He just had a conversation with her, and she's essentially willing to do what we think is necessary to make Venezuela great again. Very simple.
Mr. President.
He said it. He said it. He said make Venezuela great again. Oh my God. This guy is fucking
We have
insane.
a demented, unintelligent person running the United States of America.
But does he even know what he's talking about? Did he just say that Marina Machado was picked by Maduro? I'm confused. Does he know what he's talking about at all? I'm so confused. I'm so fucking confused. What's going on? Is that what he? I almost want to go back and listen to it again, but this is like, oh, this has gone on way longer than I wanted to.
Colombian President Gustavo Petro, a couple weeks ago, he said he's got to watch his ass. And today he said he's not concerned about anything happening to him in the aftermath of this operation. So just what your message is about that.
Well, he has cocaine mills. He has factories where he makes cocaine.
Cocaine mills.
And yeah, I think I stick by my
cocaine
first
factories.
statement. He's making cocaine. They're sending it into the United States. So
Mr. President,
he does have to watch his ass.
Mr. President,
did you notify any members of Congress in advance?
Marco, do you want to talk about that because you were involved?
Sure. We call.
Oh my God! Yes, please, Marco, tell us.
Do congressional notification on
immediately after
a trigger-based mission in which conditions had to be met night after night.
This is not the sort of thing you need congressional notification
so it's
on.
Simply not the kind of mission you can call people and say, "Hey."
Shut up. This is full-on shock and awe. You fuck off. You fuck off right now. You don't need congressional oversight for a strike on a sovereign territory in our own hemisphere. We don't need that. Really? We don't need that for illegally kidnapping some. I mean, honestly, I don't even know what the congressional approval of it is for kidnapping a foreign leader, but there's no way he actually believes what he is saying right now.
You should be ashamed of yourself for having that thought.
May do this at some point in the next 15 days, but it's largely a law enforcement function. Remember, at the end of the day, at its core, this was
a law enforcement function.
Fugitives of American.
It's a law enforcement function. U.S. law doesn't apply on Venezuelan territory. FBI doesn't have any jurisdiction in Venezuela. It's
and
Venezuela.
The Department of War supported the Department of Justice in that job. Now, there are broader policy implications here, but it's just not the kind of mission that you can pre-notify because it endangers the mission.
Mr. President, if I could add one thing to that. Congress has a tendency to leak. This would not be good. If they leaked, General, I think it would have been maybe a very different result. But I have to say, they knew we were coming at some point, you know. A lot of ships out there, they sort of knew we were coming.
Mr. President.
But Congress will leak, and we don't want to leak.
You were one of the only people to watch this all play out live. What was Maduro doing when the U.S. forces entered what I assume would be his home? And also, was there any point where the U.S. was considering if Maduro pushed back or resisted killing Maduro?
It could have happened. It could have happened. He was trying to get into a safe place. You know what a safe place is? All steel. And he wasn't able to
know what
make
a
it to
safe
the door
place is, right?
Because our guys were so fast. They went through the opposition so fast. And there was a lot of opposition. You know, people were wondering, do we get them by surprise? Sort of surprised, but they were waiting for something. It was a lot of opposition. There was a lot of gunfire. You saw some of it today. But he was trying to get to a safe place, which wasn't safe because we would have had the door blown up in about 47 seconds, they say on average, regardless of how thick the steel was. It was a very thick door. It was a very heavy door, but he was unable to get to that door. He made it to the door. He was unable to close it.
So where is Maduro going to be?
Go ahead, finish.
Where is Maduro going to be in the time being right now? Do you know his exact whereabouts?
Well, eventually, ultimately, in the near future, he's going to be brought to New York.
And where is he going to be held? Where is he going to be held in New York? Do you know?
That's going to be up to the officials that do these things.
Mr. President, the U.S. has something of a mixed track record of ousting dictators without necessarily a plan for what comes afterwards. Did that weigh on your decision
Well, that's
making?
when we had different presidents, but with me, that's not true. With me, we've had a perfect track record of winning.
We have a perfect concept of a plan. We have the outlines of a perfect concept of a plan. Unlike everyone else.
A lot, and we win. If you look at Soleimani, you look at al-Baghdadi, you look at the Midnight Hammer. Midnight Hammer was incredible. Right now, you wouldn't have peace in the Middle East. We have essentially peace in the Middle East because if we weren't successful with Midnight Hammer, you wouldn't have peace in the Middle East. So with me, you've had a lot of victories. You've had only victories. You've had no losses. Yeah.
Mr. President, can you? How long do you expect the U.S. to run Venezuela, and how soon do you want the Venezuelan people to hold elections?
So I'd like to do it quickly, but it takes a period of time. You know, we're rebuilding. We have to rebuild their whole infrastructure. The infrastructure is rotted. It's actually very dangerous. It's blow-up territory. Oil is very dangerous. It's a very dangerous thing to take out of the ground. It can kill a lot of people. It has killed a lot of people doing just that. The infrastructure is old. It's rotted. Much of it is stuff that we put there 25 years ago.
Oh, my God.
And we're going to be replacing it. And we're going to take a lot of money out so that we can take care of the country.
Are you saying that Secretary Rubio and...
Mr. President, China, Russia, and Iran have interests in Venezuela. How does this operation affect your relationships with them when it comes to the oil and drugs?
In terms of China and Russia, Russia when we get things straightened out. But in terms of other countries that want oil, we're in the oil business. We're going to sell it to them. We're not going to say we're not going to. In other words, we'll be selling oil. Probably in much larger doses because they couldn't produce very much because their infrastructure was so bad. So we'll be selling large amounts of oil to other countries, many of whom are using it now, but I would say many more will come.
Are you saying that, Mr. President, are you saying that...
Mr. President, thank you. What is your message to the people of Venezuela today? Of course, the civilian population specifically, they have a lot of questions. What is your message to the people of Venezuela?
That you're going to have peace, justice. You're going to have some of the riches that you should have had for a long period of time. It was stolen from you. But you're going to have peace and you're going to have safety. You're going to have justice. You're going to have a country. You're going to have a real country. You're going to have potentially a great country. You know, if you go back 20 years, maybe even a little longer ago, that was a great country. And they destroyed it. Remember I said that if we lose this election, the United States will be Venezuela on steroids. That's what would have happened. Had we lost the election, the 2024 election, we suffered so badly when you look at the border from 2020, what they did, what Joe Biden administration did.
The names are translated on Nadia's message. Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay, this is Nadia Vet over on Twitch. Xi Jinping and Vladimir Vladimirovich Putin should get Shanghai Huzhou Zhuji and BRICS together in a huge anti-USA alliance and declare war on the United States for this, and Germany at minimum should join them in retaliation for Biden bombing Nord Stream, and Italy for the Gladio terrorism, in Greece for the regime of the colonels, and really every country the CIA has ever couped in retaliation for the death squads and mass torture.
Our country should never be forgotten. But if we had to go through another year of that, we would be exactly where Venezuela was in terms of, I used to say, if they win, we're going to be Venezuela on steroids, and that's what would have happened.
President, thank you. Are you saying that Secretary Hegseth and Rubio are going to be running Venezuela, and will you be sending in U.S. military troops to provide?
They're going to be a team that's working with the people of Venezuela to make sure that we have Venezuela right. Because for us to just leave, who's going to take over? I mean, there is nobody to take over. You have a vice president who's been appointed by Maduro. And right now she's the vice president, and she's, I guess, the president. She was sworn as president just a little while ago. She had a long conversation with Marco, and she said, we'll do whatever you need. I think she was quite gracious, but she really doesn't have a choice. We're going to have this done right. We're not going to just do this with Maduro, then leave like everybody else, leave and say, let it go to hell. If we just left, it has zero chance of ever coming back. We'll run it properly. We'll run it professionally. We'll have the greatest oil companies in the world go in and invest billions and billions of dollars and take out money, use that money in Venezuela. And the biggest beneficiary are going to be the people of Venezuela. And also, I can't stress this strongly enough, the people that got thrown out of Venezuela that are now in the United States, and frankly, some want to stay, and some probably want to go back. Yeah.
So,
Mr. President,
what's being done to protect Americans in the country, and were any of the detained Americans
Well, right now they're
rescued
very
last
protected
night?
because nobody's going to mess with us. They're very protected. The people of, and we let them know that you better not touch one of them.
Are you concerned that bad elements of the Maduro regime will remain in place?
Well, we know who they are. We're on them, and they're acting much differently now than they would have acted 2 days ago.
And what can you
okay,
say
wait,
about
behind you, please.
Mr. President, why is running a country in South America America first?
Well, I think it is because we want to surround ourselves with good neighbors. We want to surround ourselves with stability. We want to surround ourselves with energy. We have tremendous energy in that country. It's very important that we protect it. We need that for ourselves. We need that for the world. And we want to make sure we can protect it.
Mr. President.
Yes, sir. Please, go ahead.
Yeah, is there a message here for Cuba and Diaz-Canel?
Well, Cuba's an interesting case. Cuba is, not doing very well right now. That system has not been a very good one for Cuba. The people there have suffered for many, many years. And I think Cuba is going to be something we'll end up talking about because Cuba...
This is insane. This should, every single person who's listening to this right now should be thinking about all the other places that Donald Trump is threatened. Whether it's Cuba, Panama, Greenland, Colombia, Mexico, Canada. We're looking at I feel like the United States is about to basically wage war against the entire Western Hemisphere. But we've just we're essentially declaring not just war, but the annexation of all of Venezuela as part of U.S. It's basically U.S. territory right now. It's like the Virgin Islands. Granted, of course, it's to be seen what exactly that means here. But the things that they are declaring right now, that they are going to go in militarily, boots on the ground. They literally just said it. There's no problem with there being boots on the ground right now. And apparently there were plenty of boots on the ground last night, according to him. So we're going to occupy Venezuela, install a puppet dictator at some point, but not until we're done extracting all of the mineral wealth and setting up oil companies in the country and at some point in the future, but who knows exactly when. Until then, Marco Rubio and Pete Hegseth are going to be the barons of Venezuela. Baron Hegseth and Rubio.
A failing nation right now, very badly failing nation. And we want to help the people of... It's very similar in the sense that we want to help the people in Cuba, but we want to also help the people...
Next, he's going to install Elon Musk as, the Prince of Greenland, and Peter Thiel will, maybe he'll just give Peter Thiel all of Hawaii or something. He already owns an entire island in Hawaii. He might as well just own the whole thing, I suppose. This is insane. The implications of this for the future are just disturbing.
That were forced out of Cuba and living in this country. Do you want to say something about that, Marco, please?
Well,
Trump would rather have World War III than for people to talk about the Epstein files. And you know what? I think, honestly, the more and more I think about it as this all drags on, I think this has to be Epstein files related to some degree. Because this is actually a really good distraction. But I have some, from the stream that I had planned, it included some very, very bad stuff for Donald Trump, including now leaked. I guess apparently it's been out for a while, but nobody's been talking about it. I had heard fuck all about this until recently. But I have found footage of somebody who's claiming that Donald Trump raped them at the age of 13, which I was planning on talking about tonight. I'm still gonna try, but this is taking up all of the oxygen in the room.
Gave you a statement a few minutes ago about when the president speaks, you should take him seriously. So suffice it to say, Cuba is a disaster. It's run by incompetent, senile men, and in some cases, not senile, but incompetent nonetheless. It has no economy. It's in total collapse. And by the way,
really? We're going to talk about senile men Senile, you're going to really talk about senile, incompetent men with this guy right behind you?
Don't worry about it, little Marco.
Gentlemen.
All of the guards that helped protect Maduro, this is well known, their whole spy agency, all that were full of Cubans. I mean, they basically, it's amazing. This poor island took over Venezuela in some cases. One of the biggest problems that Venezuelans have is they have to declare independence from Cuba. They tried to basically colonize it from a security standpoint. So, yeah, look, if I lived in Havana and I was in the government, I'd be concerned, at least a little bit.
Are you cutting off the oil flow to Cuba from Venezuela?
Well, the president already announced a week ago that anything that's sanctioned, it's sanctioned oil, it's not going to be allowed to get there. So that's an
The answer is yes.
Mr. President, is the U.S. aware of the location of opposition leader Machado, and have you been in contact with him?
Yeah, the Katie Johnson thing. Yes.
No, we haven't. Really, no, we haven't.
I found a full video of her giving testimony on apparently her allegations on Donald Trump.
Opposition leader Machado, and have you been in contact with her?
No, we haven't. Really, no, we haven't.
Mr. President, on Monday.
Oh, I think it would be very tough for her to be the leader. She doesn't have the support within or the respect within the country. She's a very nice woman, but she doesn't have the respect.
Mr. President, is it possible that the U.S. ends up administrating Venezuela for years?
Well, it won't cost us anything because the money coming out of the ground is very substantial, so it's not going to cost us anything.
So the U.S. isn't going to dedicate money to...
Well, we want safety there. We want to be surrounded by countries that aren't housing all of our enemies all over the world. That's what was happening, and you don't want to have that. But we're going to be rebuilding, and we're not spending money. The oil companies are going to go in. They're going to spend money. We're going to take back the oil that, frankly, we should have taken back a long time ago. A lot of money is coming out of the ground. We're going to get reimbursed for all of that. We're going to get reimbursed for everything that we spend. So it's going to be a very important. This is a very big evening that took place last night. We have to be surrounded by safe, secure countries, and we also have to have energy. Very important. We have to have energy that's real energy, not where they're getting 4% and 5% of the energy out of the ground. You take a look. It was such a disaster. So what's going to happen with Venezuela, I think, over the next period of a year is going to be a great thing. And the people of Venezuela will be the biggest beneficiaries.
Mr. President, U.S. military.
Mr. President, thank you. What did you last speak to Maduro about when you spoke? And is the
Well,
US
I don't want to get into the
Venezuela?
conversations, but I did have conversations with him, and I said, you got to surrender. And I actually thought he was pretty close to doing so, but now he wished he did, yeah.
Mr. President, can you explain, you said that Maduro is responsible for drug trafficking. You recently pardoned the former president of Honduras who was convicted on many drug trafficking. Can you explain how these two situations are different? And would you ever pardon Maduro?
I endorsed, as you know, the winning president, the man who won in Honduras. I endorsed the man who won in Chile. I endorsed the man who won in Argentina. And we are doing very well with that whole group. What the man that I pardoned was, if you could equate it to us, he was treated like the Biden administration treated a man named Trump. That didn't work out too well for them. This was a man who was persecuted very unfairly. He was the head of the country. He was persecuted very unfairly. And there are a number of them. And we felt that it was a very unfair situation that happened to him. He's also a party member of the man who won. So obviously the people liked what I did. And one of the reasons that was done is because of the fact that the party in power felt very strongly that that man was treated very badly. I studied it very quickly, and then I studied it in great detail. I went to a lot of the people standing behind me, and they felt that that man was persecuted and treated very badly. That's why I gave him a pardon.
Mr. President, you referenced boots on the ground earlier. Can you just sort of button this up? Do you envision the U.S. military having a presence in Venezuela as the U.S. runs that country?
No, we're going to have a presence in Venezuela as it pertains to oil, because we have to have, we're sending our expertise in. So you may need something, not very much. But no, we're going to be taking out a tremendous amount of wealth out of the ground, and that wealth is going to the people of Venezuela, and people from outside of Venezuela that used to be in Venezuela. And it goes also to the United States of America in the form of reimbursement for the damages caused us by that country. So I want to thank you all very much. Thank you. Do you have one? Yes, please. You were so nice before. I'm going to give you the final question. Go
Thank
ahead.
you, Mr.
Unless it's a bad question, in
It's
which
about
case I'll
Putin.
go one more. It's about who?
It's about Putin, if you want.
About Putin. Well, that's always nice
You had a
to talk
phone.
about Putin.
You had a phone call with him
Yeah.
on Monday. Did he talk at all about Maduro? Did y'all talk about this?
No, we didn't.
And
We
then-
never spoke about Maduro.
Are you mad at him right now? I mean, there's this
I'm not
intelligence.
thrilled with Putin. I'm not thrilled with Putin. He's killing too many people.
There was that
I
intelligence.
thought that would be so. I settled 8 1/4 war. You know what the 1/4 was? Thailand and Cambodia. I did it again. They broke out, and I did it in about 5 hours, and I settled it.
I can't believe he's taking credit. I can't believe he's still taking credit for Thailand and Cambodia when they literally, for the last like 2 weeks, have been bombing the shit out of each other. He's like, I fix it in 5 hours. And then a month later, they broke out into fighting again. What is he talking about? This guy is delusional.
Giving myself 1/4, so I'm up to now 8 1/4. In other words, I settled the war, but then they broke out. They had a pretty bad breakout over the last 4 days. I got them to go back to peace.
I fixed it again. I fixed it one time and then I fixed it a second time. I'll just keep fixing it. And it just means that I'm that great. I can fix it over and over and over again. That's how great I am.
So I only give 1/4.
This guy
I
is
thought the
insane.
easiest one would be, one of the easier ones would be Russia, Ukraine. It's not. And they both have done some pretty bad things. And look, that's Biden's war. That's not my war. But I want to stop the lives. Did you see
Biden's
where
war.
last month, 30,000, this last, it was 27. 20.
I love how he's like, I don't want to talk about that one. Okay. I know I said that I would solve it day one, but that's Biden's war actually. And it's got nothing to do with me. And I don't even need to solve it actually, because it's his fault. It's Biden's fault. Okay. Not mine.
7,000 the month before. 30,000, mostly soldiers, were killed this last month. 30,000. I want to stop that. You know, I got NATO to pay 5% instead of the 2% that they weren't paying. They weren't paying 2, now they pay 5. And we send them a lot of munitions. We send them a lot of things, missiles and various other things, a lot. And they pay. The United States is not losing money. We're probably making money on that. It's the last thing I care about. I just want to stop all those people. We're losing 25, 30,000 human beings that come from 2 places that are very far away. But if I can stop, because it's something I've been pretty good at doing, deals, I guess. It's all a deal. Life is a big deal. But if I can stop that war
Life
and
is
stop
just a deal.
30,000 young people, in addition to the fact that people are being killed in Kiev, people are being killed in other cities throughout, you know, a much smaller number, but they're being killed, viciously killed. So I'm not happy about it. I thought that would be something that would get solved. We have Mr. Witkoff here. I think that we're making progress, but that's a war that should have never happened. If I were president, it would have never happened. Putin says it. Everybody says it. If I were president, that would have never happened. But I inherited that war. That was Joe Biden, Zelensky, and Putin. I came into the situation, and it's a mess. And I will say this. I watched an operation last night that was so precise, that was so brilliant. I mean, it was incredible. If we had our people, like this general and our people involved, that war would not have gone on very long, that I can tell you.
You told me
That war, to use an old term, that war has become a bloodbath. And we want it to get stopped. Thank you very much.
It's an old term. No one's ever heard it before.
Are you concerned a rogue Venezuelan general?
Well, there you have it. I'm honestly sort of floored right now. I didn't know what fully to expect at this press conference. Even after having listened to Donald Trump talk on Fox News, we clearly did not get the whole story on Fox News. because a whole bunch of other incredible revelations here from this press conference. The United States is declaring the annexation of Venezuela. I mean, just wild, unhinged press conference here from Donald Trump after a series of insane events today. What will be the future of Venezuela? Hard to know for sure. But claims of Pete Hegseth and Mark Rubio being in charge of the country now from President Trump. What else did we just hear? I mean, I'm utterly I'm trying to go through it all in my head, right? It's fucking insane. But this is the claim that the United States is going to pay to build out oil infrastructure and will oversee the regime change in the country whenever Donald Trump sees fit. It's a disturbing day today. Only 3 days into the new year, and boy, oh boy, things are no less unhinged than they were last year. Perhaps it feels almost worse than last year. Really? This seems to be escalation. Why is this happening right now? I wish I knew. Could it be that Donald Trump wants us to stop talking about the Jeffrey Epstein files? Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? Could be. Maybe we'll try and unpack that later tonight. Good Lord, I did not expect to be streaming until 1 p.m. today, but here we are. Still planning on doing a stream tonight, the normal time. If I can manage to pull myself together by then, hopefully I will. But boy, oh boy, my time is now much shorter today than I was thinking it would be. I think that's going to be it for today. For this afternoon, at least. Well, we got through another one. It was quite long and also difficult, but thankfully we had each other to get through it. It's gonna be it for me for now. Till I see you next, you stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. Can't forget this. These are your galactic patrons. Gabby, Goth Dogs, Aaron W, Schmegley, PB, Midi, Afroponics, Normal by Nature, Interplanet Janet, Godcat, Robot Cat, Disco Wolf, Callie Braiding, Sammy, Geodragon, The Anti-Corporatist, Obsessive Audio, Moanoif, Nadia, Choki, Skelts, Selena, Omegastar, Sasha G, Pitchforks Dragon, Vincent Morales, Donald James X, Evan from Portland, Lovely Pariah, Mish, Becky, Decipher, Icebreaker, Columbia, Rica, New York, Will in Detroit, Sisyphean Task, BC, Free Palestine, Hermit Horologist, HBX, Manda, Lori Lunchmeat, Carl Gaslightocracy, Paige Larson, Frizla, Benihana 99, Dark Sparkle, and CJ from the 6. That's right, all these people here have helped produce the show which your eyes and ears just got done enjoying. You can too for just a few US dollars a month on Patreon.